Okay, hopefully I've successfully removed the delay here from yesterday's stream, but we're back with a Sunday stream. Does not happen often, but I had a very free weekend and I kind of wanted to stream the challenge today. But also, truly no idea what I want to play, so I started a little bit early. Challenge is in like 31 minutes, so I'm hoping people can trickle into chat and we can have a little chat. I think I have two front runner decks right now, which we'll talk about. And this is the first one here, I guess. This is a list that they split the finals of the challenge. I think the morning one, there's like a 3 a.m. challenge or something. But this Moonstompy list split the finals, and also I think this exact 75 or something very close to it. One or also top aided a challenge earlier this week. Some list is very close to this. Also, I'm not seeing myself being live. Chat, if someone out there can tell me if I am live and not delayed by 3 minutes. My own stream is not booting up on my side. But hopefully this is all fixed. Notably, this list has a couple things I like, has a couple things I don't like. Okay, there we go. I see myself now. We should be good. So the big thing is here that these hearses are in the sideboard. We have like Trinispheres. We have 4 the One Rings, stuff like that. There's no secondary MDFC. I like some of this. I don't like some of this. I haven't been exactly sure where I want to be in Moonstompy. I do think the MDFCs are really good, and I think you should play certainly more than 4, maybe less than 8. But I've really enjoyed the Stone Rain, and I think I would probably be pretty happy like just cutting 4 lands for the MDFCs just to continue trying it. I think Trinisphere, I'm definitely higher on than I have been in the past. I wanted to fit like 1 to 2 Trinispheres into my own list. I think just if you're playing like a bunch of main deck curses, a bunch of Blood Moons, your Necro matchup gets a lot worse. Trinisphere is going to be a little bit better versus like the frog stuff, just being able to actually be a relevant hate piece. Whereas with a bunch of Blood Moons, Scam is pretty good at getting both their basics in play, stuff like that. No main deck Hearses is really weird to me, but I do think the power level of Hearse has dropped because of those aforementioned decks. Specifically, like Frog and Necro. You're like Hearse is a blank against so much combo now. Hearse is still very good against Scam, still very good against Delver, but the tension that I was feeling with Moonstompy versus like Frog Scam is that suddenly all your pieces are like all your two mana hate cards are like not nearly as good. If you play Chalice or Hearse against Scam and they just go turn 2 Frog, you're just like kind of fucked. Or even like Moon against Scam on the play, or when they're on the play and they go like fetch, go, they fetch Island in response to your Moon, and then they swamp cycle for Troll, and then your Blood Moon is done the thing. What's up, Lackey? You should help to anyone to play. Yes. So I'm talking about, this is one of my first deck lists. I'll change the stream title once I figure out what I want to play. But anyway, the list makes some sense to me. I would definitely edit the sideboard a little bit. I think Null Rod is going to be a lot worse than the Flute. I think Macabre is just kind of really, really bad right now, and I would probably play some mixture of like Mindbreak Traps and Red Elemental Blasts. I think this deck playing like 0 Rebs in a world where like Nadu and Frog are so prevalent is pretty scary. But I think I would probably play this, cut these for 2 Flute, 2 Trap, 2 Reb or something, and then cut like 2 Mountain, 2 Den for 4 the Stone Rain MDFC, something like that. And I think I'd be pretty happy playing that. That's my first option for day. The other option was the deck that split with this deck in the finals this morning, which is probably the deck that no one wants to see me play. Which is this really fucking messed up looking deck. This deck looks terrifying. Mono black, oops. This deck looks so supremely nasty. But I'm a little bit interested in it. I mean, I'm intrigued in a way that, like, I can play this once and get it out of my system, and I'm like, wow, I never want to play this again. This deck is so fucked, I think. Yeah, it just looks so messed up, doesn't it? Like, holy shit. Also, Medvedev, who took this to the 2nd place in the challenge, he said he beat Scam like 5 times in a row or something. Like, holy shit. This deck looks nasty. So I'm tempted to just take it, just get it out of my system, play it once, and just hate myself afterwards. But this deck is definitely sick, and it's definitely just like an interesting angle that, god damn. Yeah, get the W before the bans. The big thing about it is that I would just absolutely not know how to sideboard. I need, like, Faulted Form or someone to please help me. What do you even do to beat this? Genuine question. I think cast Trinisphere is probably the best way to beat it, right? This deck seems really bad against specifically Trinisphere. That's one of the reasons I was also like, yeah, Chalice seems, or like Trinisphere seems kind of cool again. Blood Moon plus Chalice on 0. Yeah, they can't beat that, I don't think. Yeah, I think that's right. I guess they could get to 7 mana eventually and Belcher you. Just hit 7 land drops in a row. But a lot of those require being on the play. If you're on the draw, they have a bunch of ways to like beat Mindbreak Trap too. But man, this deck looks real gross. We might try it. I'll see. We'll let some more people trickle in. We got about like 25 minutes to decide, and I can talk in circles about what I want to play. Oloro suggesting D&T. I am genuinely so frustrated about Formal War not being on Moto. It's so annoying to me. It makes me really not want to play D&T, but I will obviously keep playing it in the future. Just so much less interested in a competitive setting, right? Like a challenge when the deck is just not as good as it could be. What's up, Testacular? Good morning to you as well. What do we think? I kind of want to play this deck. This deck seems so gross. One Cabal Therapy strikes me as a little weird. I get that, like, there's not, like, the weird, like, double Cabal Therapy plus Bridge from Below plan here. But, like, one Cabal Therapy means you can't beat Force of Negation as easily. I guess when you do the combo, you just always name, like, Force of Negation with your therapy if you're angling for that, because if they had Force of Will, they would just Force of Will your payoff. You actually want to play the dumb oops next to you? Yeah, it's like, it's so nasty. But also, like, the Moonstompy deck also looks pretty well positioned against it, at least. Like, a bunch of Trinispheres. I guess, I mean, good reason to have 4 Fairy Macabres in your deck, I guess. But the cards I would be cutting for the Fairy Macabres would feel pretty okay against oops. I guess the Mindbreak Traps would feel okay. Therapy, self-being draw. Yeah, I mean, I know how oops works, but generally speaking, you can also use therapy to protect yourself from, like, Force of Negation and stuff. But you always had 2 therapies, so if you don't have any therapy, if you don't need every therapy yourself, if you don't have the Oracle or the Dread Return in hand, then you could therapy them for, like, Force of Negation. But this one, if it doesn't line up as well, because you don't have, like, the double therapy plus bridge, but maybe, like that just doesn't matter. Yeah, Grief is, I guess, another reason. You just have a little bit more, like, 0 mana disruption. The Grief plus Unmask. I'm probably thinking about, like, edge cases that don't actually matter. I don't really trust the instincts of actual oops players more than myself. But man, this deck seems so gross. It seems so tough to not want to play. Even, like, Chalice on 1 actually seems pretty powerful against this, huh? They just have to hit a bunch of land drops, basically. Chromox, Petal. Imagine you just probably always board in Belcher versus, like, Moonstompy and stuff. You just hit 4 lands versus, like, a Chalice on 0 or a Chalice on 1. Just hit some land drops and cast your Belcher on tab and kill them. Yeah. I mean, how would you sideboard versus, like, if you know they're on ley lines, do you also have to board in, like, these? Do you board in all of these? Like, this is clearly a ley line card. This is clearly a pivot, and this is just a scam on the draw card or something. Or similar, discard deck. You probably don't even get to board this thing against Necro, right? Wait, maybe you do. Do they always board in, like, the bounce spell? I guess if you're on this deck and they yeah, you could also feed a Dauthi, sure. Or a Containment Priest or what have you. But, like, I don't know if you'd want to board and feed the Swarm versus Dauthi versus just killing them. Unless it's, like, the turn 1 Dauthi decks. Belcher, LED, and Feed come in for Leyline matchups. Jesus Christ. How do you sideboard with this deck? This is going to be my weakness of, like, I'm not going to know what to do. I guess in a lot of those Leyline matchups that don't have, like, you can board out, like, the Grief package on the draw or something. Like, Culling doesn't do anything unless you have, like, the Griefs, basically, right? You can cast a Thassa's Oracle with a Chrome Mox or something, but you could probably afford to board out a bunch of the Grief package versus decks that have, like, Leyline when you're on the draw and you can't, like, you're not able to, like, take a hate card too. Play Legacy on Thursdays. That's on weekday. That's so much work. Playing in paper too. I don't own any MH3 cards yet. Cast a Boggart Trawler, just beat him down. Yeah, I mean that's not unreasonable. Oh, you can also Boggart Trawler the Culling of the Week. That's also true. If it doesn't die, I can't imagine a lot of people would be playing around Culling of the Week unless they know what you're up to. They just let the Boggart live. So what's it gonna do? I won a significant number of games by attacking with Hapless Researchers. Yeah, I've definitely done it before. Yeah, Legacy decks are a little bit better at beating, like, the idiot beatdown plan nowadays, I feel. But it does happen on occasion, especially, like, the oops sickos have definitely, like, killed people with casting Undercity Informers and Balustrade Spies. This looks just nuts. Maybe we should just play this, huh? What do you think, chat? I need to make sure that I don't have Discord open to the point where you guys can see it. Let me turn off the screen for a second. I always forget if I move Discord to the second screen or not. Okay, I did. We're good. Can we run a poll in chat? How the heck do I run a poll? MTG bot? Is it just exclamation point poll option? It's a straw poll? Can I just do a poll normally? Yes. Seconds, option 1, option N. Okay, we can do this. Playing this probably involves staring at the deck building screen or the match timer for like 70 seconds of the stream. Oh yeah, we can like play a bunch of like we can play in leagues in between rounds, right? We'll play Moonstompy probably between rounds. Let's run a poll. Let's run a poll, see what chat thinks. Exclamation point poll, seconds. 2 minutes? Oops, comma, Stompy, I guess, is the easiest. Or maybe Mono Red. Mono R. Cat's domain access. Dude, the door's open. I don't know what she's screaming about. There we go. Why is this deck missing Nadu and Necro? I think genuinely... We can talk about what I think about Legacy. But I think genuinely Necro has felt more reasonable, and so has Nadu. I think Frog is my front runner for best card in the set right now. But Nadu has looked fine and not broken in anything so far. I think it's very good in Breakfast because that's a deck that utilizes Shuko really well. But I think a lot of the other Nadu decks are like playing too many bad cards in order to supplement their good cards. Their good card, Nadu. And I think that the Necro decks look more like Belcher than anything right now. It's a really annoying and consistent Belcher deck, but like they seem to be suffering versus the same stuff. That is to say, Grief plus 4 stacks. Anurag told me Brain Surge is the best card in MH3. Well, good for him. I'm proud of him. I think he played like one match during the early access and then died. And then I imagine he hasn't played a lot of MH3. He's dealing with a child. What do you think about DNT? Should I buy Forfelia? I probably wouldn't buy Forfelia. But I'm really frustrated. I complained about this earlier. I'll complain about it more, I'm sure. I'm really frustrated you can't play Formal Wear on Moto, which I think is like a genuinely huge addition to DNT. I haven't really got anywhere with what I want out of the mono white decks. Like the Destroy non-basic guy that Beerus is talking about, yeah, White Orchid Phantom. It's felt less impressive in the current meta. Everyone wants me to play Oops, huh? I realize Hydra and Pyro are playable against Necro. That makes me feel like there are better tools out there. Is Hydra playable? It like only counters Mana Morphos, which I guess you can be relevant if they're on a hand that Mana Morphos is into the Necro or into the Necro, yeah. I mean, they don't need Mana Morphos to win. If they just go like Dark Rit or like Petal Chrome Mox, cast their Necro, and then your Beb doesn't do anything, and then they Mana Morphos after they've drawn 19 cards and have like 3 Pact Negations in hand or whatever. Yeah, that's always the danger. I think Red Elemental Blast is like clearly very good because it can protect your other stuff from their packs. Maybe not very good, but playable. Like I board it in when I'm playing Moonstompy because it protects your like Mindbreak traps and stuff. I missed the early access stream. Will you be revisiting Mono Blue Stompy or is it missing tools? I think it was fine. We 3-2'd with it last week or something. I'll probably play it again. It's definitely needs a lot of refinement to see if it's worth anything. But like we like 3-0'd and then played first like 2 terrible random off the wall matchups. We lost like Merfolk and like fucking Artifact, like Lodestone Golem stuff, just after beating like 3 fairly meta decks. I have not had that experience. My opponents have never bricked with Necro ever. I think the mathematical likelihood of them bricking is pretty low. I don't know. I haven't crunched the numbers because I don't care that enough. I just let them combo me. Getting the nut draw turn 1, that's also low percent. Oh, it depends on what you mean by the nut draw, like protected turn 1 or whatever. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, I do think the deck is not consistent enough to see continual play just in this format. I think like it will show up in leagues and just get you. It's really obnoxious that it's like another like creative technique-esque, just like kind of check you out of nowhere in leagues deck, but I don't think it has the staying, as currently built at least, it hasn't felt like it has the staying power to like maintain regular success in like challenge level Magic. It's just an annoying Belcher deck so far. Everyone's giving me the worst sideboard advice possible on trying to play this deck. Didn't Medvedev have like a tiny sideboard? Like he said, how to sideboard against like Scam, I think. When do you board in the Belchers? Anything Leyline? Cool. What's the LED for? Chargeable activation? Yeah, that's fair. I thought I saw a comment that he had on this post. Versus Blue-Black, nothing on the play, Leylines on the draw. Not sure what the perfect cut is to fit them. And versus Leyline, you go minus 12 cards, or plus 12 cards, minus Pact, Unmask, and Therapy. Pact, Unmask, Therapy. Hang on, let me piece this out. Pact, Unmask, Therapy. Split some number of Reanimates and Informers. So like this. Seems kind of weird, but I guess you're boarding in like another combo piece, right? Yeah. I Yeah, I truly don't know how I feel about like the Necro. I think their success rate against a goldfish feels a little bit too high to me. Like the ability for them to turn one without like a protection is not very helpful in Legacy at large because of the ubiquitousness of Force of Will. But also against the non-Force of Will decks, it's extremely frustrating because the number of cards that are actually good against the deck is so small. It's like exactly Force Fawn, Force of Vigor, and like kind of Mind Break Trap. And there's like no other cards that you can reasonably play against that deck. Which I think is extremely frustrating from a gameplay perspective. I do not know if it hasn't felt like it's broken from a gameplay perspective. It's just something that you'll hit in a league and be like, well, I died. And then you'll move on with your league in 3-2 or 4-1 or whatever. Hey, Stork Patrol, thanks for the follow, appreciated. So it seems like we're playing Oops. We're gonna be flying by the seat of our pants, but we're gonna do it. Chat, you guys gotta help me sideboard. The average member of chat is probably as proficient at sideboarding with this deck as I am. Simeon Spirit Guide X2, Sudden Shock, GG solved it. Why was I thinking about Sudden Shock? There was something that was on my mind for Sudden Shock. Oh, it was killing Frog. If Sudden Shock's good versus Necro and versus Frog, maybe we play Sudden Shock? Huh? Sudden Shock for Frog is maybe inspired. I think it's probably Grifter, not Genius. But it is really funny. Marinara taxes. I mean, I think if I were like, I think red-white taxes is probably fairly strong right now, given my like how high I am on red elemental blasts. Although the Nadu decks aren't showing up as much as I would have expected. I thought that the format would be like Nadu, Frog, Necro, and like you have Rebs against all those decks, except for Rebs aren't that good against Necro unless you're backing it up with like Mind Break Traps or like Force of Wills or stuff. This game player is just gonna immediately start discarding one card just because. Well, if you have 2 mana up, you can still get it if you're tapped out. And then you get got if they just proactively buff the Frog. Yeah, I agree, Perspiring Mike. Nadu is definitely more of a presence on Twitter than actual events. It's the big issue is that both Nadu and Necro are really, really good screenshot cards. It's like, oh, we drew 400 cards with Nadu and we killed the opponent. Or like, oh, we had a game where we had Necro turn 1 with double packed Chancellor backup or whatever. And just like, this isn't every game of Magic. We just get to pick and choose the really cool looking spots and post them on Twitter. And also, yeah, Nadu has the backing of like being really busted in Modern versus maybe a much more reasonable card in Legacy. Let's submit this list before I forget, huh? We have 7 minutes for this challenge. Also, before I forget, we'll do multiple things with, we can change the title, Mono Black Oops, Moon Stompy between rounds. I do have I'm currently in the middle of a league with Moon Stompy, so we can play that one, and then after some point, I'll probably switch over trying this top 2 list. Oops, gamer finally. Jax has been waiting years for this to happen. Jax, you have to help me sideboard. I truly have no idea how I'm supposed to sideboard with this deck. I'm flying by the seat of my pants. It's gonna be ugly. It's gonna be a mess. Belcher plan versus ley lines. Yes, this is what Medvedev posted. Is like, cut these cards. Maybe you're supposed to cut all 4 reanimates and only keep in 2 Undercities. He said cut some number of reanimates in Undercity and form or something like this. Nothing burst blue. He also mentioned Leyline on the draw versus Scam. Oh, we should also post this list on like Stream Decker and stuff, huh? Stream Decker, Flex Slot, etc., etc. Export. Mono, black. Oops. Set as current. Let's go to Flex Slot. Flex Slot Twitch overlay. Yeah, I asked George about that a while ago. He said he ran into some issues, I thought. I forget if that ever got cleared up, but I would love a Flex Slot Twitch overlay. Because then I could stop using Stream Decker. Export. Medvedev's list. Mono, black, oops. I don't like the packs, but I want to see it in action. Yeah, fair enough. I'm definitely just a follower here. I'm sure the oops sickos have a lot more experience than I do. Alright, Mono Black Oops is on Flex Slot on Stream Decker, and I wanted to... As an only mobile viewer, Stream Decker's useless. Yeah, I definitely don't love it. But everything, all of these lists will be on Flex Slot, but obviously for on mobile, it's kind of annoying to go to have Flex Slot open while you're going on to the, while you're still watching the video. Anyway, we have 4 minutes. Can I... add MTG bot, because I don't have my Daybreak account attached to my like record thingy down here, but Jarvis sent me a way to do that. I just don't remember what it is, and I never did it because I'm lazy. I'm trying to very quickly find that. Okay. And so first off, exclamation point add MTGO username, add DB_XJ Cloud. Like this? That didn't look like it did anything. Use a comma and provide both. Oh, that's in the URL. Okay, hang on. I can at least fix the embed in OBS. Where's my little record thingy? Username equals xjcloud, comma? DB_XJCloud. Okay. Maybe that works? Oh, yeah, look at that. I don't know how to add it to, let me try that again, maybe. Looks like... exclamation point MTGO username. Did I spell it wrong? Oh, it was... oh, yeah, it was not add MTGO username. There we go. For some reason, my brain put add there. It's just exclamation point MTGO username, then the word add. We did it. All right, cool. Everything's ready. We're going to oops some people. Sideboard nothing. Sideboard these cards. Cut these cards-ish versus Leyline. Hey, kitty. What's up? Hey, Mobu100. Thanks for the follow. Appreciated. Yeah, get off. Truly no idea what I am going to be doing here. I'm kind of terrified, but I guess this is just a pretty low-stakes challenge. So, we're just here for fun and to try the new Broken deck, and we can play some Moonstomping between rounds and chat about Legacy. And user links, thanks for the follow as well. Appreciate it. I'm here to hang out and have a good time today. Ugh, you're already drooling all over me, kid. You usually like take a few minutes to build up your gross spittle. Where did everybody come from? J Ben MTGO, thanks for the follow. Appreciated. I have to switch between you and Tony with Necro. I'm so tilted. You just gotta come back whenever I'm screaming, Jax, please help me sideboard every round. Just open broken. You just turn one my opponent with Pact of Negation every time. And Death from Above, thank you as well. Appreciated all the follows today. My opponent's usually a lands player. That's pretty bad for them. I mean, I have to imagine that I just keep this and kill my opponent on turn 1, right? Just land, pet. Hey, they're dead, yeah. Is there anything I have to think about with sequencing here? I guess I could keep the Darkrit back, right? The second Darkrit to, like, rebuild in case they're actually a forceable deck or whatever. So we play, like, land, Darkrit, Petal, Informer, right? Wait, there are Entombs in this deck? Why? What does Entomb do in this deck? You can 2 for Narcomoeba for culling the week. Oh, shit. Or Entomb Reanimate for Spy, too. Oh, dang. I'm so... Wow. I didn't even think about that. Okay. Yeah, Entomb's just another enabler with the Reanimates. And then also enables your culling the weeks when you want that. Yeah. We did it! Look at the cards! Wow, you already mastered the deck. Yeah, I'm an expert. Alright. Versus... lands, huh? So on the play, they're gonna have, what, like Crop Rot for Bog? This current list that I'm looking at is from, like, 3 weeks ago, so it's a little old. But they also have, like, Surgical Extractions and Soul Guide Lanterns. We're gonna be watching more Stompy Loops on the stream, almost assuredly, yeah. Can you explain what just happened? So Undercity Informer says, reveal the top card. Target player reveals top cards from their library until they reveal a land, puts those in their graveyard. You target yourself, you have no lands in your deck, you put your whole deck in your graveyard, you mill 4 Narcomoebas, you cast Dread Return, targeting Thassa's Oracle, and then they die. But anyway, how am I supposed to beat crop rotation? Like, you can just grief it, or you could potentially board in Leyline for specifically crop rotation. Also helps beat endurance, right? Or we could try to do the sideboard juke plan with Belcher. Or you just packed it, I guess, yeah. Maybe we just run it back, huh? PH43, thanks for the follow. Appreciated. Legacy just enters Jax's summer and you guys didn't even notice. Oh no. Are we in oops? We're in oops summer? God, I hope not. This deck seems so gross. Sideboard in 1 line because that's all you need. Yeah, maybe we're supposed to like cut, like shave down on Reanimate or something. Maybe we just run it back. Sphere of Resistance if they're on the Sphere plan. They are on the Sphere plan, huh? You just hit land drops for that? Maybe that's the reason we just run it back then, huh? Like, we'll decide for game 3. It'll be fine. Just concede. Yeah, if we get sphered, we just kill them on turn 1 turn. We kill them on turn 1 in game 3. This hand doesn't do anything, so it doesn't seem very good, huh? We have a bunch of lands. It's good against Sphere of Resistance. It's bad at killing our opponent. This hand has... This hand is not very great at killing our opponent. It has 1 land, so it plays through a sphere. It has a Pact. My opponent also mulligans to 6. We have 1, 2, 3 mana? Oh yeah, 2 lands. 2 lands Petal? If we draw an Entomb, it's a turn 1 with Pact backup. If we draw any fast mana, it's just a turn 2 with Pact backup. I feel like this is a keep. We bottom the second Spy, probably. Because this deck's definitely going off exactly once. I'm keeping this hand. My opponent goes like turn 1 Reclaimer. It's really bad for me, but that's fine. They won't. Just draw Grief and a turn 1. Oh yeah, Grief is also a turn 1, I think. Yeah. IMUL, but probably irrelevant because they have Sphere. Are the cards tiny? I just re-downloaded Moto here, so my settings are all kind of messed up. I'm gonna keep this. Maybe I'm wrong. I assume Jax is probably right, but wait, not lands. The mirror? That would be really funny. It's actually the mirror. Oh my god, that's so funny. We're just both on this fucking deck and we won the die roll. Holy shit. Are you always supposed to target your opponent in the mirror? I guess we don't know if he's on, like Memory's Journey or something. Grief reanimate their Spy. That is also very funny. Yeah, opponent is gonna target me, right? Like, that's how this works? Yeah. And then I die. So this deck literally has no interaction. Like, it's literally, I'm going to turn 1 my opponent or they're going to turn 1 me, so we just mull for a turn 1 for game 3, right? There's, like, none of these sideboard cards matter. We mull for a turn 1 or, like, maybe, like, a Grief, like, scam hand. Have a land in the sideboard for the mirror when they target you. Wow, big brain. Leyline could matter. I mean, it doesn't though, right? Because if you don't have to target them. If they leyline you, you just target yourself and kill them with the Thoracle. They have no interaction for like the Dread Return part of the combo either. You're allowed to kill them by targeting them, but you can also just kill them via targeting yourself. Normal Dread Return, Thassa's Oracle stuff. Pact is blank. Belcher is slightly less blank. True. We could just have a hand that produces 7 mana and you just Belcher them. This is fair. This is fair and reasonable. Can we also board an LED? If that's the case? It stops Grief if you have a slower hand. And it's also true, but man, that can't. There's just no way that matters. You forgot to register Dread Return and you played it too? Oh my god. Yeah, if it's a slow hand, you just mulligan it, though. I do... Well, I mean, I guess Pact pitches to a Chrome Mox and Charbelcher doesn't, but... I wonder if you can just cut Unmask and Griefs for LEDs to try to Belcher them better. But then you're low on black cards, and you want Grief for culling the weak, so maybe not. Yeah, that's what we're talking about. Pact is bad. You can have like a triple Dark Rit Belcher hand or something potentially to kill them. Just extra kill conditions. I guess we just run it like this. None of this matters. We're gonna fucking turn 1 them or whatever. We won the die roll. This is just lethal, right? Boggart Trawler, Chrome Mox, pitch Boggart Trawler, Entomb, Narc, Culling, Spy, get 3 Narcs, or just target them. Yeah, this is just turn one lethal. No? I missing something? Jax has me sweating. What do you pitch to Culling? We entomb for Narcomoeba, right? We have 2 mana here. Boggart, Chromotch pitch Boggart, entomb Narcomoeba, Culling it, Spy. Okay, yes. Okay, we're good. Whew. Entomb for Narc is like kind of sick, huh? Build your own Dark Ritual. And we just target our opponent, unless they put in a ley line. We target ourselves. This hand almost mattered, like, this Belcher not being like a pact that pitches to Chromox or something. We needed BP anyway, though. Oh, they did board in Leyline of Sanctities. Fun. GG's XD indeed. Good old-fashioned Magic here, huh? We played 3 whole turns between the 2 of us. Why is targeting them better than targeting yourself? It's style points. But yeah, in case they have like a Fairy Macabre sideboard, something like that, that's also fair. But if they had Fairy Macabre, they would have Macabre my Narc there. Probably, almost assuredly. But it's mostly style points. Not even first match done? Yeah, wow. Like 5 other matches were done. I mean, yeah, like Magic Dad's like a Reanimator player. If Marcus is also playing this deck, it would be so funny. He played against Medvedev. I need to ask him. Well, no, you can't 2-0 in the mirror, though. There's no way. Yeah, I just put that together. 2-0, definitely not the mirror. Yeah, it's impossible. And like, unless Medvedev got super unlucky and had like rolled a 3 or something. But yeah, he's been on Scam lately, so he might have just been on Scam, right? And just won with like Force of Wills and Griefs and stuff. Oh shit. I did have a huge punt. I didn't GLHF my opponent. Is it BM to GLHF your opponent knowing that the GLHF bit is that you're going to turn 1 them? Is it BM if you're doing that? Or is it good manners to tell your opponent that you're going to turn 1 them by GLHFing? Culling the Weak Entomb is really fucking sick, huh? I genuinely did not even realize this deck had Entombs in it. I'm really confused how Medvedev beats Scam 5 times when he loses anytime the player scams Grief and Reanimate Spy. I'm pretty sure he boards in Leyline of Sanctity when he's on the draw versus Scam. In any game 1, yeah. But, like, some of the game 1s, you just kill them because you win the die roll, right? I think you're just posing, but not really part of the gang if you don't GLHF again. For style points, that is true. Maybe if I really want to be an oops sicko, if you GLHF, you draw better hands, maybe? Maybe that's how it works? We'll try it next round and see how it works out, huh? And they also don't always have, like, you don't always have, like, the grief plus reanimate your thing. So, like, if you get griefed and you have, like, the turn 1, but you also have a reanimate, they can't, like, the reanimates are, like, kind of nice insulation versus discard specifically. It's a requirement to GLHF on turn 1 decks. Maybe I need to learn the deck a little bit better, huh? Alright, we have like a million hours. Let's play some fucking Moonstompy. We have nothing but time this challenge. I can't even remember what my list is with this that I currently have in here. I think I was playing a Damping Matrix, which is, I guess, very good against, maybe not very good, but is pretty solid against Oops, which is nice if it's just in the league, in the middle of the leagues. Play 3 leagues with the same deck between rounds. That would probably honestly be the smart thing to do, would be to get some reps with the deck between rounds. But I'm also in the middle of this Moonstompy League, so we will instead finish this. Turn 1 Rabble on the play. Seems fine enough. I think I'm going to pitch the Fury. Turn Rabble, turn 2 Fable, notably. Turn 1 Rabble, not Fable. It's felt a lot like I want to kill my opponents in this meta. And we can cast the Fable on turn 2. If Fable was like our only card we could cast here, then I'd be less interested in it, but this meta has definitely felt like one where I just need to dead my opponent as fast as possible. Yeah, against high interaction decks, I'd rather Fable. Like, if I knew I was playing against, like, Delver or, maybe even versus, like, Beans or something, I'd probably lead like this. Hierarch Reclaimer, though. Are they just on Maverick, then? I kind of want to just shoot this Reclaimer, huh? Just go to combat here. And then just hit the, just kill the Reclaimer. After they presumably block a Goblin token. Yeah, it could be Newton, could be Mav. I think regardless, I'm happy just smash. Three mana gut shot. Sometimes it's all you need. Double basic forest. That means more likely Newton, I think. If I had to guess. I don't know. Mab probably plays double forest sometimes, but... Alright. Obviously impossible to know, but if I knew they had second Reclaimer, I probably would have just played Fable. It's gonna just die here if it's Newton, huh? I should have gone to get breakfast. I didn't eat breakfast today yet. I mean, I guess I'll have a lot of free time. Maybe I'll get some for round 2. We will have plenty of time this challenge. Can I have my Fury back, please? Just tank, natural order for Atraxa. Love that play. Yeah, it's my favorite. tank, best possible. It truly happens so much. Although, notably, I shouldn't criticize because I'm doing it with Oops in the challenge where I'll be like, oh god, it's a turn 1 and I have a pact, I think. Let me just like take 30 seconds and like figure it out. So like it's very understandable that that's the play sometimes, especially if you're like newer on a deck. So I shouldn't criticize. Our match probably would have lasted like 3 minutes less long in the challenge if I had just stopped tanking and just been like, okay, kill them. Oh, the white. Cool. Alright, this is getting a little awkward, huh? Can we loot into... Definitely not these fucking cards. Loot into red card Fury, please. Oh. Are they dead? Do we just get to Sundering Eruption, and then none of their creatures can block, and then they die? I guess it probably doesn't matter which... I just always Sunder the... again, it doesn't matter. They're just gonna die. Tank, falter. Oh no, they can counter it! With the Reclaimer! No! I mean, I didn't have a plan B, so this just gets me. But it taps the Reclaimer at least. So it can't block as a 3/4, and it taps this. So we don't win here, but we do attack them for 4. We could have hit our own land, could we have? Shit, I'm so dumb. Wow. We definitely got there. Hey, dog, what are you doing? Dog, get out of here. I honestly assumed that this would say target land an opponent controls, because like so many of the MDFCs only target your opponent's stuff. But yeah, absolutely should have faltered myself. Oh, we still wouldn't have had lethal, huh? We would have got Talon Gates of Madarad. I guess we just don't attack. Hey, Volus Program, thanks for the sub, appreciated. This is why you tank before making the game-winning play. Yeah, we also couldn't play around this, though. So I think it's fine to wait. And the third man, 333, thanks for the follow. Appreciated. Hell yeah, appreciate the support. Big Legacy fan. Hey, Nomad Runner, also, thanks for the follow. What do they got here? I don't like the float 2 mana. It makes me feel like I'm going to get natural ordered. No. Can we draw another Falter? I'll target myself this time, I promise. We might be dead now, huh? Unless we draw specifically another Falter. Because then they can go get Cradle and probably Fiend Artisan into Hoof me. That is not a second Falter. Tail White has Vigilance. Yeah, it's pretty sick. Classic green-black Vigilance card. Everyone's favorite. I believe we're dead, so let's go to combat here. Oh, I should have played land and Sokins, but then, like, 1/1s aren't gonna cross the finish line. Maybe we keep the Rabble back on the off chance we actually manage to win this game somehow. No, they're just gonna eat the Shaman and eat the Goblin token to throw back to an old creature. Is it? Oh, I mean, like, yes, Knight of the Reliquary, but Knight of the Reliquary doesn't have Vigilance. Oh, we're making a joke. Gotcha. I see. Alright, my opponent's taking too long. Let's go game 2. I don't want this versus... Unless they're mana abilities. Doesn't draw off mana abilities. It's not that exciting, but maybe it's okay still. Flute also seems okay. Maybe not great. What do Newton's current lists look like? Like, you almost just want Hearst versus this deck now. Damning Matrix is for what? It was just an idea. I would cut it from my list, but I was like trying it in a league, and I just never finished it. I think it honestly hurts Moonstompy too much in the matchups that you want it. Like, good for it's, but like the idea is like it was good for the Nadu decks and like a bunch of other random bullshit that's like it's a null rod that's better versus stuff like Nadu. It does stop Artisan, Reclaimer, Knight. That's true. But then we have so many cards reporting in. Is Chalice good versus Newton Elves right now? I don't think it is. I think his ones are probably just Reclaimer and like 8 Nobles, where it's like fine on the play but not exciting. Maybe we're just supposed to go down on Magus of the Moons and like Blood Moon effects. On the play though, Blood Moon turn 1 is so good though. Maybe we can board differently play draw, huh? Where on the play these cards are more powerful and we don't necessarily need stuff like this. Might also be a match. Yeah, this is probably like Shave Rabbles matchup where you just like go in all in on the removal spell plan. Although if you're all on the removal spell plan, you definitely want a card like Hearse or Scarab Swarm because the Fiend Artisans and the Knights get pretty chunky if you're just killing everything that your opponent has. Really not sure how to sideboard in this matchup anymore, huh? I'll trust my gut for now, and we'll do this, I think. I think I want the Scarab more than like the 4th Hearse. It's a little awkward though because Damping Matrix means that you can just it's really hard to actually kill your opponent if you have it in play. You can't activate your own Bombardiers. It's on 4 Force of Vigors also. Yeah, maybe that means the Damping Matrix is worse. No. No, this hand's much better. Alright. We'll keep this. Bottom the Hearse, because we need three lands. And then I think I'll pitch the Fable, because we're going to Blood Moon, and then we just have the Bombardiers to kill. I don't think we need the Fable to kill. I think we just want the Bombardiers for like when a creature slips through the cracks here. I guess if we get Force of Vigor, we just fucking die on the spot instantly. We're also on 6 cards, huh? This is really awkward all of a sudden. We just simply won't get Force of Vigor, chat. Maybe I'm supposed to pitch the Bombardiers so I can actually rebuild. Because assuming the worst case scenario is I get Force of Vigor and I lose the Chromox and the Blood Moon, and then I have a City Traders in play and I can at least go Mountain Fable and like try to rebuild from there. But also is maybe a little bit of a... there we go. Call to cut Blood Moons, play only Magus against like 4 Force of Vigors. Not been playing MTGO much. Are there any statistics so far for how much Necro is a problem? I haven't seen any like stats on it. I haven't felt like Necro's an actual problem. Is it horrible to pitch Mox and just Mountain into 3-drop, 3-drop? I think Blood Moon is much, much worse on turn 2 than turn 1. Like if you just like let them get a like fetch for basic forest, it's your Blood Moon is like unplayable. But it's possible that I wanted to like do that to play on Force of Vigor. Oh shit! Keep that. I almost want to. Never mind. I was about to say I almost want to keep this Chromox to throw at the broadside, but we literally have a Goblin Shaman in play. We have infinite fodder. Okie doke. You're dead. 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 Alright, game 3. We can reassess. It's honestly, there's a chance that I just want to cut the Blood Moon stuff in post-board games here. Especially Blood Moon itself, for I think the quad Force of Vigor reason makes a lot of sense to me. Maybe we can just do a clean swap of Blood Moon for Rabblemaster? Like this? This looks actually pretty reasonable on the draw versus Newton. But yeah, I don't think this Damping Matrix is good. I just need to finish this league with it. I think it's like actually just hurts too much of your stuff. You can't activate your like flipped fables or your bombardiers, and just that can actually be pretty hard to close games. Turns off your like Chromoxes and your unlicensed hearses, but it was a card that like popped up in my head as like something that's always in the back of my mind as a possible Moonstompy tool, but I think it's not good. Lands? No. Okay. Should be. Lands? Yes. Awkward, but fine. We have like Hearse, Rabble, and like Fury pitch card. Doesn't turn off Chrome. Oh yeah, you're right. It doesn't turn off Chromox. It's not. It turns off non-mana abilities of both artifacts and creatures. It's not Null Rod. But yeah, it turns off like Hearse, Fable, like the Fable flip, Bombardiers and stuff. Anyway, this hand is unexciting but acceptable. What is this fair Magic trash? We gotta do something between rounds. I gotta finish this league at least. Alright, this Chromox is probably garbage. Like, we could talk about pitching, like, one of these cards, but we need a pitch card for the Fury rather than... We could maybe try to hardcast the Fury, but, I mean, we can also decide that the following turn. We maybe draw, like, a Simian Spirit Guide and we can hardcast the Fury instead of the Rabble. I will just pretty happily play out the Hearse turn 1, though. Decide what to do turn 2 here, which is probably going to be pitch cast Fury on 2 to 3 creatures and then cast Rabble Master. But if we draw like Simian Spirit Guide or second Chrome Mox, then we can like hard cast the Fury. Come on, cast one more 1-drop. Yeah, buddy. Another 1-drop. Wait, this doesn't actually help. This is 5 toughness. That's fine. Now we draw Simian Spirit Guide. Supposed to leave the Dryad Arbor or or like a Noble? Does it matter? Probably not. Leave the Noble Hierarch up, I think. Cutting lands could potentially like cut Reclaimer stuff. We could potentially Sundering Eruption this, but I'm pretty sure I'm pitch casting here. I'm thinking pitch casting and just casting Rabble Master. Going here, here, here. Cast Rabble Master. A little awkward for the next Fury, but we could potentially pitch the Rabble Master and hardcast a follow-up Fury. Kind of dependent to really leave the Reclaimer. I kind of don't want to. I think actually, hang on. What if we pitch cast the Rabble Master and... Wait, does this get us to... No, because we need the Chromox to get the 5th mana. So we can't 3... It'd have to be 3, 4, and then we wouldn't be able to cast this turn. What do you want to leave the Reclaimer for? I want them to, like, invest more into the board and we just Fury them a second time. I think I'm going to do this. I guess the Reclaimer theoretically doesn't do a lot besides get the stupid, maybe he blocks the Rabble Master token? Oh, well, it's kind of like sicko. Yeah, it's honestly fair. Tried might make it a 3-4 next turn. It's not going to be a 3-4, we have a Hearse. But yeah, I think it honestly is kind of a pretty heads-up play to... There's no way you block here, especially after, like, a super long tank. But yeah, it's absolutely free to do. This is very smart. Some people will just take the block. If I had, like, done it with more confidence, then maybe my opponent takes that block. But, like, there's no way they do it now. Hey, Sindis. Thanks for the follow. Yeah. It's true that the Reclaimer doesn't do a ton with the Hearse in play. It can never get big, but it like, is annoying enough that it's going to, like, block my tokens in the future. I think I'm just going to blow up their board minus the Noble Hierarch. Now we just want to draw, like, another red card. You would leave it? I feel like it just is going to get in the way of me killing my opponent with this Rabble Master is the issue. It's just going to, like, negate so much damage. But yeah, I do like cutting them off of mana. But we have a follow-up Fury, which can definitely potentially, like, mitigate that issue. Oh, nice. Mill the Atraxa. That's actually extremely good for me. They boarded in Snuff Out. Interesting. Found Snuff Out really bad against. I guess the decks aren't on Magus anymore, so Snuff Out's less bad. But milling Atraxa is really nice. Dying to a follow-up Fury, so you want to choke them off of that mana. Yeah, I just wasn't confident if it was going to happen next turn. But yeah, I could definitely see the argument for leaving the Reclaimer to be cleaned up with the follow-up Fury. Green Sun's for 2? Is this just, like, Collector Roof? Is this, like... This can't be white, because white's... Or, like, Fiend would get so small. We'll activate in case it's Collector Roof, though. I think I'm going to exile both the creatures, leave one land. If it's just oof, we just can hopefully draw a land and kill them. We will, of course, draw a red card and be really sad about our Chrome Mox. But we could just draw a land deck. What if we... Yeah, what if we just drew land, huh? Did I forget to attack last turn? I don't think I did, but... Well slammed. Double Fury, yes, indeed. It was well slammed. Double Furry, even. We did it. Yeah, exactly, Days. That's what I always say. Why play Brainstorm when you could just draw the good cards? How's this challenge doing, huh? 36 minutes. I'm gonna go get some breakfast. We still have like fucking 15, 20 minutes before round 2 starts. I need to get back into the oops frame of mind, too. Too much stomping. I have to, like, sit there and sweat my opening hands for a minute, hoping to try to, like, dodge some unforeseen disaster. Hey, Orange Jello. Thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. But yeah, I will be right back. I think I'm just going to grab some cereal or something. And cereal seems so hard to sit here and eat, but whatever. We'll figure it out. Right back, chat. Also, Schlumpfinsum. Thanks for the follow. Alright, we're back. I got my cereal. You guys ever had Magic Spoon before? I just got this stuff at Costco. I've been looking for it forever, but my Costco hadn't been selling it. I'd never had any, but it's very good. I tried their other, like, higher protein cereal or whatever. There's stuff like Catalina Crunch, which is their, like, whatever, high protein, healthy Cinnamon Toast Crunch, basically. But it was so gross. I hate the taste of stevia. But I don't know what they put in this Magic Spoon stuff, but it's so much better. Holy crap. I could not eat the Catalina Crunch, but this stuff just tastes like fucking Fruit Loops. Do you eat cereal anymore? You consider it? Yeah. Not a big cereal guy myself, but I've been wanting to try this stuff for so long, and I just never had it at my Costco. Until yesterday. And it is really good. I thought it was online only, honestly. Yeah, Costco has a lot of weird stuff that's like you don't see in normal stores. That you usually just order online. There are these chips that I always buy there, these like protein chips. They're called like Wild or something. They seem to only be online and then also at Costco randomly. I'm a big Costco fan. You can't have any. You're a cat. It's my cereal. Go away. No. No. Don't encourage her, Gentoo Lord. Get out of here. It's not even dog this time. Cat's the whiny one, though. Dog does like a more of a chirp than a meow. Alright, much better. Thank you all for indulging me while I eat my breakfast. Now we're ready to go. Yeah, we're closer to this finishing. Oh, I missed Callum's story. Someone posted a list with so many win cons, couldn't figure out where this loss came from. Stared at it for ages until you realize they cut bonders. Why waste a mana when you can draw the action straight away? Yeah, that is based as hell. Miracles definitely hit that point where it was like it hit the issue that some like really broken decks do, where it's like too good to fail, where you start playing a bunch of bad cards and then it just doesn't matter because the deck's really busted. I remember at some point I got Simeon's Spirit Guided into like turn 3 Jace the Mind Sculptor versus Miracles. Just like what the fuck are we doing here? People could definitely do whatever the fuck they wanted, and it just never mattered. right? It was just so dumb. I tilted off like the face of the fucking earth. I was so upset about it. Just you're never able to play around turn 3 Jace the Mind Sculptor there. If we do that with Scam, will they ban Grief? Use your deck list? Yeah, we had the deck list up a little earlier, but yeah. It's also on FlexLaw and on Stream Decker if you're not on mobile. But yeah, this is our current challenge deck list. We apparently should have come to tech for the mirror, swap some of these sideboard cards out for some Fairy Macabres, but I guess no, Fairy Macabre isn't even that good in the mirror because you can target your opponent. What would you even play as sideboard tech? Just Mindbreak Trap, I guess? You need something from the hand that interacts. Games in the mirror that got decided by the fun of Ancient Tomb for turn 3 GTA. Oh yeah, I remember I played I had a match against PHG Patrick Green, chat regular. We were testing like post top miracles at some point versus D&T, and at the time I had like the one of Ancient Tomb, and I had like 2 or 3 chalices in the sideboard. And I just drew the turn 1 chalice like just an unreasonable amount of the time in our testing matches. It was really funny. Because it's not very helpful with all these Undercity Informers in different spots. We were talking about like sideboarding cards. Are you gonna write an article about this deck? I mean, if we win the challenge, then I'll think about it. This is why I wanted Spell Pierce. Good times, right? 50 pages? 50 words, maybe. Mole 2, turn 1. Never sideboard. Deck broken. That's 8. I'm like pretty close to 50 right there. Please ban Thassa's Oracle WotC. A detailed description of how to approach every matchup. Turn 1 'em. Turn 1 'em. Turn 1 'em. Turn 1 'em. I'm an expert. I'm an oops expert now, right? Oh yeah, win the die roll. Very important. Win the die roll. Turn 1 'em, turn 1 'em, turn 1 'em, turn 1 'em. Good catch. I do remember the days where Miracles were playing Baneslayer sideboard. That was like a Reed Duke thing, I think, right? I don't know if he's the one that invented that, but he's the one that's most memorable in my mind as doing it. All right, we got one match left. We can wait here. Should I put the record on screen, or is the record over here good enough for everybody? That's probably enough, right? We don't have to put a title. It says we're 1-0. Although this little box over here I think will change if we go into like leagues. So if people show up between rounds if we're playing Moonstop in a league, then they might not know the record. You missed the him, I win times when it was not just about slamming. I mean, isn't him just kind of slamming it, right? I absolutely don't miss him because my him to Turok luck was horrendous. They would just always hit my best cards every time. It's just impossible to ever beat. But like casting him 3 times, like him snap him or whatever, sounds like a slamming it sort of deck. Imagine playing a deck that takes 50 minutes to win when you can just play 3 turns in a match. Yeah, very true. Chat, we should do that's what we should do on the title. We should do a number of turns played in the challenge count. Where's my title? we can maybe provide a little bit of context. We can do 1-0 with... Oops. I don't need that. Total turns play 3. It says we're playing Oops in the stream title. We'll be fine. Grixis Control was just a Jund deck that cut Goyf, so it had no clock. Yeah, that's a reasonable way of putting it. It was like a very, like... It was almost the start of, like, the mid-range-ification of Legacy Control decks. Obviously now they're just all mid-range decks because they're a row, but... Really lost the art of the control deck in a lot of Legacy piles nowadays. Hey, the little Donnie, thanks for the follow, appreciated. Just gotta wait for this last match. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense, Lawrence. That deck, I definitely got Jace plussed a lot, which makes sense. Because back then it was just like, oh, if I draw Cataclysm, I can just win the game. So they just had to like plus Jace a bunch. Shardless Bug, so it's Check Pile. Check Pile I kind of like lump into. I guess the Check Pile existed pre Grixis Control because it was like the Death Rate deck, but I did hate Check Pile. Check Pile and Grixis are just kind of smushed together in my head though. But Shardless Bug was just straight up a mid-range deck. And just like you played a 2/2 that cast Ancestral Recall sometimes. They played literal Tarmogoyf. I hated that Check Pile deck so much. The mana base was like so god-awful, but it just like didn't matter. For whatever reason, it was just impossible to punish that deck's mana base. It was one of the reasons that like, he wanted to play like mono or like red splash taxes, I think, was for those matchups. You just fucking hammer him with a Magus of the Moon. Alright, round 2. That's so fucked up. Look at how bad our breakers are, chat. The literal bottom of the 1-0s. 53-minute round? Yeah, fucked up. They should really make a challenge for Oops players. Where it's just like 5-minute... Like, your round timer is just 3 minutes. Yeah, it is true. Deathrite Shaman was the reason that those mana bases worked. Deathrite Shaman is just a fully unreasonable Magic card. For the breaker must be total minutes played. The program automatically gives you the worst breakers if you play Oops. Deserved, honestly. That's fair. I'll take it. If we bubble out because we have Oops breakers, that's just good. That's just good programming. Oh god, don't remind me of Island Astrolabe days. Ugh. Yeah, it's good that I think the mana bases in Legacy are much more punishable right now. There are decks that can reasonably play basics and play around decks with punishing mana bases. Like, decks that get to punish mana bases, like, Scam gets... A bad part of Scam is not that it gets to play, like, mana... Like, the Trolls and to play 2 basics. It's, like, a reasonable counterplay of Legacy that exists, whereas, like, Delver... Rogue Delver can play the basic island. Grixis Delver can't always support the basic island. Stuff like that. The 2 minutes waiting is annoying to play a league. Maybe we'll play Oops in the league after we finish the Moonstompy League. We gotta play 2 more matches of it. Alright. Jax is in chat, so he can tell me if the hand's good or not. It'll be fine. Playing against Jake TMS, huh? Oh, we won the die roll again. We're good. Good Magic players. He played this list not recently at all. This is not a turn 1 kill. We have nothing to cull. We just have 1, 2, 3 mana very slowly, so we just ship this. Yes. This is a turn 2 backed by double Pact of Negation? This seems fine, right? Do I keep the Reanimate to play around Grief, or do I keep double Pact? I mean, I guess I don't know what my opponent's on. My opponent's last played list was, like, almost a month ago, so it's tough. Yeah, it's on. It is a little bit tricky here. I think I want to keep. My inclination is to keep Reanimate because I'm more likely to be playing against like Scam and they like can grief me, versus I play against Delver. But notably, we would have to like Pact even a Daze here unless we draw more mana on turn 2. Yeah, exactly. I guess Reanimate does give you a do-over, too. All right, let's put another Pact. Although, I guess if you fire off the Pact first, you're just gonna die. But... so you can't fire off the Pact first. But I think I'm fine bottoming the other Pact here. Maybe we're supposed to keep the double Pact, because if we get griefed and not grief scammed, I think they just might take the Dark Ritual, honestly. We'd also draw mana, and we'd have, like, Spy plus Reanimate in the same turn, yeah. But we need to be, like, exactly Petal, I think, or, like, I guess another Writ. Yeah, we're playing as actual Delver, which sucks for me, because now we can't beat, like, Daze plus Force. Unless we draw more mana, obviously. Be nice if we had double Pact in this hand. Oh, wow, worst possible draw. Alright, well, we just go for it, I guess. It's possible we don't Pact? You want to wait? For what? There's a better line? Let the Spy get countered, reanimate it next turn with Pact backup? What? Jax is the real pilot here. Spy, yeah, exactly. Spy but don't Pact, yeah. I would not Pact because I just have Reanimate Pact of Negation up next turn. And they're not playing any graveyard stuff. They're not, like, Scam here. Yeah, because this has turn 2 protection. Turn 2 combo that plays around Daze and protection. Unless we get, like, Wastelanded, which we don't. I guess we could technically play around Spell Pierce here. My opponent has 6 cards in hand. They don't have Spell Pierce. They actually do have a Spell Pierce in their list. Draw another Narco. Shut up. We would win with drawing another Narco, because we could sack the Spy. I think I'd just Dark Ray play around, like, Daze. Or play around Pierce. And there's Force Pitch Daze. And I can't cast the Cabal Therapy here because I only have 3 Narcs, and I want to play around a Lightning Bolt. So if they have, like, Force of Negation or something, then they just get me. But they would have forced the Pact. Or the Reanimate anyway. Or the Pact. All the cards are so tiny. We did it! That unfortunately adds 3 turns to the total game. That doubled our game, our turn count, unfortunately. Turn 2, so long and grindy. Oh no, it was turn 3, yeah, hang on. No, there were like 8. There was 5 total turns between the two of us, right? Yeah, no sideboard seems correct. Their graveyard has like surgical extractions. Force of Negations, stuff that you don't have like counterplay in the sideboard for, and then you just want to open with like Pacts or Griefs. This hand is so close, like double, but it wanted to. If it had like just actual mana source, it'd be fucking broken. But I don't think we're not keeping this because you're trying to draw two like what 20 outs, I guess. 12 land plus Chrome Mox plus Petal. I feel like you have better odds on 6. But like on the draw, this seems really tempting. It is 20 outs, right? We have plenty of time to debate this decision. It is literally just, yeah, we have 12 lands and 8 other black sources. If it's Chrome Mox, can we still double Grief? Chrome Mox, pitch Reanimate, Grief, pitch Undercity, Grief, pitch Dark Rit, culling the weak Undercity Informer, yeah. You probably keep? I'm kind of tempted to keep, honestly. Is Hope of Ghirapur or Vexing Bauble an option for this sideboard? Probably not. I wouldn't ask me. I'm definitely not an expert. I think I want to keep this. It's like under 50% chance to win the game. 20 is a lot, though. Also, my opponent's mulliganing. We maybe have some time. This keep destroys our total turns played, yeah. Should we have turns that we played instead of total turns? Did my opponent keep double Bauble? Oh, we could also just move to discard and discard the Undercity Informer. And then we just have, like, Reanimate. Although that doesn't really matter. We have plenty of mana. But it means we could just pitch all of our extra mana to, like, Griefs and stuff. I mean, I guess you can't cycle. I was going to say you can cycle the Bauble when you're going out, but you actually can't because you have 0 cards in library. So probably pretty bad. I think I'm happy. Although if we move to discard, we lose our Undercity Informer. So yeah, it's dangerous. Yeah, my opponent clearly kept like Force Will and stuff. Let's Grief, pitch Informer, I think. Opponent's not a Thoughtseize deck. I kind of want to pitch a Dark Ritual instead, honestly. I don't think it matters. So yeah, Surgical would really suck. Okay, they force pitch Daze. That's fine. We will just say go, because we want to pair the other Grief with the Culling the Weak, potentially. No land? I guess they bobbled me, right? So they know that I have an Undercity Informer. That's not very good. I think I'll wait now. I guess I have to wait because we want these Cullings. This is a little awkward, huh? I could just... Yeah, discard Undercity, lose to Surgical. I don't... yeah. I think I was actually supposed to pitch an Undercity instead of a Dark Rit, because we could potentially pitch Culling here instead, and just have double Dark Rit. What a game of Magic, huh? This is destroying our turns played. Oh, fuck. Oh, I guess we just get to discard this. It doesn't matter that we drew it. This is absolutely decimating our turns played. Statistically unlikely for this to happen. Alright, that's a good draw at least. I guess I discard another Culling. Oh no! It's over, chat. Oh shit! All right, hang on. Hang on. So we lead. No, we can't lead Grief. But if we get the Chrome Mox Dazed, we have to pact it. Hold up. We don't need the. We could actually lead Grief because we don't need Grief culling the weak because we have Reanimate, right? Release the good luck, have fun, tank. All right, so hang on. So if we lead Grief, pitch culling the weak, we can check for like more bullshit, and then we can Chrome Mox potential if they have more interaction that can beat Grief plus Pact. We can just like Chrome Mox Reanimate, force through some stuff, and then next turn. Maybe I should discard the Spy actually because the Informer's 2 mana to go off, but that's fine. All right, I think I'm leading Grief to culling the weak. Because I don't want to get the Chrome Mox Dazed, because I want to resolve the Grief before I resolve the Pact in case of, like, double interaction. I think it's okay to let him Daze a Mox. Is it? Don't we just... Isn't that just really bad for us? We'd have no mana? I'm going to Grief him. There's Daze. That's fine. And then we Chrome Mox pitch Undercity Informer. No, we pitch Spy because we can cast off Dark Rat next turn potentially. But this turn, I think we just Chrome Mox Reanimate Undercity Informer go. I think I also should have discarded the Spy instead of another Informer. Because we could try to kill this turn. Alternatively, we could Chrome Mox Dark Rat Informer, but that's bad against 6 cards in hand, 5 cards in hand. But I think the likelihood of us untapping with the Informer is like fairly reasonable. Don't you need Dark Rat to kill with Undercity? If I want to kill them this turn, yeah. But like, what are the odds that they have Bolt? And if they have Bolt, we have Dark Ritual Undercity. We could just try to kill them here, but if they have double interaction behind that, maybe the shields are down enough that it's fine. Because we have Pact. It's tough. Kill him? Chat says kill him, huh? I guess we do have the Pact, alright. Maybe we do just go for it, huh? This would be easier if I just had discarded the Spy. I didn't think about that. I think they should have surgicaled the Dread Return just a long time ago. Oh, they just said that in chat. Where's my guy? Yeah, we had Dread Return in the graveyard. They could have just surgicaled it. Can we be surgical on Dread Return? Do we have no, we have no Memory Journey or something. But we 2-0'd. Unfortunately, adds a shit ton of total turns played to us. Maybe this counter is not as fun anymore, huh? We won on turn 7, and we were on the draw, so it's 14 more turns. That's so many turns! God, this number was so much funnier when it was 3. Keep up with the deck real quick so I can screenshot. Yeah, it's also, if you want to, like, import it anywhere, it's on Flex Slot and Stream Decker, but yeah, you just want a quick screenshot, it's right here. We took so many turns. Really unfortunate. It actually makes the counter a lot more fun, does it? I mean, maybe. That was a really funny game, at least. Just no lands. No one ever played a land for, like, 7 turns. Turn counter wrecked. Yeah, no. Yeah, turn counter got super wrecked by our zero lander that didn't hit until turn 7. Just woke up, Papa gonna call you a monster. Yeah, but we're a monster that's 2-0 in this challenge, so take that as you will. Might import later terrorize leagues. Hell yeah. All credit goes to Medvedev. I don't know if Medvedev built it or got it from another player. I'm sure the Oops Discord has been like brewing this shit behind the scenes or something, but I don't pay attention to that. I just literally copy pasted this from Medvedev's top 2 split from the previous challenge. What upgrades did it get from MH3? 12 mono black lands. You got 8 new black lands. This is just a 12 land mono black deck now. And then you get to like play this weird Entomb Grief package and also like support Culling the Weak, because Culling the Weak can be comboed with Entomb for Narcomoeba or with Grief to make the 4 mana you need to kill them. Like how the Necro deck was brewed, but it was literally the most obvious 60 ever. Well, I mean, specifically the discovery of like Born Upon a Wind. Like step 1 is how can I win in my opponent or in my own end step after I draw 19 cards, and step 2 was going to Scryfall and eventually finding Born Upon a Wind, and then the deck kind of builds itself from there. Sure, it's gonna put 4 Leylands at every sideboard. Yeah, we haven't played against Leylands yet today, but we very well might. That's why we have this like anti-Leyline sideboard plan. Anyway, I'm gonna run to the bathroom real quick, and then we can play some more Moonstompy between rounds. Alright, we're back. Fitting in to play Grief since it was just Grief the format. Also, maybe if this deck is good enough, we actually fucking get Grief banned, huh? Maybe the Oops Sickos are doing us a favor here. Like, how would you... God, it's just, like, Trinispheres and stuff that you want against this deck. Like, Leylines and stuff are good, but the deck has some amount of counterplay with boarding in, like, Feed the Swarms and the Charbelcher plan and stuff. Fairy Macabre also, like, pretty reasonable, I think. As long as you're not the Mirror, because it's hard for you to play around that. I'm curious if this deck could integrate the Memories Journey tech, huh? You could play, like, if you could fit in, like, a Jack-o'-lantern and a Memories Journey or something. But I'll leave that to the, again, leave all that stuff to the hoops, sickos. I don't have the brain to fiddle with these decks a lot. Just play 62. Vexing Ball or Chalice on Zero's nice. I mean, like, yeah, Chalice on Zero turns off your zeros, but you have the 12 initial black sources. Vexing Bobble's harder because you can't combo into it, because you can't cast your Dread Return, right? And you can't, it turns off, like, LEDs for your Belcher, but it's also, you can't interact with it with your, like, Feed the Storms or anything. Yeah, I'd say Vexing Bobble's, like, a pretty good card against this deck, huh? That's certainly a plan that makes some sense to me. But yeah, this deck can definitely also just be refined to be a little bit better versus stuff like that. I'm sure. But also you have to cast your Vexing Bauble, right? If you're a deck that isn't like dealt, like you have to steal the game ones and then cast your Vexing Bauble, because otherwise you're just gonna die game 3. And if you're a Vexing Bauble deck, you're probably gonna be dying a lot of these game 1s. And then they're just gonna turn 1 you in game 3. So you want to like supplement it with stuff that hinders their ability to turn 1 you, like Leyline plus Vexing Bauble or something. Like, how many decks have that much room? Anyway, let's play some Moonstompy. We have like a billion years, right? Yeah. We can finish this Moonstompy League at least. Should we change total turns played to total turns that we have played, or total turn? Do you think total turns between the two players is a better count? We have played? We should change this. So we played 9 turns in that last match, I think. We went to turn 7 for us, and then game 1 was turn... Wait, we went off on turn 2 or turn 3? I think we went off on turn 3 in game 1. The other is just approximately times 2. Yeah, that's fair. Turns per game. Well, I mean, that's harder to track, right? I can't just put that in like succinct title. Like, I'd have to put like round 1, game 1, round 2, game 2, whatever. You could do average turns per game, but then currently our average is not very good because we had like that fucking 14 turn match against, or 14 turn game against Delver. 3 plus 4 plus 3, etc. Maybe. Not a math stream. I mean, oops is like a little bit of math, right? You gotta like count to 4. That's tough for some Magic players. I'll keep this. It's got a lot of good going for it against a variety of decks. Average. Then yeah, then I have to calculate the average and then update the average every time too. That sounds like a lot of work. All right, what do you got for us, opponent? Oh fuck. This hand's much worse versus Eldrazi, huh? I think I do want to play the Hearse here, because I want to be able to potentially throw Bombardiers at something. There's a chance we just get Bombardiers Thought Knotted and it doesn't work out, but I think it's worth taking the 2 damage here. Just the ability to shoot something for 4 here. If they just like turn 2 Thought Knot me though, our hand is pretty hosed. We just get kind of bodied by Thought-Knot Seer here. We're gonna have to draw like Fury. I'd probably maybe even Sundering their land. This deck. Although if they're copying the most recent Eldrazi deck, Eldrazi won one of the challenges, I think. It was like green and it had a basic waste and a basic forest, so casting Sundering Eruption is not very good. Could obviously cut them off of like a soul land, but probably still rather invest in Rabble mana at least. Thought Knot. You don't keep this hand unless you're casting Thought Knot on turn 2. Or maybe you do. Yes, no, maybe? Yeah, there we go. They're figuring it out. Yeah, there we go. Draw Fury would be nice. You just always take the Bombardiers here. The rest of the cards in my hand don't actually even do anything. Just Bombardier is the only reasonable take. If I had the option, I absolutely would have just turned one to Bombardiers just to keep it safe from Thought-Knot. If I had like a Spirit Guide or a Chrome Mox or something. Yeah. Very easy choice there. Is Thought-Knot bugs too, like Thoughtseize? Apparently not. We drew the wrong Goblin. Haven't seen any MH3 Eldrazi list. What are the new cards they're playing? The 2-drop, the Lord guy. I actually can't even keep my Goblin token alive unless I want to just blow up my hearse, because there were no cards in the graveyard. So my Goblin token just eats shit. It might even be worth sacrificing the hearse just to keep the Goblin token alive, given my plan might just be double Rabblemaster beatdowns. We're just gonna die to this Thought-Knot, though. The list I'm talking about did not play the haste creature though. The red one. It was mono. It was green. I think they were playing the Myconid thing. The Let me look up the list after this. They're playing Kozilek's Command too, I believe. Post with Myconid. Yeah, Post seems like a very good deck for Myconid. If we get Thought-Knot again, we can just concede and go into game 2. No, but that's pretty bad for me because we can't Fury now. We could draw Bombardiers still. We could also maybe Fury if we attack. Yeesh. Alright, yeah. We're probably gonna die here, huh? I'll take 5, take a draw step, and then lose. Yeah, we're good. We're good here. Currently imagining casting Paddle of Bywater against Eldrazi. Yeah, as long as we don't get Thought-Knotted. Certainly not bad. I think we just board in these and board out Chalices. We could talk about like Brotherhood. Brotherhood is probably a little bit better than a Hearse. Hearse is kind of nice that you can chuck it at Thought-Knots, but Brotherhood then cleans up a lot of like the tinier stuff at least. The big thing you want to do in this matchup is just cast Blood Moon or Magus Moon, and they can't cast most of their deck. Do I want Disruptor Flute? No, Disruptor Flute doesn't do anything. I don't think they have any activated abilities. We will just play Blood Moon on turn 1, hopefully. I'll settle for Blood Moon on turn 2. This deck can't do that many threatening things on turn 1, specifically. On the draw, this hand is a little bit more loose, because we can get our Blood Moon Thought-Knotted, but even then we have, like, a bunch of other good cards in it. Bombardier's Fury. Hey, Gabriel Hemuerto. Thanks for the follow. Appreciated. They might cast a 2-drop. They might not. Cool. I don't think there's an answer to Blood Moon in this deck. Fun fact, Eldrazi winner beat Yoshiwara in the top 4 of the challenge. Yeah, Disruptor Flute is good against Oops, that is true. Because you can like let them fully combo off and then flash it in Named Dread Return, potentially. And then they deck. Although that plays worse around like Pact. You'd want to sorcery speed it if you're scared of Pact. And it's Bomba time. I'm pretty confident they can't take a Blood Moon off of the table. Magus, they probably have like Dismembers, but I'm pretty confident a literal Blood Moon they cannot take off the table. Are you winning, son? We are winning. We're 2-0 in the challenge. Is this lethal next turn? Attack with bombardiers down to 14. Fury's 7. Sack other bombas 5. That's 12. No, we're 2 off. Ooh. So this lets them go get basic wastes, probably. I think I will just Fury this at this stage of the game, just to clear a thing and deal them 7, and then we probably have lethal the following turn. Wait, is this lethal now? Because we do the chrome. No, wait. Let me attack. Let me attack, then think about this. We could deal them 12, then the other broadside's probably lethal with the Chromox next turn, but I think it's fine to just Fury this, deal them 7 anyway. Yeah, we just do it in this order, never mind. We can just sack the Chromox this turn and keep both Bombardiers around. Okay, yeah, they're just dead. They're off it. Yeah, we just deal them 9 by casting the Chromox and chucking it that turn. And then we have lethal with the double Bombardiers still. Yeah, I'm just running it back. Again, hers isn't great, but it's better than most of our other cards here. This game gets a little more awkward if we have we can't necessarily just keep a turn 2 moon. I will keep turn 2 double moon. On the draw. If they thought not me, we can play Blood Moon, and then we have, like, Fable and stuff to hopefully try to stabilize. We even potentially have Sundering Eruption to blow up their basic wastes if they have it. This is obviously a little soft to, like, a very good aggressive start from them. Like that, that's pretty scary. I don't think this is a play Hearst moment. This might even be a pitch Hearst to Fable of the Mirror Breaker moment. Although if they thought not me, I'm pretty sure they just take Fable of the Mirror Breaker. Because they can't take 2 Blood Moons. Okay, it's it that heralds the end. This Glaring Fleshraker has looked really good to me. If this deck is playable... Blood Moon probably isn't doing too much this game. Yeah, that's true. Glaring Fleshraker lets you chain colorless creatures too. Let's just draw like Fury. That would be the optimal draw here. Like, I'm not even allowed to cast Blood Moon, huh? I just have to cast Fable. Fury? 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 No. Yeah, we might just be getting our asses kicked here, huh? Oh, geez, we're already 11? Yeah. Glaring Fleshraker is a really fucked up card. We could probably untap here, just if we untap with any chance of winning the game. I think if we chump block and then Fable into double Fury, maybe we get to live? Depending on my opponent. I guess if they cast Reality Smasher, we might die, right? We go to 9. We block here, we take 10, yeah. If they have Smasher, we do just die. I don't like the fact that they're tapping 5 mana. Not a fan. They're casting Kozilek's Command. Oh, jeez. Holy shit. Kozilek's Command Fleshraker? Christ. That's a sick combo. Hadn't actually seen that in action before. Yeesh. We assume we have plenty of time? Oh, we actually don't. Only 7 matches in progress. 35 minutes, though. Yeah, maybe I'm supposed to mulligan to a more interaction-focused hand. Definitely, like, Fleshraker was not a card that was on my, like, mental radar. I think I was overvaluing Blood Moon. Maybe try to mulligan to, like, Fury or, Dead Gone. My Eldrazi heuristics could definitely use some work, certainly. We got time. That's true. We can always also just concede. If the match starts. I do also just want to finish this league. So I can at least, like, try out the other Moonstompy deck, or maybe we play Oops in between rounds. That's also true, yeah. If we just have to let the challenge round sit there for a little bit, I'm sure we'll be fine. Probably not timing out with Oops. Ugh. Just give us our last round. Come on. Come on, leagues. Only six matches left. This is the round 1 person that took forever, though. They're still in 5 matches left? Leagues, I'm begging you. Should have got more sleep last night. I gotta wake up tomorrow, too. I have a meeting at work tomorrow at 7 o'clock in the morning. Who puts a meeting at 7 a.m. on a Monday? It seems like just the worst fucking thing possible. Just, who does that to a person? The devil? Yeah, exactly. Just, like, put it, like, 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock. We don't need this meeting at 7 a.m. on a Monday, no less. The day where you want to wake up early the least. Me who meets with contractors in the morning at, like, 6:45 every day. Yeah, that sounds fucked up. Fuck those contractors, man. Hello? Leagues? Oh, there we go. Construction sucks ass. Don't ever get into the field. I don't intend to, but... Alright, that seems fine. We have hate cards. We have bombardiers. Basic Island. Basic Island is cheating. Cycle into Tundra? Okay, so some sort of, like, control deck, beans or whatever. Prismatic ending? Not beans? Sure. Take a bunch of damage? I don't think I care that much. I think I just Chalice on 1 again, and then Hearse. Arid Mesa. Is it just like Jeskai? Second ending? Hey, Tenele89. Thanks for the follow. Tenel? I wonder a red source that isn't this. Well. They're just gonna get a fetch basic planes here anyway. So I think this is the best time for Magus, and I think I'll just send it with the Hearse here. If they are on Jeskai, Hearse isn't doing a ton. I'm gonna take 1 billion damage off Tombs and die to a 4th, but I think that's fine. Get in our chip shot. Magus. Maybe they don't plow the Magus? I have to imagine you probably still plow the Magus here. Oh, the Hearse. Suppose if they have multiple removal spells, they just can kill the Hearse now. Maybe they have Snapcaster Mage? It's not a card I played around with this line. Hard to tell what your Jeskai opponent ever has in their deck, though. So, yeah, our hand was definitely not good versus Jeskai. We are... just kind of flying by the seat of our pants a little bit here. The only thing Jeskai ever has is Back to Basics. True. We would've got fucking hammered by Back to Basics there, huh? Go, go, go! Yeah. I will choose not to sack this Magus of the Moon. Non-basic is a super type. I don't know what that means. Basic is a super type. I don't know if... I guess I shouldn't actually auto-yield there. Because there's a chance that they, like, target... No, they wouldn't have, they would have targeted the Magus before I attacked if they cared about it. Fourth? We can beat a fourth if they don't also have... Force of Will. They also just have to leave them all back if they want to block. So yeah, they're just trying to erase me. As much as I really want to Sundering their one basic planes, this is acceptable. Oh, you're talking about that, yes. It would be, yes. B2B would keep Blood Moon non-basics tapped still. I think I just don't sack anything here. Magus might honestly be, like, doing okay here. I just want more board presence. This is just lethal by itself if they try to answer the Fury. If they plow the Fury and attack me, too, if they produce another blocker, we have Sundering Eruption for lethal still. They have, like, second, fourth or something. Wow, they actually had second, fourth. If they just leave everything back, though, they die to Sundering Eruption. And if they don't leave enough back, then they die to me attacking them. Yeah, attack with 2 means you die here. Because I just attack all, and if they block Fury, block Magus, this hits for 2, and then the Fury gets thrown for 7. Attack 1 is obviously bad versus Fury. Attack 2 puts you literally dead on board. Come on, opponent. I got a challenge to play. Alright, cool. You're dead on board. I suppose I will also cast Sundering Eruption just in case they have, like, fucking Solitude or some shit, but... I guess if they have Solitude, we actually die. They Solitude the Bombardiers. Is there a name for dealing 7? Super Lava Axe? Yeah. Oh, second basic plane is good information for me to have. Thank you for fetching that instead of conceding. Very important to know that they have second basic planes in the deck from my Sundering Eruptions. And you're dead. Our deck is certainly not built for with Jeskai in mind. Like, these Blood Moons are pretty awful versus double basic planes. I think we just ship it like this. Magus at least has power toughness. We could talk about, like, if they have the Triumph of St. Catherine, you won't probably want Dead Gods a little bit, but we can probably just run it like this. We have turn 1 Chalice. Seems good. Turn 1 Chalice, turn 2 Fable. What am I pitching? Probably the Bombardiers, maybe the Fury. I'll take a draw step. Maybe this Magus the Moon, huh? This type of matchup is one that I always liked Fury. Like, the reason this deck never really played Pyrokinesis, but, like, Fury's so good is because it's just this massive creature that you can just cast against them, just beat them down with a 3/3 double strike. It's hard to assume, like we were talking about game 1, hard to assume anything about a Jeskai deck. So that's the tough thing, is that Dead Gun is just really, really bad if they don't have Triumph. I will pretty happily just cast Fable here. You're just gonna, like, counterspell me? No. Honestly, would not have been shocked. What's about to happen to me? Pending the Chalice? Wrath of the Skies. Oh, that's pretty bad for me. I think I loot away the Fury here. Maybe? I'm tempted to loot away this Bombardiers, but, like, Bombardiers plus Fable's really good. You can, like, cast a 3-hole Pyroblast at least. I think I'm just gonna do that. Alright, well, Bombardiers is pretty good, too. I think that Wrath of this Guy's underappreciated. The issue is that it, like, doesn't go in a lot of decks, right? I thought it was, like, a pretty reasonable Meltdown impression in, like, D&T and stuff, but, like, no one's playing a deck that needs Wrath of the Skies is, like, kind of the issue in Legacy. Yeah, why not? It's card advantage. They paid a bunch of mana for it. I think I'll Magus here rather than second Broadside. The pressure's already, like, severely on them here. Okay, this is fine. I think I just want a Magus here anyway. Although Magus means that I couldn't copy Bombardiers. Magus doesn't actually do anything. Yeah, never mind. Most white control decks cut red, so they don't need Meltdown. I also think that, like, Pyroblast stocks went up pretty high. It's possible that the control decks want red more, and then they just get to play Meltdown. Yeah, I mean, if you're playing like Jeskai or something, then Wrath of the Skies makes sense. Just hard to put it in a deck, I think. Play around Hydroblast. Sure. Is their last card Swords of Plowshares? Oh no, you're just dead. Cool. Hey, we did it. Look at that. Just in time. One match remaining. Wish Cash enthusiast. Thanks for the follow. I am also a big Wish Cash fan. Wish Cash. I can never actually vocalize that word because whisker plus like cash, right? Cash. But I played one. I had one in my team back in like the old Emerald days. Good old water ground type. Infallible. Except for grass types, obviously, but very good typing. Gen 3 All-Star. I can't imagine it was actually good, right? The stats are probably abysmal on it, but... And also there was like weird... There was already a much better... Like, I have to imagine Swampert is probably just the superior water ground type. And just very easy to get. But Wish Cash was way cooler. They kept making strictly better water grounds. Yeah, exactly. That's a bummer. It gets Dragon Dance now? Yeah, that's sick. Your breakers are so much better after playing 19 turns. Fourth tiebreakers are real. We're still at the bottom of all these, like, 2-0s, though. I guess because maybe these people 2-0'd twice. Oh, fuck. We're in the Wonder Pro bracket. It's over, boys. Ladies and gentlemen, it is... We're in the Wonder Pro bracket. It's over. P60, thanks for the follow. We're in the Sus bracket. I have to imagine Sus's decks just never beat Oops, right? I'm usually terrified of Susurus, but, like, his decks are probably just, like, some, like, Mystic Forge bullshit, right? He loves playing that shit in Legacy. He might be on, like, Vexing Bauble Mystic Forge bullshit, and he just, like, KOs me in, like, game 1, because this deck can't beat Mystic... or Vexing Bauble. Oops, on the Eldrazi. Yeah, the one we just played against, Glaring Fleshraker. Pretty sick card. I don't know if you'd want that in Mystic Forge, just because, like, that deck was really good at just not being open to creature hate at all. TXEPI. Not a Legacy player, by results at least. Well, we want another die roll, skill game. We will just turn one my opponent, simply. Not with this hand, we won't. We will just turn one my opponent, simply. I think this hand is fine. Right? I think we just... Oh, wait, shit. Hang on, it's not fine. Even if we bottom one of these, we have to Dark Ritual out the Informer using the Reanimate, and then we don't have double... Like, we don't have Reanimate up for if they kill the Undercity on turn 1. If this black card were just a thick card that isn't Dread Return, I would keep this, I think. Then we would just go Chrome Mox, pitch the black card, Dark Ritual, Informer, and if they, like, bolt it, we have Reanimate for it. But on this, I think I'll just go to 5. Because, like, Pact doesn't protect the Informer from dying, and we have one of the combo pieces in hand. We bottom the other one, obviously, but... Uh-oh, chat. We're falling apart. This hand has land. Is this better than going to 4? What are we looking for on a 4-card hand, huh? Yeah, this is definitely the Oops life. There is definitely a failure rate that we can hit. What do we want out of a 4-card hand, huh? We can just take a bunch of draw steps, potentially. Try to draw the action. Rip, Petal, Spy, / Informer. Yeah, I think go to 4 here. This hand also does not have the combo piece, but I think it's good enough. Can we keep land, Dark Rit? Is it just land, Dark Rit, and Tomb, so Reanimate's online? We could keep Grief. Yeah, 3s are non-functional. Yeah, I think it's keep land, Dark Rit, and Tomb. And we just play... You think we keep Grief? I guess if this... But if we keep Grief, we have to keep, like, land, Grief, culling, black card. Jax, you're back in time for us to mold a 4, because we haven't found anything good. If we keep this and I just have to take a bunch of draw steps, it's either keep this or keep land, Rit, Entomb to turn Reanimate into a top deck. Yeah, land and Tomb, I think just Rit. We could keep land and Tomb, Rit, Grief, potentially. But that doesn't get us to 4. I think I'd rather just have no action, hope our opponent's not an interactive deck. Just keep this, have a bunch of mana. Land, Petal, Dark Rit, Entomb. I guess Petal... Yeah, Petal's a little bit better if we get the land wastelanded, I suppose. Yeah, alright. This seems acceptable, but not good, obviously. I suppose there's argument for not playing the land. Just, like, we get wastelanded a little bit better, and it's not like playing out lands is going to really matter. Just naturally inclined to play out my land drops, but it's probably not correct here. Unless we drew, like, a second land, maybe. Ooh, Breakfast, huh? Could just die turn 2. Could Grief, pitch, Entomb. I think I want to Grief, pitch, Entomb here. It's not great, but... Yeah. And like, turning off the Entomb's kind of fine. If we draw Reanimate, we can Reanimate the Grief. We're on a mold of 4. We can't ask for a lot here. Oh, my opponent can cast turn 2 Nadu? The Teferi doesn't do a lot. It does obviously draws them cards, but like we don't want turn 2 Nadu with Nomads, so we just have to take this Nadu here. Yeah, we definitely lose to my opponent drawing 8 cards. Just like land, Petal, Nadu, target. On my upkeep, target more. They find Force of Will, we die. Yeah, turn 2 Nadu after turn 1 Nomads is definitely GG. We mold to 4 Akalith, even worse. What does a breakfast list look like right now? We can just draw the out here and just kill them, right? We can just draw 1 and 8 to just kill them. It's not killing them. I think I'll hold this. Potentially pitch to Grief if we have to take like 2 draw steps here or something. If we draw like Grief and then after that we draw Enabler. Play the Petal out? Does that do anything? Are we playing around something by playing the Petal out? I guess you could hold up Fail the Profane, but not into a Teferi. Oh yeah, you could hold up like protection from the combo if they didn't have Teferi up. Yeah. Yeah. That makes sense. Not like you're very likely to win, but you know, some chance is better than no chance. I feel like my opponent should be minusing this Teferi, and they just aren't. So I will try to kill them. They have 2 cards in hand. One of them's the Source of Plowshares. Yeah, I feel like they definitely should have minused to find interaction. We can also play around Daze, even. Winning this feels dirty. That's because it is dirty. Yeah, fair enough. So again, we're not going to cast the Therapy here, because we play around to double Plow that way. And also, they don't have anything. I think they're just looking at my cards. Where's my guy? Where's my... What's it called? It gets highlighted. It might be behind one of these highlighted Narcomoebas. My opponent went to touch some grass. Dying to my Moldifor. Keeping the Grief was right, never punished. True, yeah. Alright, where are you at? Where are you at? Dread Return? Thassa's Oracle. Dead. Good ol' Moldifor. Win on turn 4 anyway. Hey, Jared. We just Moldifor and killed our Cephalid opponent. What does Cephalid have in the sideboard? I imagine it's just hit submit again, right? I don't even know if they play Graveyard 8 in the sideboard, or they just have, like, Forces and Fawns. They're almost certainly not, like, a Leyline deck, so we just hit submit again. Chant. Chant's a good call that we can't really... We play around that. We don't play around that with sideboard cards, right? We just play around that with Grief and Pact of Negation, or turn oneing them. I'm just gonna hit submit again. This is a turn 1 with Pact backup. We have to Therapy ourselves for this Dread Return, but we go Fell the Profane, Grief, pitch Reanimate, Cull it, Spy with Pact. So we have Grief Pact backup for a turn 1. Seems pretty good, right? Mole. Shut up, Jax. So now I think we pitch the Undercity Informer to the Grief because we could keep the Reanimate for the Spy. Mole, give them a chance. If this somehow doesn't work, we want the Reanimate for the Spy afterwards. They could have Chant here, but I don't think they Chant in response to the Grief. So I think we just Reanimate the Grief here, right? And then we can Cull it next. Oh no, we could have just packed this, right? Packing is just way better. Unless that we get Chanted. If they have Force plus Chant, I think we're fine. If we cast Reanimate, we're playing into getting like just Swords to Plowshares or something. I think we just have Pact and then we die to exactly Chant and we're just fine with that. Or Double Force, obviously. Force plus chant. Tough beats, huh? Let's let this resolve and see their hand first. Just nomads. Maybe we should have done the reanimate plan, huh? They probably boarded all like the plows or. Maybe that's wrong. Maybe you just always want to use. I feel like there's so many things that can go wrong if you just let your opponent like take another turn though. But maybe I'm playing scared of nothing. Yeah, it's easy to say hindsight's 20/20, but I think it is probably correct to do the reanimate play there, huh? And we'll just turn one then with backup this time. This hand has no payoff. We could like grief scam here, but that seems not nearly good enough when we're on the play. We can at least take one mulligan. A little awkward, but probably fun. There's no protection is the issue here. Like, discard yourself, just name spy and then reanimate it, but then we're again. We can't do all that in one. Oh no, we can do it all in one turn, right? You just try to kill. Yeah, we go land, Dark Rit, Therapy Self for spy, bottom the second spy, reanimate it, and we have Informer back if it gets forced. Then we just like hit some line drops and get to Informer. This is a turn one, huh? All right, yeah, we keep turn one and hope for the best, huh? Bottom spy, yes, because we don't want to discard both spies for no reason. They kept 7, which is probably just horrible news for us. They kept with nothing, easy. Sometimes you just turn one them. The opponent says, go buy some lottery. Therapy them for funsies, I guess. I could BM, but I won't. Let's name Fairy Macabre for fun. None of the cards matter here, but... Nice Soul Guide Lantern hand, opponent. I should not encourage them. I'm really tempted to Salt back, but yeah. Hard to be salty when a deck is built to do the thing turn 1 dies to interact. Yeah, like... I'm not gonna complain my opponent had Force plus Orm's Chant. Very macabre in this economy. Yeah, I could fucking name Black Lotus there, but like... Just name random card. Just want to see their hand. obviously we're dead to a Fairy Macabre, or a Surgical Extraction, or a Force of Will, or a Force Negation, but they would have done any of those before. We just get to name a random card and kill them. You're Already Dead is a good one. Alright, how many turns was that? Shit. Chat, how many turns was... We turn 1 them, we lost on turn 1, and we won on turn 4 on the play. So turn 4 on the play is 7 turns. And then we lost turn 1 on the draw, which is up to 9 turns, and then so 10 turns plus 10. Someone want to check my math on that? I think it is plus 10, because we're on the play, turn 4 is 7. Yeah, on the draw for, yeah, extra turn. Alright. 32 total turns played. Fucking the game, the turn 7 Magic and Delver is fucking our stats so much. But also, holy fucking shit, this deck is good, huh? 2.5 hours of challenge, 45 minutes played. Also true. I'm gonna run to the bathroom and then chat, figure out what we want to play next. Do we want to play the other Moonstompy deck that I was looking at with like the Trin Spheres and the One Ring, or do we just want to play this deck more in a league, just terrorize some people? I'll be right back. Go to rest. This deck is exhausting. Do you want fun or do you want to dumpster people? This deck is... I don't know if I would call it more interactive than Moonstompy. If your definition of interaction is targeting your opponent's spells with your spells, then sure. But, like... I don't think Pact of Negation and Grief are necessarily... I guess Grief in some cases is an interactive card. But if you're using Pact of Negation and Grief to kill your opponent on turn 1, I don't think those cards really qualify as interactive. This deck is a fucking menace, though, Jesus. There's something to be said for how MH3 has, so far at least, it's only the first week, so Obviously, opinions could change, metas could shift, cards and decks could be discovered. But like, it really feels like MH3 has not done anything to Legacy except exacerbate the least pleasant parts of the format. Like, oops, gets an upgrade. There's a new Belcher deck with Necro. Like, Scam, the best deck of the format for the past like 3 or 4 months that people have been really frustrated against and wanted to get a card banned. Also, just got a massive upgrade in like the Frog. There's nothing been cool or interesting so far that has been added. Nadu's the closest thing to that, I think. But like, the Nadu decks haven't shown up yet. People have been doing Nadu Breakfast. People have been trying Nadu and other strategies, but it definitely hasn't like solidified itself as like a metagame presence. In fairness, neither has Oops yet, or really even Necro, but yeah, Legacy MH3 so far first weekend. My take is that Legacy has gotten much worse with the addition of this set. Yeah, Nadu also does not create the most exciting play patterns either. It's just like, oh, it resolves and I draw 8, cool, I guess you're dead. Common Pioneer W. Leyline Binding 2.0 to come fix it? What does Leyline Binding 2.0 even come to fix? You know what I think would have actually fucking helped a lot in this format is, like, actual factual Leyline of Rule of Law. There's a card I've been advocating for a long time, and a card that almost saw print when they reprinted the Leylines in, like, 2020 or something, added new ones. It was M20, M21 or something. Like, Leyline of Rule of Law, I think, is a reasonable Magic card to put in these formats nowadays. I do agree, Akaleth. I don't want to, like, leave Mono White high and dry because there's, like, a bunch of new tools for Mono White that seem interesting, but wow, Mono White does not feel playable right now just because of all, like, the turn 1 stuff. Stop making Leylines. Leylines suck. I mean, Leyline of the Void has been one of, like, withstood the test of time as one of the only reasonable ways to interact with this fast-paced stuff. Is there a better plan? I mean, I guess stop printing these fucking Magic cards, maybe, but short of that, I do think you need better tools to interact with, like, turn 0 bullshit. Why is Legacy at the same time so heavily curated but has this play whatever you want if you don't have money for Vintage feel? There's no competitive format for me to play DRS in, etc. I mean, I think people just want formats to feel, like, reasonable. I think the ban list is, in general, curated very slowly and very meticulously of, like, they want to make sure that a card is actually unreasonable before banning it, but it's also not just, like, a play whatever you want and don't have money for Vintage. It's just a very distinct format with its own identity. More ways for non-blue to not get dumpstered by turn 1 decks. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm advocating for, I guess. And as someone who only plays non-blue decks, I'm probably very heavily biased, but I'm very, very clearly heavily biased. But yeah, Grief being a nice tool against, like, Grief making Leyline the only way you can play against these decks is, like, pretty infuriating. That's also reasonable. Like, Fairy Macabre or Surgical Extraction would be much better. Flash Nile Spellbomb that costs 0 and the cycle trigger is generic. How is this any, like, less, like, ham-fisted and a more reasonable design than just Leyline or Rule of Law? They should unban cards? I don't think that's the way to go. We're going to do unban Deathrite Shaman when the best deck is an Underground Sea deck? It does something when I draw it later. Is that why you don't like Leylines? You just don't like to top deck them? I want Frantic Search finally unbanned. We can unban some of, like, the cards that aren't actually playable. Frantic Surge, Mind Twist, or whatever, but, like, we can't... I think most of the cards on the Legacy ban list are like, this card should just never see the light of day, or, sure, we don't ban this card, but, like, it's not gonna do anything, and no one's gonna want to play it. Like, the Mind Twists and the Frantic Searches of the world. Yes, there isn't a singular card on the ban list that you can point at and say, hey, this would fix the problems in the format right now. Leyline of Vexing Bauble, I think, would be very scary because you can use it as protection in decks that don't cast free spells, right? Like, Leyline of Vexing Bauble is just like oh, now you can't Force of Will me, and I'm just gonna kill you on turn one, like Land Dark Ritual, Reanimate, Entomb, whatever. Entomb, Reanimate. I would define fix as solving a problem without creating a bigger one. You could unban fucking, like, Oko or whatever, and that probably doesn't solve any problems. It just makes the best deck add Okos or whatever. After Guild Pact Leyline, I think they're done with them. Yeah, I think Leylines are inherently, like, pretty bad design that is understandable, that you need to really build, maybe just, like, better Mindbreak Trap. You really would like a card that's just Mindbreak Trap, but instead of 3 spells, it's, if your opponent's just doing some bullshit, you counter that spell. Real life getting they might have drop. Tragic. Mindbreak for 2 spells if one of those spells was 0 to 1 mana. I mean, but, like, then you're just getting into, like, oh, this is just gonna be a free counter spell when your opponent goes, like, Ponder into something. Mindbreak Trap for a card with higher CMC than, like, the amount of lands you control or something? Is that anything? Yeah, fuck Ponder into something. Yes, keyword doing some bullshit. We should absolutely advocate for that. If your opponent's up to some fuckery, this Mindbreak Trap can be cast for free. Grief Break Trap, 2 spells. I don't know what the rest of that is supposed to say. Grief, like, Mindbreak Trap pitch card? Wait, no, this is just Force Will, never mind. Ornithopter with Flash and Lavinia text. Real question is, should turn 1 combos exist in Legacy, and if so, have Fragile City? I think there is, like, that is, like, a delicate balance to have. I think turn 1 decks can be miserable, but it's also, like, we're Legacy. Turn 1 decks exist, but in general, they aren't that good, right? Belcher has been around since the dawn of time, has never been particularly playable. Oops has come and gone, but has a pretty broad swath of hate cards that you get to board in against it, even for non-blue decks, right? There's Leylines, there's Macabres, there's Surgicals, there's, like, a bunch of 1-mana spells that interact reasonably after that. Veil of Summer that's free on turn 1? I mean, Veil of Summer is, like... everyone hates Veil of Summer's design. Wearing a UIUC shirt? Are you an alum? Yes, I am. IL. Graduated in 2017. Yeah, it definitely is a problem when the turn 1 decks are consistently going off through hate cards enough. Against Grief, Veil's the good guy. That is also true. But what happens when your 0 mana Veil becomes, like, the next broken thing? And you're just... But then the combo decks, like, you just play Oops with 0 mana Veil to protect your combo, right? It's just, like, extra Mindbreak Traps or whatever. Did I play it all? Yeah. I played a lot at Titan. Or, I guess... What was it before? Is the Gaming Goat? It was probably the Gaming Goat back then if it was even open. The Gaming Goat that eventually changed over to Titan Games. Do I have the jacket on here? I think I do. Should say Champagne Urbana Magicians on this jacket here somewhere. Yeah. If you have to mold a 2 answers on the draw, it's kind of a problem. Yeah, exactly. Like, if the Necro deck is consistently beating, like, Force of Will, Force of Vigor, because they just always mull into, like, the Chancellor or the, like, Pact stuff, which I haven't seen happen consistently enough, but stuff like that. If this deck's beating, like, a bunch of Force of Wills with like, the Grief Pact plan. I vaguely remember Russell Wilson. I think the start of the problem is certainly we could just ban Grief, and we could move on from there. No one is enjoying playing Grief. Like, come on. This card is so fucking miserable, and Wazi just does not want to ban it. like people in Modern are complaining about Grief. People in Legacy complaining about Grief. Like, come on. WotC just is so they just don't want it banned for whatever reason. Like, we could just get rid of it. It's so not. It's just so uninteresting. Lily, this is not for you. There's a bunch of Europeans on Twitter saying we're just whining and that Grief isn't that good. Hey, ugly little duffling. Thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. No new card scam top 8 at a Modern challenge. No new card scam also won a Legacy challenge. They didn't even add the frogs. Grief is a pillar of format. It's been here since the beginning. Ban Grief, then ban Unmask for good measure. I do think that the reason they didn't want to take any action Legacy, I think if MH3 wasn't coming out, they would have absolutely banned a card out of Scam. But MH3, they were like, this is going to shake up the format a lot. We're going to wait and see what happens. And I think what we are, so far, again, week 1, things could drastically change for all I know. But, like, really feels like we're just going to get Scam still the best deck. Grief is now maybe enabling this really busted deck. I don't know how good the Zoops deck is, but we're 3-0 and I'm an idiot. So, Grief is definitely enabling this deck. Like, Culling the Weak Grief, like, for your, it gives you the 4 mana to kill your opponent and also, like, Thought Seizes them for free. Like, sheesh. Very unreasonable. Scam also, yes, got a significant upgrade, which I am eternally frustrated by. It was, like, low-key, I thought Moonstompy had a very, very good Scam matchup, and it was really easy to exploit, like, everyone playing Scam. Frog is so messed up versus Moonstompy, it is so unreasonable. Like, when you're playing Chalice, Hearse as your 2-drop hate cards, and Frog just, like, absolutely bodies you both of those cards. Just, like, you can't kill it with your red spells either outside of Blast, because it's just immune to damage-based removal. Because you just, it's like, oh, I'll just discard 4 cards, protect it from your Fury or whatever. Okay, it just doesn't matter. And I'm just going to attack you with my, like, 5-5, 5-6 or whatever. Draw my cards anyway. Like, man, as a Moonstompy player, the Frog is really fucking obnoxious. As just like, oh, just easy slot in to Scam, upgrade the deck. Hector Jack, thanks for the follow as well. Yeah, that said, I think that Moonstompy is probably still pretty playable, and I think you can adjust the deck. Like, I was playing a 3rd Pyroblast. I think you can adjust the deck to, like, reorient yourself versus the Frog, but wow, it's not pleasant for the best deck in the format to just get it, like, a very powerful upgrade against one of its worst matchups, in my opinion. I just wish they'd named the Frog Jason Thunderburker. Hey, if they also put a legendary tag on it so I could Karakas it, maybe then we're cooking, huh? Why did it have to be a 1-2? Yeah. There are a lot of text on the card that I don't think we needed to have. Ban Grief, unban Probe, or only for Shadow? I don't know about that. It's also, very small thing, but very annoying thing, is that I really liked Canoptic Scarab Storm as a card against, like, Delver plus Scam. That was also good against, like, Depths and the Artifact decks and lands and stuff. The Frog also just, like, lets you exile your whole graveyard for free for no reason, so it's just like, oh, well, now Canoptic Scarab Storm is much worse for Scam because you can't just, like, late game make, like, 6 insects. Because if they have a Frog in play, it's just like, okay, well, I'll just exile all of the lands out of my graveyard. So, like, get fucked, I guess. Only in batches of 3. Okay, yeah. If they got 5 lands in the graveyard and nothing else, you can get them. You get two guys. Forgot to play a match because we're busy bitching about Grief. This is what I really wanted to do. We don't need to play more Magic. We just get to complain about Legacy. Hey, DMCCCCC. CCCCC. Yeah, nailed it. Thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. Shifting Woodland. Yeah, that's there are a lot of like things that could like are on the fringes of being cool, and then just like scam and turn one decks are just like making everything else feel unplayable. Like I played a lot of leagues and I'm like been 3-2ing and 4-1ing with like random stuff. I tried like Nadu Nickfit, Nadu Elves, like mono white D&T stuff, like the really cool 60 card like land destruction fast mana D&T, but just like the chokehold of scam plus turn one decks has been really infuriating to play against. Alright, finish my yogurt. Alright, now we're gonna crack this cheese open as quietly as possible. Does not matter. Lily will come running. Guaranteed. Alright, don't let me down, Lily. It's possible Aisha is being loud enough in the other room that she won't hear it. No, she sure heard me. I couldn't open it quietly enough. Stupid piece of plastic. Everyone say hi to Lily. I'll give her a piece of cheese. Yeah. Yeah. That's it. No more cheese for you. This is my cheese. We really did spend the entire round bitching about the State of Legacy. Oh, sorry, I did miss your question earlier. Lee Washer. In the middle of all the bitching. I definitely saw your first message and then just totally forgot about it. I'm not a big Pox guy. Let me at least look at this list. I appreciate you asking a stupid question instead. So what do we got going on here? Lily, this food is not for you. You got your piece of cheese. Go back to bugging your mom. I'm a big Barrogoyf fan. Another card that I didn't experiment with enough in like mono black lists. Card seems like kind of sick. Necrodominance feels a little weird to me. This deck can't gain any life, right? Are we really on 27 lands? Just... Some of these flex lands we got... Some of these flex lands gotta be bad, right? The Spymaster's Vault isn't doing anything. We have 6 creatures in the deck. I guess you kill your opponent's creatures, you can activate it. But then you need a creature in play to connive? Barrogoyf is lifelink, that is true. But I was thinking like Shield Dreads, stuff like that. And you only have 2 Necrodominances, so you can kind of use it to just kind of reload a little bit versus decks that don't pressure your life total. But like 4 Wasteland, 2 Saga, 4 Factory, a Gyro Reach Sanitarium. Wait, why is this Sanitarium even in the deck? Is there like a lock that I'm missing? I guess it works with Bowmaster, but like we don't have like... The deck feels really all over the place to me. Oh, not to mention that like you gotta be like 0% in the Necro matchup, right? We just have like Thoughtseize. You're like super dying to Necro. The vibes are definitely a little off. Got something right to top 4. I mean, yeah, you top 4 like these. They top 4'd in at like 4 and 2, right? This is a 32 person challenge. Because then they won 1, lost 1 to make the semis. Yeah. If they like breakered in at 4-2, it's just like it's fine. I wish I could see like how many people were 4-2 going like at the end of the Swiss. But yeah, there were 35 people in this event. Definitely does not like pique my curiosity that much. 0 Voidwalkers. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not a Pox aficionado by any means, but I would most of my mono black decks would probably not start with casting small Pox and Liliana the Veil in 2024. I think I would be like casting Grief Reanimate and like Necrodominance plus Shield Dread, stuff like that. What do you think of 8-cast positioning? I mean, it hasn't really been good since Bowmaster got printed, right? It helps that you're if you're a Chalice Force of Will deck, against like all the combo right now. But like, how's your Scam matchup? Probably not awful, because you're a Saga deck, so Saga helps against Scam. But you're pretty soft against just like trolls and stuff. 6/5 hard to block can be pretty hard to beat. I would have to see like what 8-cast list would look like right now. Feels like everyone has started playing like 2 Chalice of the Voids for some reason, and I think you kind of need a card like Chalice. Other than, yeah, it's probably like fine. But if I had to guess, I would say your Scam matchup is not as good as you would want it to be interested in something like that. You don't have a lot of good removal, so like you're gonna get beat up by frogs a lot too. Unanswerable Frog is pretty rough. Like you could Saga for Needle or Saga for Spell Bomb, but yeah, I mean I'm not super keen on 8-cast just as a deck lately, so hard for me to say. What won this challenge? Oh wow, shocker. Scam Mirror. Yeah, this was Scam with 0 frogs. Did it beat Frog Scam? Nope, just also Scam with 0 frogs. Just fully stock, no MH3 cards. Oh no, there are 4 frogs there. No, JK. There weren't 4. I'm not blind, right? There weren't frogs in this list. Yeah, no frogs. Okay, cool. Yeah. Frogs. I think Eureka was on Scam Doomsday with frogs, right? Yeah. Frogs and Grief Reanimate Doomsday. Good old Tempo Doomsday. Pox, which, sure. Cool and unique. Nadu. Scam again. Necro Belcher and Nadu again. So what we have, like, Frog, Pox, Frog, Necro, and then Nadu. So yeah, Necro, Nadu, Frog, like the best 3 cards in Legacy. It's all the same deck, yeah. White Elemental Blast went. Yeah, it is really funny, because if you think about, like, 2 years ago, Black was, like, so, like, the worst color in Legacy by a lot, and like, suddenly it's just, like, the best color by miles. So it's like, hey, we fixed the problem. We made Black playable, right? We made Black a little bit too playable, huh? 30% of people just registering Scam. Both the Breakfast decks made top 8. I know there are 3 Breakfast players, but like 2 of them made top 8, and the second one made top 16. I do think that this Nadu deck, I mentioned earlier about like people tweaking these like Nadu decks, and a lot of them feel a little bit clunky, but Breakfast just makes a lot of sense to me because it like your cards don't suck without Nadu because you have obviously your core combo. Then you also have Nadu to supplement that. You don't have to be registering, like, Shukos and Nomads and Core in your fucking, like, Bant control deck or whatever. It's like green during Oko, yeah. Green was much worse, and then they got, like, Oko Uro, and then green was, like, a de facto control color forever. Yeah, Grief being the best Black card to play is definitely, like, I would rather Black be unplayable than that, certainly. But we've taken so long bitching that we've gotten to 1 match left, so we'll play some more after this round. Then we'll try the other mono red deck. What if the cards in your deck never matter? Oh, well, it's more what if the cards in your hand never mattered, but I understand the sentiment. It is really frustrating to be like, okay, well, we'll both just play a Mold of 5 and you'll start with a turn 1 Delver, and then sometimes I'll draw out of it, sometimes I won't. But where the Depths players isn't kind of good versus Dimir. I mean, like, the scam decks are, like, mostly on 3 to 4 borrowers now. Hesh Seed, thanks for the follow as well. And then also the Depths decks aren't always that great at dealing with just like, oh, I just put an Archon into play on turn 2 or whatever. I mean, more matches until the top 8. This is round 3, so we still have like half the event to go still. Yeah, Depths also just getting absolutely hammered by like the Necro decks. Notably, at least you're a Force of Vigor deck, so you can fight against the Necro deck better than like the average deck can. Yeah, exactly. I very much agree, Mike. My biggest beef is that you're just like not really allowed to mulligan versus scam, because then you just like die to their grief scam starts, and then sometimes you just keep, oh, this hand has like 2s and 3s, I have spells to cast, and then just go Entomb, Reanimate, kill you, whatever. You just kind of have to keep your opening hands and hope that they're good enough every time, rather than like actually have a formulated plan against what their deck is trying to do. Yeah, as much as people love to complain about Delver when it's tier 0, man, Delver is just a much healthier deck to be at the top of the format, just all the time. Now the top of the deck format is Delver that just like him to Turok you, or puts a Archon or Artitrax into play on turn 2. And then also just plays like a Delver deck a bunch of the time. Yeah. I do think Delver should be cold when it gets too good. Generally, when it gets a good card advantage engine, is when Delver gets too scary. Yeah, I know it's not actual him to Turok. They take like your two. They can't take lands. They take your two best cards, but whatever. They let you mold. They make you mold a 5. I've heard mixed reviews on Frog and Grixis. Some people are comparing it to Dreadhorde Arcanist as like it's really scary when Delver gets a card advantage engine, but some people have been telling me that it's actually like really hard for the deck to cast sometimes, and it would make the mana like pretty awkward and easy to attack. Also, like, it has to connect to get the trigger, so if you put something flying in front of it, obviously you can also make it bigger, but if you have a flyer to put in front of it, they invest resources into it, you answer the frog after that, etc., etc. Has to connect. It can't clear out blockers by itself by attacking. It can't always, like, take to the skies, even. You need cards in your graveyard if your opponent has, like, good graveyard hate. Yeah, there are people that having mixed reviews about Frog within the context of Grixis Delver. I assume if Grief was the card that gets banned, then that would be what people go to as the default like best deck. I don't know how that would feel. I've played against Frog Grixis Delver like twice, I think, in leagues, and it hasn't felt like backbreaking, but obviously like pretty low sample size. If we talk about banning Frog because of Delver, it's time to get Days out of here. I'm just off it. Mono Black Barrow would make the Delver matchup so much better. Just on my experience with Goyf. Barrow Goyf is a really sick card. We should play with it more. Yeah, exactly. Mana advantage, it's not just card advantage, it's card plus mana advantage. That's what Dreadhorde gave you. It just gave you a free Lotus Petal to cast your free spell with every turn rather than just like draw a random card. Also, like, Bowmasters exist, which obviously, while not great against Frog, can punish Frogs at least a little bit. Even if you can't ping the Frog itself, you get to ping them, grow your own board, have like some counter swings and stuff. Versus Dreadhorde Arcanist, who would just like attack and then bolt your Bowmaster or whatever, and then still hit you. And then untap and then cast a free Brainstorm and stuff. Notably, Frog is better against Graveyard Hate than Arcanist was, though. Back in the Arcanist days, like, Rest in Peace was really good versus Delver. But now you board in Rest in Peace, which is still okay, because it turn off Murktides and turn DRCs into 1/1s, but, like, Frog still is just a big ground threat. You would want, like, Rest in Peace plus, like, Mother of Runes and D&T or something, just to try to block it. No, that sounds fine. Free Dreadhorde Arcanist. I think Dreadhorde Arcanist was one of the best bans Wizards ever did. There have only been 2 times in recent memory where I thought that Wizards had an incredible foresight in their banning, in addition to banning the Broken card, and that was the Zerta ban and the Dreadhorde Arcanist ban. I was really happy with both of those choices. Yeah, basically what Aklov said. Scam like slots in the Frog very easily, whereas in Delver it's just like, okay, now we play a different suite of threats, but we're still essentially the same deck. Notably, like, it does change a little bit because Scam's really good against, like I said, Moonstompy, which would, if you make your Moonstompy matchup better, it's when Moonstompy was like one of the best decks, would also heavily rely on cards like Hearse and Chalice to fight against Delver. Frog would still certainly be a bit of an issue there, but hard to say for certain on that one. Mostly because Scam is just making it so that, like, we don't get to really see Delver experiment as much. Yeah. It would be nice to just see a Grief ban and see how the format shakes out from there. The concern is that I also think that on the other hand, as much as we're complaining about Grief, I think Scam's Necro matchup is probably, like, very, very good when you're a Force Grief deck. And if you ban Necro's worst matchup, does it just become too unreasonable? Because suddenly you're not playing a deck with, like, Thoughtseize plus Forcible, which is really what you want against the deck that has a bunch of, like, Pact of Negations and stuff. It's been a while since they promised not to ban. No, they promised not to ban anything in Modern before the Modern Pro Tour. I wouldn't be surprised if they banned 0 cards and are just gonna wait for the format to shake out more, but I'm pretty sure they said specifically that they weren't going to take any action in Modern because the Pro Tour was so close to the ban announcement. Well, we got round 4 here, huh? Let's oops some more people. Where's Jax to tell me how to not mold a 4 this time? Well, we won on the mold a 4, so I guess I can't complain too much. Granted, some of that was my opponent's fault. My opponent definitely should have minus their Teferi, tried to draw into some answers rather than just, like, plusing it twice for no reason. Is this the Bean round? I've never beaten Bean in my life, so probably. Or, oh god, Bean and Wonder Pro, my 2 Moto Nemesis are 3-0. I'm playing the second league right now, and I've played 3 of the least close games of Magic I've played in a while. Yeah. This deck definitely feels pretty unreasonable. Maybe you can beat Wonder Pro with this. I mean, he's got a Force of Will deck, so it's not unreasonable that he could beat me, but also Wonder Pro could be on, like, fucking whatever bullshit sideboard card he wants in Doomsday. Alright, random deck is our opponent, huh? If they're actually on Painter, that has to be pretty good for me, huh? Painter was literally today, but they also played Delver in the previous challenge and Reanimator in the challenge before that, so they're just, like, on whatever they want. But this is a turn 1 kill with Grief backup, so we keep it. I think is this a turn 1 kill with double Grief? I haven't mathed it out, but I'm definitely going to keep it. I think if I Grief pitch Grief, I can reanimate it and then Lotus Petal Coal, yeah. I can just Grief, reanimate Grief, Coal it. I guess you could... Wait, what are you talking about, Cliff? Oh, you're talking about, like, Grief pitch Fell, Grief pitch Reanimate instead? I mean, it doesn't matter. I think both of these lines work out fine, right? I'm pretty sure we can just double Grief, right? Grief, pitch, Grief, reanimate it, and then cull it with the pedal. Or obviously we also get a draw step. I hope they're on Painter, because then we just never lose. I'm going to just straight up cannot win if they are playing Painter's Servant in their deck. You're going to double pitch, but it doesn't matter. Yeah, I guess it doesn't really matter, huh? You pitch reanimate, then pitch fell, and then you Lotus Petal, pitch fell, and you cull off that. Flooded Strand. Alright, we have to actually play around stuff. Oh no! We're getting griefed! Well, we can still beat Grief. If they're a scam and they reanimate my Undercity Informer, we basically die, but we can beat just a Grief right now, at least. And beats turn one hand hate with Grief backup, yeah. We cannot obviously not beat like double. We could beat Force. We could beat Grief plus Force of Will. We just can't beat Grief plus Reanimate here. But I mean, them's the breaks, huh? We lost a die roll finally. I mean, if they take and reanimate my Informant, we're still gonna die, right? They're just gonna untap and then mill me. We have a turn to try to top deck a second combo piece, I guess. I guess if they have a reanimate, maybe they're just supposed to Grief me twice. I could kill it and then reanimate it. Oh shit. We could fell the Undercity and then reanimate back. Do we have enough mana for that? If we draw, we would need another mana source, right? Because we only have 4 mana. This costs 4. And we'd be down on all of our mana sources. But, like, we could potentially draw a way to kill and reanimate the Undercity Informer if they reanimate it. That would be fucking hilarious. Opponent deep in the tank because this hand is actually grief proof. They take the Informer, sure. Ugh. What you got, opponent? Alright. What do they pitch their grief? Dothy, sure. Pretty scary card. So they are reanimating. Alright, deck. Time to top deck Mana Source. We have to top deck Mana Source here. It would be so funny. Come on. I've never wanted to top deck a Mana Source more than this exact moment. I don't believe you. Fair. Wait, does that do it? Can we grief pitch? So we Agadeem's Petal, grief pitch grief, cull it. And then we have 5 mana. We fell and reanimate. And then the Understanding Form is in play. We have to wait till next turn to actually kill, right? 4. Fell. We have 5 mana total, so we can cast the reanimate. So yeah, we can't... I don't think we can kill here yet, but we can obviously put an Undercity Informer in play with a mana source. Hey, Lily, go away. Come on. Also, I don't think we can... I guess we can play around days, because we're going to grief them. This definitely seems worth. Obviously, reanimate next turn to play around removal. They're not going to have removal. They're a scam. Hang on. Let's play up the pedal. Oh no, they have the Wasteland, so they can actually stop us from winning here? Because they can Wasteland my mana source, but we just need to draw mana source to kill them now. And then we're just top decking. Seems fine. Trying to think of, yeah, there's no way we can play around this. I suppose we could not reanimate now to keep the pedal. So we could draw, like, Darkrit. But yeah, I don't want to get reanimated. Oops. Wrong color. Also doesn't play around like days. We also just get to attack them for 8 turns. Alright, now we can draw Chrome Mox. Am I allowed to attack into 2 open mana? Does main deck Dothy mean no Bowmasters? Generally speaking. Usually, yeah, that's what I would assume. So if we draw mana, we can therapy for days, right? And then kill them. We would lose to Bowmaster in that situation, but I think the main deck Dothy means no bowman. Do you think this is better than current Oops without the memory? I don't have a good answer to that. You could fit the memory package into this deck if you wanted to. I don't know what you would be cutting to put it in, but you could just play a Jack-o'-lantern and a Memories Journey, potentially. I don't know if that's right, but... Man, I can't believe we had the turn 1... we had the turn 1 kill with double Grief, and then our opponent Grief reanimated our Undercity, but then we... we felled it and reanimated it ourselves. And now they also had the Wasteland to take us off the ability to kill them next turn with the Undercity. Quite the back and forth, huh? Just draw a land, Chrome Mox, Lotus Petal. Come on, deck. Cut me some slack. Not quite, huh? Alright, chat, if I get Bowmastered here, I'm coming for your heads. I think we just have to attack here. There's a decent chance that we just have to we get to beat them down like this, huh? 17 draws to mana? Yeah, we just deduced that there were 20 and we've used 3, right? 2 lands and a petal. Because we have 12 lands, 4 petal, 4 chrome. It is so funny that we got to fell to Profane the Undercity Informer. We just need to draw mana before my opponent draws action. Just gotta have faith. Yeah, very lucky that we didn't have Balustrade Spy because we absolutely just die. So they're not playing the same list they were playing a few days ago, notably. Because that was a Bowmaster list. They probably... Oh, they milled Archon of Cruelty. I was just thinking about how there wasn't actually a good reanimation target in the bin right now, but... Now if we get Archon, we just die. Obviously. Well... Do we win this race right now? If we draw a land, now we can also, like, potentially entomb for Oh, no, that doesn't work. We can't entomb for Narcomoeba. 9, 11, 7, 8, 5, 5, 3. I think we lose now. Huh? Black Source one time? You just gotta have faith, chat. You just gotta have faith. The top of the deck will reward us. The top of our deck will give us what we need. All right, no days. No days. They can have Force Wall. They have one card in hand. That's fine. You die from Reanimate? No, we gain 3 life and kill the Dothy. Oh, wait, no, we do die, because we take 3 off the Agadeems. Shit. But if we bolt ourselves, we can't reanimate the following turn, because we lose 3 life from the Dothy attacking. But if we play it tapped, we can't reanimate? Can we set up lethal faster with next turn reanimate their grief, maybe? Yeah, because then we set up for 5 next turn. We play it tapped, we go to 8, we attack them to 5, then reanimate their grief. Then we set up 5, we're at 4, we don't die to the Dothy. So I think we play it tapped and grief them next turn. And then we actually do win the race. We just can't bolt it. Man, I thought for sure we had the kill. Good thing Chad did math when I can't. 3 plus 8 is in fact 11. Damn, Atraxa is like, is Atraxa 7 or 8, man? Atraxa 7, right? We could have reanimated an Atraxa too. No, then we would have gone to 1 and then not killed the Dothy, and then we would have died. Top 10's probably not enough cards to find to kill a Voidwalker either. We would have to find 4 mana plus Fel. Maybe it actually is, because we could Cull. We could potentially, if they had Atraxa, we just go Bolt, Cull, Reanimate, and we have 3 mana floating, and we just have to find a Fel to Profane to win. I might have done that. Isn't waiting a turn to reanimate the same as bolting because Dothy gets another hit in? It doesn't change our clock, right? Because we're dealing them 7 here. If we bolt down to 8, grief, bolt down to 8, and then reanimate grief down to 4. We're at 4 life, then it attacks us, we attack them for 5, and then they attack me for 3 and die. Why does it work this way, though? Because the grief doesn't need to attack twice. This way we go to 8, this untaps, we reanimate down to 4, we attack them to 5, and then we get hit for, again and don't die. Hey, Dursty, thanks for the follow, appreciate it. What do they have here that they're, like, tanking so long? Their connection might be bad. They, like, disconnected and re-entered earlier. Just pass the turn. Have no spells. Did I do my math wrong? I should have. If I did my math wrong, then I should cast the reanimate that turn. Definitely. I'd like to borrow your grief, opponent. Just for a second. Just be cool about it. Just be cool. Just let me have this grief. Just be super chill about it. We don't lose the race. They're literally dead here. We have 5. They're at 5. Unless they find a blocker, obviously. Reanimate our own grief. If we get borrowed, we just die, so it doesn't matter. But yeah, I probably wanted to reanimate my own thing. But yeah, waiting gave the mouse to draw force or daze. I feel like I did my math where I took less damage for some reason, but... But I guess not, because I'm always taking 3. The group's always dealing me 4. Yeah, I guess I just did my math wrong or something. Alright, just untap. Let me win. Nope, stop casting spells. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Cast... And we did an Archon. Damn it. They top-decked it. Unfortunate. Opponent deserve it, not gonna lie. Did they? They're the bad guys here. We're the good guys. We're on the play, so we just ship it. If we won this game, it would be outrageous. Ley lines. I think you only board in ley line on the draw versus scam. That's what Medvedev said, at least. You actually lost because you didn't play the reanimate one turn earlier? I don't think that's correct, right? We died to the Archon trigger, like... It didn't change anything, did it? Anime Dead wouldn't have been drawn? What? We didn't kill them a turn earlier by reanimating. What are you talking about? We didn't shuffle their deck. Main deck Doth. Yeah, we're planning on trying to kill them before they can cast Dothy. Possibly on the draw, we can think about it, but... Yeah, also the Archon trigger just kills me. It doesn't matter what their life total is. The Archon dealing me 3 damage and I die, and also I sack a creature. I guess in a world where they don't also gain the life, I sack the Undersea Informer, keep the grief, and attack them for the last... If the thing isn't dealing me damage, and also it's not gaining them life. But yeah, I think we're supposed to just hit submit again. Yeah, they would have been at 2 instead of 5, which matters if I'm not literally dead to the Archon trigger and they're not gaining life from the Archon trigger, neither of which is actually true. We did almost had that if we drew the mana source a turn earlier, though, right? If they were at 5 the turn we played that game tapped, it was absolutely wrong. We definitely should have reanimated the grief and just killed them, but yeah. The grief notably did not accelerate the clock to put into play a turn earlier. It was still attack for 2, attack for 5, they die. Yeah, this is just turn 1, go for it. If they kill it, then we reanimate. And then we hopefully don't have force plus reanimate, we just die, but hard to say that this hand isn't good enough, right? We just have land, pedal, dark writ, spy, force, reanimate again. We can therapy the Oracle out of our hand afterwards. Seems like it's hard to be better than a hand like this, right? Without, like, obviously we just have a pact. But yeah, I just don't think you're allowed to mull this. Alright. Now we hope they don't ever reanimate. Or Wasteland, but Wasteland is more beatable at least. We have like 18 other cards to draw into. Fully prepared to lose to reanimate, be resigned to my fate. We can beat Grief. Because we have 2 reanimates. I guess I can just F6, huh? We're literally dead if they have a thing. Heads up, play trying to reanimate. True. How do you win with Thassa's Hand? We have a Cabal Therapy that we can target ourselves with and then reanimate it. Not dead. We could get dazed here, obviously, but I'm not going to play around it unless we draw, like, specifically Lotus Petal or Second Land. I'm just going to go for it and hope we don't die. Hopefully we just draw Second Land. That's probably the best possible. Second Land or Pact. Or Petal. Chrome Mox obviously doesn't do it because we can't pitch the Historical. Opponent tanking. It's gotta be, like, you keep as a bluff, maybe? Pact is the best because it also beats Force of Will in addition to Daze, yeah. Unfortunately, cannot grief them, but, I mean, if you got it, you got it. Thank you, follower. I'll get to that in a second. Appreciate the support. They might have Daze here, and they just know that I can't beat Daze. Because I have to... I guess they don't know that I only have one Cabal Therapy, though. Or maybe they're just seeing my deck before they die. Yeah, it'll be really unfortunate if they hold the Daze for the Dread Return. But, I mean, obviously, I'm just not going to beat that, so I'm not going to play around it. Cabal Therapy, target myself. Thassa's Oracle. Oh, they conceded. Nice, we did it. One of the decks should just play 2 Therapy. Yeah, I felt like there's a little bit of awkward tension of, like, oops, played, like, 2 Therapies and Bridge to, like, kind of mitigate stuff like this. Hello, can I name a card? Moto. We did it. We named Thassa's Oracle. Now we have to win on the play. What was Medvedev doing on the play? Did I have his... I think I had his tweet open. Where you board in the Leylands on the play, but I have to figure out what I want. What he was shaving. We will simply steal Medvedev's stratagem. Oh no, where did it go? Oh, versus blue-black, nothing on the play, Leyland's out, not sure what the perfect cut to fit them is. Well, shit. Alright, chat, we gotta figure this out ourselves, huh? My instinct is you could shave some, like, Entombs, maybe? Unmask, Entomb, Chrome Mox. I don't think you want to shave mana sources, but yeah, I think shaving Entombs makes sense. We can shave some number of Entombs. I think Grief is important with, like, Cull. Although Cull gets worse if you're cutting Entombs, too, so you can't Cull for Narc, but... I think this is, like, maybe fine. Vaulted Form says take out Entombs, so I will believe him. He's an oops aficionado. This seems okay. Mana source, nothing. All right, we could technically we could technically turn one here, right? Unmask ourselves and reanimate Spy. This hand feels so weak to so much, though. Put him rolls to 6. We'd have to Trawler, Unmask, Unmask Pitch Therapy targeting ourselves. Name Spy, Reanimate Spy. we die to, like, Daze, Force. We get a draw step, so you could draw, like... Does drawing a Mana Source do anything? If we draw Dark Ritual, we could potentially unmask our opponent and Therapy ourselves. Seems okay to be able to do that twice for some to 6. Yeah, that's what I'm kind of thinking, actually. It's obviously a little scary because it opens us up to dying to reanimate again. If they have like Force plus reanimate. But we also have like a number of draw steps. Maybe we do just keep this. Maybe it's okay. What is it? It's Boggart. Yeah, and then we can unmask, pitch, reanimate, or Therapy or something, depending on what we draw. You'd Mole? Interesting. Alright. Well, Faulted Form says Mole, so we'll Mole. I'm not 100% locked in on that. Okay, no, this answer's way better. Never mind. We can't beat Force with this hand, but my opponent's going to 5. And we just easily keep this and bottom the Narcomoeba. We beat Daze. I think we just plow into a Force of Will. We just, like, Rit Spy. If we get forced, we get forced. They need exactly Force of Will or Daze my Dark Ritual. And if they Daze Dark Ritual, we can just follow it up again, turn 2 Dark Rit Undercity Informer. But yeah, against their Mold of 5. And they might be, like, they might keep a Grief hand. We don't have to jam. I mean, I also don't want to let them sculpt on their Mold of 5 when I don't really have a... Like, my draw steps aren't that good, right? Writ out Informer into Force of Will? Why is that? Isn't that worse versus trying to cast the Spy afterwards? Isn't it better to just cast the Informer off a Dark Rit the next... Like, it's easier to cast 3 mana with my land in play. Well, now we definitely cast the Spy, because the Spy I can just reanimate the Spy. Oh yeah, they can't Force Will reanimate because we're protected from Arc getting spied by the Leyline. But now that we have our own reanimate in hand, we definitely just Rit Spy. Because the Spy's better to reanimate. Assuming Force of Will. Oh, this is just, I can just all in the same turn, huh? If they have Force. I can just then reanimate it. I wasn't even thinking about the fact that I had 5 mana. So now, what do I Cabal? Do I just Cabal Therapy them for Force of Will just in case? I guess, right? Yeah, if they have Fair Macabre or something, we die. Or even Surgical. But Cabal Therapy for Force of Will just in case. Because that's the only card we can actually beat if they, for some reason, didn't cast it. Oh, reanimate Oracle first without Dread Return? Does that do anything, though, if we get... I'm just gonna Therapy them before I do anything. Oh, they actually have Surgical. We just lose. Dang. Unlucky, I guess. Yep, we're dead. GG's. Tried our best. Pumpkin plus Journey might have been... Yeah, it's definitely an option. Wait, don't scoop, because we have Reanimate? Oh, yeah, fair enough, chat. You're smart. Smarter than me. Chat is carrying me to this victory. I'd feel morally bad about if we, like, made it to top 8. But I don't get any of these prizes anyway, because I'm on the Daybreak account, so you guys aren't winning me anything besides clout. They Surgical'd the Narcs. I will still say yes. They might also have Daze, notably, but, you know, obviously, some chance of there, no chance. You can pay me in chest. I'm literally earning nothing. Where is my... I guess I can also Therapy them for Daze now, right? Yeah, Therapy them for Daze first. Oh, come on! They had Force and Force of Negation too? Holy shit, their hand was stacked. Alright, fair enough. Couldn't even win if we hit there with that. Fine. They had it all. Maybe opponent lets it resolve. Yeah, maybe. Dang, they got me. Fair enough. Can't win them all. Anyone tracking a total turns played? We played a decent chunk of turns there. Makes sense if you have surgical plus like double force back, then you can just let them go off so they just die instead of like forcing the payoff there. Yeah, that was a lot more turns. We played a lot of turns in like that game 1 and 2, right? Maybe we just get rid of the turn tracker. It's not funny anymore because we've actually played like lengthy games of Magic. All right, goodbye turn tracker. Opponent playing surgicals, they came prepared. You don't always see that deck with surgical extraction. Is there a plan if they like don't force away your thing though? It's like feels so just there's a little bit of tension with 2 therapies. Like if they just let me resolve and don't even cast the surgical, I guess then I therapy them and then I can dread return and then they force 1 and then I like reanimate. But like I'm just trying to envision a world where if they didn't have the surgical there, we still can't win with only 1 therapy, right? Was waiting the best line. There's absolutely no doubt in my mind that going for that was correct. We have like the double turn 1 against a deck that doesn't even always play surgical extraction. If we just like sit there and let them sculpt when we're not like drawing in anything, like we're trying to draw into grief to beat a force of will that our hand already beats. That hand literally just turn 1 your opponent twice through or with a leyline in play. So like they could have easily had their Mold of 5 bricked by like mulling to grief. There's no chance that you don't just fire your shot there and die to surgical. What percentage of the challenge you think is blue black? Probably like 20-25%. Yeah. They definitely had like the nut 5. Them's just the breaks sometimes when you play like these turn 1 decks. You can't be mad when your opponent has the nuts, right? When we've like turn 1 people 4 times or whatever this challenge. We got 76 players today. But I'm trying to think of like, so they don't cast surgical. They have blue card, force of will, force of negation. We could have technically beaten that because we had the reanimate backup, right? Because we Cabal Therapy them, name force of negation. We delete that, they have Force of Will in hand. But then if we cast Dread Return, we die to the Force of Will, if we didn't have the reanimate backup as well. It's like, maybe you do need to just fit in like the double therapy stuff still. It definitely has like less fail-safes in this build than in like traditional Oops. We weren't talking about mulliganing to beat that hand. They were talking about like waiting to try to beat that hand. Just like saying land go a couple times. Well, I guess not land go or hand in hand. But like, there's like, you're drawing like exactly grief basically, or pacts. Whereas your opponent could easily just untap, find cantrips, start sculpting, find multiple Force of Wills to be what you're doing. Multiple Force of Wills, dazes, or whatever. Or just like entomb, untap, like Atraxa. Yeah, I very much agree. Waiting's just not playable. Or yeah, just like cast Voidwalker on turn 2. Maybe they have like Force plus Void turn 2 Voidwalker. But yeah, I think those are the hands you just like, if you're playing Oops, you just gotta take those a little bit. You just kind of gotta get wrecked and die when your opponent has like Force blue card, surgical extraction, land. Those are 5, right? Force, blue card, surgical extraction, land, 1 land, yeah. Them's just the breaks sometimes. Anyway, I'm gonna run to the bathroom again. Probably don't have enough time for another round because we actually had to like use our brains and take some time to play that match. But yeah. Alright, we're back. 3-1. Yeah, we cannot get out of the Wonder Pro bracket to save our lives. That's just how we choose to live sometimes, I suppose. My deck is probably good for Doomsday for once. Moonstompy has a good Doomsday matchup. Just none of my decks have a good Wonder Pro matchup. We're gonna play against Wonder Pro, is all his hands are gonna be like 1 land, 3 blue spells, 3 Force of Wills. I very specifically have a bad Wonder Pro matchup. I'm curious back in that game 1, though. And the Black draws up to Dark Ritual Doomsday, yeah, exactly. In that game 1, if they had flipped an Atraxa instead of an Archon, am I supposed to reanimate it? Am I supposed to, like, Cull the Weak, reanimate the Atraxa, go to 1 life with 3 black floating, and try to draw into, like, 4th mana plus Felder Profane? Is there anything else in my deck that would have interacted there? That would have been able to beat the Dothy when I'm at 1 life? Just no. We have black, black, black. Yeah, it's literally we would have to draw one of the other 3 Felder Profanes in the top 10. Not sure the math on that versus like reanimating Grief and hoping your opponent bricks on a couple of draw steps. Deck has felt really messed up, though. The fact that we almost won the games 1 and 3 are just so unreasonable. That game 1 was so fucked up. Where we literally had turn 1 with double Grief, but we lost the die roll, and then we managed to we managed to stay alive versus opponent griefing us, reanimating our Undercity Informer, because we got to cast Felder Profane on it, and then reanimated ourselves. Then we just missed on mana for a little bit, and then they drew Dothy, and then we had to race. They had to top deck the Animate Dead. Man, what a game. The game was just objectively sick. That was the key, lost the die roll. That is true, we won all the die, like, we're 3-1, we've won 3 die rolls. If we had won the die roll, we would have just won that game 1 very easily. Lost the 4th die roll, immediately go to 3-1, yeah. That's number 1, we were writing the article on how to play Oops. Step 1, win the die roll. Step 2, turn 1 them. Which has worked so far until that match, because we lost the die roll. We had the turn 1 them in the hand. It would have been so funny to beat. Grief, reanimate your Undercity Informer into like turn 3 Dothy Voidwalker. Would have been just absolutely unreasonable for this deck to have done. It might have been like turn 4 Dothy Voidwalker, I forget. 6-word guide to Oops. That's gonna be my article. I'll publish an article on Oops if we top 8. If we win the event with Oops, we'll write an article. Win die roll. Turn 1 them. Sounds like Coin Flip Simulator. I will be the first to tell you that this is not the most riveting gameplay. And this is probably the only time I'll play Oops within the near future. I literally just woke up, saw this morning, and internally I was kind of hemming and hawing about how I wanted to build Moonstompy. I hadn't really tested it enough. I was like, I don't really know how I want to build this deck for a challenge. And then I saw this deck this morning. I was like, this deck seems really fucked up. I'll try it once. I'll get it out of my system. You know, we'll bash some people's heads in, which is what we've been doing today. It's been a good time. It's just not something that I would do with any amount of regularity. All mad respect to like the faulted forms of the world that can grind out like 100 leagues with oops or whatever. I would lose my fucking mind if I played like 5 leagues with this deck. Yeah, it's definitely appealing to try out. You know, shiny new toy, looks really broken. If you're a if you're like a league grinder, it's probably pretty messed up, huh? Like, it just plays leagues super fast. You just concede really fast rather than trying to play for your like 3% outers or whatever. You can just probably fire off a league in like 30 minutes, 45 minutes, depending on like how slow your opponent's playing. Can I build this deck? I probably could. I own all the expensive cards. LEDs, Chrome Mox, Lotus Petals. Everything else is like nickels. Yeah, I agree, Parker. Like, powerful proactive strategies are very good, and like, while Moonstompy looks like a powerful proactive strategy on its face, it is kind of, I always describe it as an anti-meta deck where you want to tweak your hate cards to play against the meta. When you board an LED, when you board in Belcher, you just board in those cards as a big chunk because the LEDs are just 3 mana for your Belcher activations. Yeah, not an expert in sideboarding at this deck, but I've gotten the basics down. Against blue, you don't do shit. Against Leyline of the Void, you board in all these 12 cards. Against Scam, you board in Sanctity on the draw. That's the long and short of it. You just don't board against anything at any other time. It's probably like niche scenarios you want to board and feed the swarms or something. I guess like some creatures or some bullshit like that, but that's it for the most part, at least. Sideboarding is easy when there's like 3 playable decks. What have we played against today so far? We played against Grixis Delver. We played against No, we played against the Mirror. What was our third matchup? Oh, Breakfast, yeah. And then we played against Scam. So we've hit all the bases of broken new cards, right? We were playing... I guess we haven't played against Necro yet, but we played against MDFCs. We played against Nadu. We played against Frog, presumably was somewhere in their deck. Maybe not, though. I don't know if you played Frog and Doffy in the same deck. And then we probably played against Frog, and we saw another Netherglyph even with the Grixis deck. We're just missing Necro to check off of our MH3 World Tour matchups. Maybe one day we'll get to an actual league match, huh? We'll fire up that mono red deck. Maybe I'll change it around the sideboard, huh? We have like 2 matches to go. I like the look of the main deck of this, but the sideboard feels really off to me. Although maybe not. Maybe 4 Fairy Macabres is just genius. Because the advent of Oops. But I gotta imagine that Flute's better than these Null Rods. Null Rod seems really underwhelming in this meta right now. Flute seems much more playable. Spirit Guides in the sideboard is good versus Daze. Does the deck need more mana, though? This deck specifically was built in a way that, like, you stop needing those Spirit Guides. Like, the mono black is enticing. I don't think Daze is the hardest card in the world to beat, but maybe I'm wrong. I want to cut a Brotherhood's End, too, and maybe a Fairy Macabre for, like, 2 red elemental blasts. This deck's, like, never... You just need to win the die roll and turn 1 of them to beat Necro, but maybe that's fine. You could also potentially play Mindbreak Traps, but... I think I would do something like this. 2 Pyroblasts. Cut a Macabre and a Brotherhood's End. This looks like a reasonable place to start. Macabres might be, like, overcorrecting for a deck that looks scary because we're playing it right now. Like, Macabre has looked very unimpressive for a long time now, and I've just been really disinterested in playing it, but I don't know, maybe this person was just ahead of their time. They were just ready for the Oops matchup. Then if you have, like, Fairy plus Hearse plus Flute versus Oops, could be pretty powerful. In addition to, like, Trinisphere's maintenance of, like, Blood Moons. Well, we have Blood Moons, but instead of, like, Magus. I can get behind something like this. We'll try this next round if we have the time. Macabre is maybe the best hate first breakfast if they don't have Nadu. It's tough. It's like, yes, but also Macabre's so underwhelming first breakfast so much of the time. Like, I've lost a lot of games to breakfast where it's like, okay, you Macabre them, but they usually like therapy you first, so you have your if they hit therapy plus Narc before they hit Fast Oracle or Dread Return, then they just can still kill you through the Macabre. But if they even hit one of the pieces, then sometimes they just, okay, now I won't go off because I therapy you, response you, Macabre me, or whatever, exile the Fast Oracle, I just don't mill myself out, and even potentially like I can make like 3 Narcomoebas or whatever, 2 Narcomoebas if they sack one. But it is free, plays around to Fairy. It's just easy to hold up every turn. Sometimes they have to go all in. So, like, it's better than, like, Leyline, because Leyline's really mopey versus breakfast. Yeah, exactly. Nadu just gives the deck another angle of attack. But there's another reason that you perhaps want something like Pyroblast. I think Pyroblast is really good at answering both Frog and Nadu, which are both pretty powerful cards in the current meta. Simply wait for this last match, and then we can play more fucking Oops. There we go. Easy. Also, I just realized that our opponent's name was Random Deck, and they really have a lot of random decks that they've played. Their past results are Painter, Delver, Scam, Oops, Beanstalk, Reanimator, Painter, like, there's a couple of more Reanimators in there, Epic Storm, like, they do just play random decks. Absolute respects to the name and to deck building decisions. At least we're out of the Jujubee bracket for now. Just 0% against any Jujubee matchup ever. He's also probably playing like Delver. Which is just... Can't imagine your favorite matchup as Oops. You'd much rather play versus non-forceable decks and just kind of get him game 1. And then just try to beat hate games 2 or 3. Ugh. How do you beat a Trinisphere with this deck? Is it just you have to just get to 7 mana because we're not like the Force of Vigor plan, which is, you know, get to 3 mana and then kill it and then untap and then go off from there. But it's just hit some land drops, have some Dark Rituals, which get you +1. 7 mana lets you cast a guy, or you could potentially like cast Informer on 3, untap, and then you just need 4 mana. Sack Informer +3 mana to cast Dread Return. Is Culling the Weak also is net mana if you have a creature in play already, but hard to do so. You could like Entomb a Narc. Harry's a Maverick player. That's gotta be a good matchup. We lost the die roll though, but I don't think he can do anything to a turn 1 on the play. Land, Dark Ritual, or land, Dark Ritual, Petal, Spy with Grief backup? Sure. Double checking. He literally can't do anything to a turn 1, so. cards. I think he's trying out something a little bit new, but we can also just grief him to double check. Blue for Nadu. Yeah, that's what I assume as well. Yep. Oh no, Harry's dead. Yeah. Tragic. Dread return. Target Thoracle. Dead. Game 2. What is he board in game 2? Wow, he's really light on hate. At least this is a different list than whatever I'm looking at. This is a little bit of an older Harry list, but his previous lists that were just like Abzan Maverick were just on like Thoughtseize, some Nile spell bombs. It's pretty aesthetic that that's Oracle's often the only blue creature in your yard when you cast Road Return. Yeah, it's pretty convenient to find it that way. Am I supposed to go for the Belcher plan versus him? I think I just ship it. Well, maybe we see some cards that, like, make us make a different decision for game 3, but I'm pretty sure we just ship. We could talk about... Oh, if he's on blue, he's probably not on Thoughtseize either. He could be on, like, some Flusters or Pierces or something, but... I guess these packs are probably not very good. But again, if the blue cards are, like, some sort of counter magic to interact, pact could be, like, fine. And then obviously if we get Leylined or something, we could bring in the Belcher stuff, but like I don't think Maverick always plays Leylines specifically. There's a danger of like turn 1 like artifact hate. If he's on like Saga plus Nadu, he could be on like Soul Guide Lantern, which we can't really beat. But it seems so hard to get to Charbelcher. No, just ship it. It'll be fine. Maybe we're supposed to board out the packs for something more reasonable, but... this is a turn 1. We'll just keep it and hope that it's good enough, huh? This is just... Agadeem, Grief, Pitch Grief, Collet... Spy. This beats like a Graveyard Hate non-permanent, like a Surgical Extraction or something. Seems fine to me. All right. Well, those don't do anything. Deal. First match! We did it! New high score, chat! First match ended. That was tough. True. Close games indeed. Does that match a total of 2 turns? If you count the turn my opponent took, then it's 3 turns. But if you count turns that we took, then yes, 2 turns. Finish a league between this round and the next. Classic. That was a good one. We got him good. Poor Maverick player indeed. But yeah, I'm sure both sides had a lot of fun there. Let's play some of this deck. That's what we were just talking about. Let's play the Moonstompy list in a league, huh? We'll try this, like, Trinisphere, One Ring Heavy. Oh, I didn't add the, hang on. We need to drop here. We can drop without playing a match. We get our money back anyway. Did make one other change, which I think is, like, pretty important to, this deck with, like, Chalice plus Trinispheres plus One Rings, is that you don't actually have a ton of pitch cards for your Chrome Moxes as much, which you definitely feel that burn sometimes. Obviously, we still have, like, what, 8 plus 20? We still have 28 red cards, but I really think this deck just wants to play 4 Eruptions over the, like, the Dens and some Mountains. I've been pretty impressed with the playability of Sundering Eruption. Sort of like that. Still not convinced that, like, 4 is the correct number. I don't know if you're allowed to play 8 lands that deal you damage, but, like, we've just been playing a lot with Chrome Moxes and a bunch of MDFCs, and just having more MDFCs in your deck has just been really good for me. And I've cast a lot of Sundering Eruptions at this point. Alright, now we're ready to go. Double check that the deck took my edits. Sundering Eruption, cool. Alright. Now I can play some Magic. Instead of turn one-ing Harry twice. I'm sorry, Harry. If you're out there, I apologize. Harry's a really nice guy. I played against him in the top 8 of the Jarvis's 7K for charity that he ran in DC, like, last month. Played him again with D&T versus Maverick. I'll keep. Turn 1 Fable, potential turn 2 One Ring. What happens with non-monetary prices on Daybreak account, like invites? You can't play in those events. That's very specifically, they're designed for, like, leagues and challenges and stuff where you can't get, like, QPs and invites and stuff. Otherwise, you have an unfair advantage with a God account. These are just for creating content, basically, which makes a lot of sense. Yeah, let's fire off this Fable. Even if it gets, like, dazed, we could potentially One Ring on turn 2. I might not, taking a lot of damage. Or Fable just resolves. I'll accept that, too. Hedge Maze, control deck, maybe? This hand is pretty nice. Basic Forest, not control deck, maybe? What's happening? Nadu? But, like, Nadu what? I think I'm gonna loot away this Balin's Tomb. Maybe the Shatter Skull? We're probably just gonna attack Mountain One Ring. What are we playing against? Basic Forest, Hedge Maze, land go. And usually a Nadu deck would want to, like, cast a creature or something, right? I think we'll just discard these. Oh, well. We're not gonna get dazed. The world's most illegible One Ring I've ever seen. This is just what when I import decks, it just always defaults to this one. I should change them more often. That's why we also have these, like, Balin. How do you pronounce this? Chat told me at some point, but I never remembered. Balin? 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 Things are going well for me. I feel like too well. It defaults to a Vicious Assault on the Eyes. Interesting. Yeah, I mean... Is this just a control deck? Just Island Cycle for Lorien revealed? What's happening? It's like, is this like blue-green Omni? They just had the basic forest in hand? We're just gonna die to show and tell Omniscient? Yeah, okay, figured it out. We've deduced it, chat. I think we're dead. We found the worst matchup yet again. We did not have Trinisphere to put in. Good news, if we get Emrakul, we don't take 15. We just lose all of our permanents. How do you feel about that one? What does this one do? It's an impulse, but you can put a land tapped if you want to instead. That's kind of cool. We got some okay cards for this, because we got Flutes and Pyroblasts. Not bad. Not great, certainly, but not bad. This is, you know, traditionally one of Moon Zombie's worst matchups. People casting Show and Tell. This hand's very bad. This hand is also pretty bad, but I think we just have to keep it and hope. It's really awkward that we're going to keep Chalice of the Void and Pyroblast, just because that's just kind of what we need to hope gets the job done. We could probably bottom one of the Chalices, honestly. Hope the other one gets forced. I could also potentially pitch the Pyroblast, but I really don't think this... I think the Pyroblast is more likely to affect the outcome of this game than the Blood Moon is. Obviously, we could play Chalice, and then we lock ourselves out of the Pyroblast under our own Chalice for the whole game. And that's a fail state that could definitely happen. But sometimes this Chalice will just lock them out. Like, they have a bunch of cantrips in hand, and they need to force this. And then we have Pyroblast live for the future turns. Just kind of have to hope for the best with these hands a lot of the time. This matchup just, again, not good. We also don't have any lands to cast our threat. Oh, never mind. We got. Oh, we could even potentially sack the Chalice next turn if we want to. Interesting. I guess we're not sacking the Chalice. That also probably means we're just going to die. They just don't care about the Chalice. They're just force of willing a clock. And they're just going to turn 3 me. Top deck. Well. Go for a 20-minute walk and miss 1.5 matches, so there was still 10 minutes till next match. We literally turned our Maverick opponent twice. I almost, like, shouldn't have cast this. It's really bad into, like, days, potentially. It's just better if you just put it in enough Show and Tell. But then we just die. My opponent has 3 lands and an Omniscience. We just untap, maybe find a spell to cast, and then still lose. Whereas this could potentially keep them off their 3rd land drop somehow. Very unlikely, again. We're probably just dead here. Maybe we're supposed to just never cast Chalice with our hand that just has 2 mana, not guaranteed to make the 3rd land drop. Seems very loose to me. Yeah, fair enough. Ooh, close. We can get him. Alright, well, we tried. How many matches can we get in before the next round of the challenge? Classic Show and Tell versus Moon Zombie experience. Yeah, there's definitely an argument for, like, I'm not supposed to play the Chalice, but, like, I really don't think that's gonna win me the game either. That hand doesn't even have 3 mana to produce a threat necessarily. You just kind of I think you just kind of have to hope that your Chalice trips them up and then you draw into some stuff. But, like, if we don't cast the Chalice there, maybe we just get there off of, like, them forcing the Bombardier. And then we have the Pyroblast up for the Show and Tell. We untap when we cast the Trinisphere after. Something like that, maybe. You can play Oops and play most of an Oops League between challenge matches. That is true. I just don't want to... I don't want to burn all my Oops energy away. I only have so many Oops matches that I could possibly play before my body gives up. We're on the draw. I don't love hands that don't play a thing on turn 1 on the draw. But I'd love hands that have good stable mana and, like, maybe I'm just, like, out of sorts in my Moonstompy heuristics and just want... I guess we don't have, notably we don't have hearses anymore in this list, right? Not in the main deck. So maybe it's more reasonable that you can't expect it yourself to be able to cast a thing on turn 1. You need Soul Land plus Spirit Guide or Chrome Mox plus, like, a powerful 3. So maybe you're more inclined to keep hands like this. You gonna get oopsed? Is this the mirror? I think it's very good for the mirror. Nice, the mirror. You can beat that. Oh, not the mirror. It's like Blood Sun Eldrazi, maybe? It's like an old deck. Blood Sun, very good for our city traders. Could also be like Blood Sun, like, I've seen it in like Through the Breach decks, I want to say. But that matchup has to be awful. Thanks, opponent. Yeah, they've made my city traders better. I can just play city traders now, and I can decide whether or not I want to play One Ring or Fable next turn, I guess. I probably just play the One Ring, honestly. Depends on what they do a little bit. What you got? No? Yep, maybe. Spirit Guide. What do you need that for? Double red card? Oh, also the One Ring. I guess we will play our own the One Ring to keep up with theirs. They just didn't want to take the 2 damage. This is going to be a really silly looking match, I think. Sure. That is kind of annoying. Would like to have Chrome Moxes to like cast multiple red spells in a turn or something. I don't like that. Thanks for the Blood Sun, opponent. Does Blood Sun mean my thing doesn't deal me my Shatter Skull doesn't deal me damage if I want to play it as a land? And before Yogg-Sarops, I mean, if they want it, they got it. Lose all abilities, which I assume means that it loses the ability that says enters tapped. It's not part of the mana ability. It just has an as it enters thing. I meant smashing on Ancient Doom. Yeah. I meant smashing doesn't deal me damage. Or the other side of the back side of smashing. Shatter Skull, the Hammer Pass. So this turn we're probably gonna like just double Fable. I guess there's a chance we just cast Fury if they put some creature into play. Don't really know what's in their deck. I will almost certainly not just Fury a Fable. If we play double Fable, we can get Furied, but I don't know how much that matters either. I want to say Fury for Karn. Yeah, or like flipped Fable, cards that matter more. If I draw to 10 cards, I'm going to play land out a 9 card. Yeah, we'll play enough cards. Feels like Blood Sun gamers are always Karn players. Maybe, yeah. I can definitely see it. Well, we draw all the city traders into Ancient Tombs, which is really nice. We just have to play Mountain here, though, so we can cast double. Double Fable. I'll do you one better than one Fable of the Mirror Breaker, opponent. 2 Fables of the Mirror Breaker. If they Fury me in attack, it's not the end of the world. We just Fury their Fury. Loot away a bunch of shit. Loot away probably like... Well, we'll loot away first to see what we draw, but probably looting away like City Trinisphere to start. I don't think we'll need 4 City Traders. We do start running into diminishing returns in terms of needing to cast red spells. Discard double Chalice, sure. It's supposed to activate the ring before this too, right? Just so you get better options of looting. Yeah. There's like no reason to tap ring after the Fable. Look at all these duds. I mean, we might end up looting dud ancient tombs and keeping the cities. The cities are at least better than tombs. We're gonna draw like 4 cards and then loot 2 twice. Oh, sick. They also have volcanic fissure. Makes sense. I assume this is Fury. Bombardiers. Sure. I'll also Fury this. I'll also trade with the Goblin Shaman if they, like, attack both. There's Thought-Knot. Well, there goes my Fury, but we're gonna draw 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 cards this turn. Also, we can just Shatterskull for an absurdly high number. We have a lot of options. Yeah, TK has, like, you see that a lot with, like, the Blood Sun, is that you play the colorless cards. So it makes sense. Makes some amount of sense, at least. As much sense as registering Blood Sun in this format can make, I guess. I guess if they attack both and don't sack, I just double block the Bombardiers. If they attack both and sack, I think I trade Goblins. I guess maybe they should attack one and sack the Chalice. Yep. Let's draw 400 cards. Yeah, so we just get to loot away these 2 Ancient Tombs. And then probably also the 2 Trinispheres. Bomba can't sack enchantments. Wait, did someone say? Oh, they're talking to Daze, sure. I think I just loot away the 2 Trinispheres after this. Just hard digging to, like, Fury. No Fury, huh? We do have Bomba. Bombardiers attack both. Throw the treasure at the Goblin Shaman. We can... No, we don't have double red to cast Shatterskull afterwards. We could just not Bombardiers this turn. I could just play Sundering Eruption. Oh no, I'd pitch Spirit Guide, play City Traders, just shoot Thought-Knot plus Bomba. This is just such a weird game developing around this one ring. I feel like my opponent might just be ahead every turn because they were the first one with the ring down. But they are taking more damage. They need to be, like, a little scared. Red, red, red. So if we have red, if we want red, red, red for Bomba plus Shatterskull, we would have play this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 mana. So Shatterskull could only be for 2 afterwards, after we Bombardier. So attack with both. We can't even Bombardier the Thought-Knot. Yeah, I think we just cast a big Shatterskull, kill these 2 things. And it's like mediocre, but fine. That means City, Spirit Guide. Smash both these guys. Hey, Link Dog, thanks for the follow. Or play Chalice for 2. Yeah, I could play Chalice for 2. That's also an option. Question is if I'm attacking. That's not how, I don't know if you're joking or not, Daze, but that's not how that works. You can't deal 6 damage, right? I have to just deal 12. I think I don't attack, because I think I want to preserve my life total a little bit. Maybe I want to pressure their life total more than I want to preserve mine, though. we have a potential for bombardiers to like shoot them down. They're going to 8 here. If I attack them down to 6, we just bomba kill them. Yeah. Never mind. I'm gonna attack. They probably honestly trade. I'm not joking. That's not how that works. Chalice is a 0 in CMC 0 in play. That's not how that works. We could potentially have saved one of the Trinispheres and discarded one of the extraneous lands instead of the Trinisphere. We could chuck a Trinisphere for 5. Yeah. A block there makes sense, which is good for me because it gives me the treasure token. If they're going down to 8 here, then there's a chance we could find another Fury. And then have, like, Bomba plus Fury to kill them, because I can't imagine that they have a lot of instant speed interaction. Another Thought Knot. Like, kind of annoying, but again, draw 4 cards after that. I assume they take the Broadside Bombardiers here, since it's the only card in my hand that destroys their stuff. Yep. I'm debating whether or not they're allowed to tap their thing, maybe. Alright. We really need to draw into Fury now, then. 1, 2. Oh, Spirit Guide Bombardiers. That's pretty ugly. But we can still win with top decking Fury plus Bomba, I think. Or like double Bomba. We only have 3 more in the deck, obviously. Just have to sack the ring, yep. Even like single Bomba plus Sundering Eruption might do it. I've not mapped it out. I guess that's not bad, huh? Another The One Ring. Unfortunately, does not come with any way to remove my opponent's Broadside Bombardiers, but they can't do anything besides copy and, like, destroy both my reflections. Which isn't the end of the world. I think we play Fable alongside it. They can Kiki Thought Knot. That's true, but then we get to like draw more cards with the One Ring and hope that that works. And if they're Kikiing Thought Knot, they're not Kikiing Broadside, so there's a chance they can't answer both the reflections. Not like we didn't draw any of our removal spells, so we can't like deal with any of that stuff. We could also like potentially One Ring into something, right? We're gonna play One Ring and tap it first and foremost, because I think we still just have lethal if we draw Bombardiers. I've not mapped it out. Not Bombardiers. Let's us double cast spells this turn though, so we can cast Fable plus Rabble, just put more things into play that they have to deal with. What's up? It is unfair. How's it going? I think I actually want to pitch the second Rabble instead of the second Sunring Eruption because of that potential for like draw step Thought Knot you or something. This could potentially be lethal if they can't clear enough of my board. How many Fury in the deck list? I have 3 more in my deck. I'm going to play the Chalice on 0. Mostly for fun, but also they're only at 2 red right now currently. So they can decide to destroy both of my reflections, but that doesn't... We could lethal them with Sundering Eruption, potentially. They could also have, like, a Fury or something and just wrath my whole board. But again, we're still drawing 2. I'm pretty sure just Broadside Bombardiers will kill them if we can Sundering Eruption it through. Because Sundering Eruption plus Bombardiers means that they'd take 2 damage, go to 6, and then we toss the ring at them for 6 damage. So we're mostly just trying to top deck another Bombardier. But I think we also have other potential avenues of victory here. Fable, sure, that's nothing. How's the challenge going, by the way? This is taking kind of a while. Okay, we've got 7 matches still in progress. No One Ring, or else they would have just cast off the City Traders so they could tap the Tombs this turn. Basic Wastes, sure. Their next question is whether or not they want to broadside shoot my reflections. I think if they broadside shoot the reflections, I might have lethal. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 plus Sokensen. Plus Sundering Eruption. Is this Fury? No. This is Sokensen of their own, okay. Yeah, we just beat them with Sundering Eruptions here. I think regardless of what they do. Ugh. Looks like they've opted for Drawstep Thought-Knots here. They will just kill like one of my reflections or something. I'll just let this happen. Kill the Rabble Master. I guess that makes sense. They're still dead, though. Sokensen deals the last 2 points of damage, even if we draw nothing in, like, 5 draw steps. I guess now we'll just let this loot happen. Wait, they just let this loot happen? No, I have to give them priority. So in response to this, they have to thought on me or not. Now I just have priority and I can just cast the Bombardier. Oops, not what I wanted to do. You're supposed to like do that in my draw step or in response to the Fable trigger or like anything. They instead did not. We'll just make extra sure they're dead. Hey, Pensur MTG, thanks for the follow as well. Appreciated. We did it. We won that game somehow. Fucking wild ride, huh? One Ring is a really broken Magic card. Let's board in these. We have a lot of bad cards. And we might end up leaving in Blood Moons because they could potentially turn off Thought-Knot Seer. And because they pitched all our red cards, and we don't have a lot of good cards to board in. Maybe we want Flute. Flute is just like if you're losing the One Ring battle, or like there's an unanswered like Fable that you don't have. And I think this is a pretty clean swap like this. You can also always sack the Flute to Bombardier to kill a Thought-Knot or something. Seems okay to me. I took a lot, yeah, that is true. My opponent took a lot of damage from Ancient Tombs, and I just had, like, 3 Cydia Traders. Like, if I had taken extra damage, I'd won that game at, like, 3 life. If I had an Ancient Tomb start, it definitely would have been worse for me. Yeah, Flute seems like a pretty good way to respond to, like, a one-ring cast or something. If you're not winning the one-ring race. Sand's mediocre, but probably ultimately fine. Most important cards are like the One Ring and Fury and Fable. We have some of those cards. A little awkward that I don't know what I'm supposed to pitch to this Chrome Mox, because if I pitch a land, we're technically 1 mana source off, but we get a draw step to figure that out. We could just top deck like Ancient Tomb, or Cydia Traders, or just like a different red card. Or we could just not play out the Chrome Mox yet, right? We have a lot of options. Simian Spirit Guide, huh? Flute for opposing reflections and one rings if we are losing one of those battles. I think I'm gonna play Tap Sundering Eruption. If we don't get like Thought Knotted, then we can just go Chrome Mox, pitch land, Sokenzen, Simian Spirit Guide, one ring. I don't really think I need to hold up Disruptor Flute this turn. Like, this isn't a battle where I would like necessarily want to Disruptor Flute one ring anyway, because we also have our own one ring to keep up. There's City. Do you have Fable? Do you have Thought-Knot? Do you have the one ring? Thought-Knot would be a little annoying, but they would have to take the one ring and we could at least Fury it afterwards. Okay, sure. You're just, like, pretty forced to taking the one ring, I believe, here. Interesting choice. Alright. Hoping that I brick on the one ring, maybe? As much as I'd like to keep this Sokenzen, I also don't want to take 3 damage, so we're just going to Sokenzen, Chrome Mox, pitch Sundering, Eruption, Spirit Guide, one ring. The one ring can brick? I've never seen it happen. Maybe they have like a Disruptor Flute or something of their own, so they can just afford to let me draw 1 card at the ring and then stop it, and taking the Fury is much better. Who knows? Draw a card. Dead Gone, not bad. Potentially pair that with a Shatter Skull or something if you have exactly 5 mana. Alright, we're looking good. So yeah, it looks like there are like 3 rounds or something going in the challenge. Fable, it's a good way to keep up with the one ring a little bit, but it will very quickly outpace you. There's a better draw on their turn in case second thought. Now we have protection from everything, so it doesn't matter when we draw. Oh, that's a pretty good draw step. Can we find fast mana here? Oh, look at that. I guess I can't also kill the Shaman, but it's probably good enough to kill the Thought-Knot this turn. I guess we still draw Simian Spirit Guide or Chrome Mox here off of the Thought-Knot trigger. Dang, unlucky. It's not worth like burning the other Fury just to kill this. Notably they have like City in play, so it's nice to prevent them from getting treasures if they untap and have an answer to my Fury, which is like pretty plausible. I think it's fine to let them get the one treasure, though. We just hardcast a second Fury after, and then just put them in the fucking dirt, huh? This is bullying. I mean, they chose to put Thought-Knot Seer in their deck. Hey, Bipster, thanks for the follow, appreciated. Discard Cavern of Souls, nothing else. Alright, deal. What you got, opponent? Wondering if it's so supremely fucked up in these Stomping Mirrors. It's just so nasty. Eldrazi Linebreaker, hot. Does not help you attack through this Fury. It's kind of cool, though. Like, Thought-Knot plus Linebreaker. This card isn't that good without a bunch of Eldrazi, though, right? It's just a, like... There's a red werewolf that does this effect, basically. Are you gonna just sacrifice Linebreaker for token? Okay, no, you're not gonna cast anything. Well, I will Fury you again, opponent. So sorry about this. Not actually sorry. You got me there. I think I just Fury and hold up Dead Gone for this Goblin Shaman, or like a... The Werewolf is a 2/3 and doesn't grow its buff, but it's quite... Yeah, exactly. In a deck where you only probably have like this at Thought-Knot as your Eldrazi, maybe they also have Smasher, but like, it's very close to this card. You're jumping through a lot of hoops just to like play this weird, not very good card in my analysis. Yeah. Gotta be a little careful with our life total, but I think they're just gonna die pretty soon, so... The only hope they're jumping through is to play Bloodstone over Blood Moon. Well, also, they've built their deck with, like, Cavern of Souls and basic wastes and stuff. And, like, the ability to, like... And Blood Moon is a powerful card that they're just not allowed to play anymore because they're casting these colorless spells. Yeah, they discarded a Cavern of Souls. We saw basic wastes last game. Alright, we have Dead Gone up for potential, like, Bombardiers, so we don't take a bunch of burst damage out of nowhere. Otherwise, I will just probably Dead Gone any creature. Dead Gone both their creatures, attack them for basically lethal. We should not have tapped the Tomb for damage and flute purposes. We had to. I mean, I could have left a black colorless, but I wanted to leave up Dead Gone. More than I wanted to leave up flute. I think I'm okay with them attacking here. If they had some weird thing there they really wanted a treasure. Dead. We just draw like another Fury and then they die? I guess they don't actually die. I'm probably supposed to stop tapping this one ring. I can just Shatter Skull both these things, right? I guess step one is attack. If they double block, it doesn't matter. Both of the things die and mine doesn't. We can put them to 2 here. They can just chump, sure. Chump 1, okay. Interesting choice. That means they're just still dead to Fury next turn, which means we can just Shatter Skull 1. Maybe we just play Rabble Master, huh? We don't need to cast Shatter Skull. We just put more bodies into play. Could also honestly Blood Moon them. This thing's looting. We want more bodies to make sure that they're dead, so I think we do just cast Rabble here. Again, we're just leaving up Dead Gone, so we don't take some burst damage from like Bombardiers. If they attack and hardcast Fury, they still die. They can only kill one of my creatures with it, and then we can untap and Shatter Skull the Fury and kill them. I'm supposed to like Disrupt or Flute Fury if they attack. Blew away 2 Fables. I guess I could get got by like a Brotherhood's End. I maybe shouldn't have said that out loud. Okay, there's making... Thank God. Significantly less terrifying. They have 2 cards in hand. I'm just gonna kill this Goblin Shaman, honestly, so they can't get a treasure and do something scary. We untap and Shatter Skull the 2 spirits. Drew a lot of Blood Moons, huh? Bang. You are dead. Enter combat. Send it. Send the squad. Hiya. Hiya. Giving them the business? Maybe? Yes? We got there eventually. The One Ring is just, like, it's so hard to win the games. Oh, they're a fan of the deck. Are we still winning, son? Yeah, we're 3-1? I think 4-1 in the challenge, maybe? I don't think Exclamation Point Flex Slot actually does it. Exclamation Point Deck List takes you to my Flex Slot, though. This deck did kind of exist. Like, with, like, Thought-Knots, Bloodstone and stuff. I don't know. Yeah, the Linebreaker doesn't seem powerful enough to me to warrant trying to go back to this. There you go. That'll do it, yeah. Still working on the brew, I feel you. Yeah. Linebreaker's definitely like Linebreaker was a powerful card when I was like messing with it. It's just kind of hard to make it work. I think you just want like a lot of Eldrazi. Maybe he's playing like, maybe they're playing like Kozilek's Command or something too. You just like burst damage them. You have a bunch of like mana with like Soul Lands, Blood Sun, stuff like that. Maybe get somewhere. Maybe they're playing other Eldrazi that I don't know about. Like Fleshraker or something. Wait, Fleshraker's on cast, right? It does not combo with Sokinzen? That'd be kind of sick, though, if you could Sokinzen and get more Eldrazi. Because you're... Oh, no, yeah, it would have to work with... It would either say non-token or on cast, right? Because otherwise it would just go infinite with itself, making a bunch of Scions. Or Spawns. Alright, 1 match left. Perfect timing. I'm going to go grab my water. And we'll be right back for round... Whatever, round 6? Yeah. You get a token on cast damage on come into play. So you could technically do 2 damage if you're playing like Fleshraker plus Sokinzen, but obviously it would not work with like the... You can't Sokinzen and get 2 spawns and deal like a bunch of damage, but that makes sense. Are we out of the fucking Wonder Pro bracket yet? Where is he? Wonder Pro, where are you at? There he is. Damn it. I can never dodge the Wonder Pro bracket. Dude's just following me. Leave me alone, Wonder Pro. Let me live. How's our opponent? Random deck is 5-0. That's good for us. Want our breakers to be nice and high. I assume 76 players at a 64-player challenge is like pretty good for X2s, because it's pretty close like to the lower limit. Ugh. This deck has been feeling real nasty. Just turn 1 to Harry twice. With Grief backup too, so even if you have like Surgical or Macabre game 2, we just still win. It's so gross. Really living the dream though playing Oops today. It's just once in a blue moon we play the fucked up deck, right? And as much as I'd like to hate Thoracle, I have no recourse for that. I just hate Thoracle. Just this stupid messed up card that I hate. But you know, sometimes you gotta be the enemy. Brainstorm is the card that I really just don't actively don't want to cast. Versus Thoracle is just a card that I hate. You know. Would a Grief Band hit this deck specifically hard? Yeah, I think so. I think the way the deck is currently built, it's built around like Grief as a way to enable you and also protect your combo, because like Grief culling the weak is so good. It's just free Thoughtseize plus 4 mana bundled together. I don't think you'd be allowed to play this deck built as is without Grief. You definitely would have to supplement. Like, it's probably just not... You're not allowed to play Culling the Weak anymore, probably. And you're probably not playing Entomb, and you're kind of back to old Oops, but just with, like, a slightly different mana base. But, like, Grief has legitimately felt very messed up in all of our games thus far. But yeah, the only additions I would think about is like if you can finagle more of like the fail safes into the deck, like you could put if you can get Bridge and or Cabal Therapy number 2 in the deck, if you could put like Memory's Journey plus Jack-o'-lantern in the deck, stuff like that. Fail safes for like the niche scenarios where you need to try to beat like Surgicals and stuff. But like Surgical is and by extension Fairy Macabre are like pretty low right now because of how bad they are against Scam. So it makes sense that like current as built, the deck is just trying to exploit that loophole in that hole in the meta right now, and that if time went on and this deck became more popular, people would start playing Macabres and Surgicals at a higher density, and then maybe you're supposed to try to fit the Memory's Journey stuff back into the deck. Or like have some extra fail safes redundancy. Against different types of hate with having Cabal Therapy, like the Cabal Therapy plus Bridge from Below stuff. Round 6 of 7. Let's just keep winning, chat. Let's just top 8 today, huh? How are we feeling about a good, clean top 8?
Are you winning, husband?
We are.
Oh.
4-1 so far, about to start round 6.
Hey, let me know if you want anything.
Okay. Probably getting kicked out with a D&D Cabal though. Oh, they've been yelling at me in Discord for like the past several hours. Sylvia, known Delver enthusiast, They're playing a cool, like, blue-black Delver list that I saw earlier. They played in the challenge this morning, I think. We lost the die roll, which is bad. We have a very slow kill, which I imagine is just a mulligan. We just have, like, land drops into the thing. We can definitely mulligan this. Streamer. Is Sylvia streaming right now? Sylvia kicked my ass last time I played him. Last time I remember playing him was in the finals of, like, an RCQ or something. He absolutely whooped my ass. Alright, well, we might be going to 5 here, huh? Let's see, it doesn't do anything. We, like, unmask our opponent and try to steal one of their things. Scam them. That seems, pretty loose. 1 mana, 2 mana. Entomb does not make you mana. On 5, I feel like you just have to keep this, though. Bottom Narc, bottom Entomb. Maybe you just go to 4. Just draw Reanimate, yeah. We bottom Narc, Entomb. Then we have, like, potential for Grief. I think this is better than going to 4 against what is likely Delver of Secrets. It's just impossible to... Yeah. My instinct is that this is better than a 4. We just need a top deck, get a little lucky. Top deck Reanimate. Top deck Cabal Therapy, target ourselves doesn't do it. We only have 2 mana. Doesn't need that much, yeah. Just like a Dark Writ. Gives us turn 1 protected, right? Turn 1 protected with Grief. But obviously he's on like a Delver scam deck, so we could just get like double Thoughtseize here and we just die. Reanimate or any ritual. Is Reanimate let me turn 1? Yeah, turn 1 protected with Reanimate too, yeah. Well, any ritual is only Dark Ritual, right? So like 8 hits. Am I supposed to Grief my opponent here? Oh wait, hang on. Can we unmask ourselves? Unmask ourselves. No, we don't have a Reanimate spell. I'm stupid. That's what we're missing. We could always... We have the enabler already. Grief the opponent. I don't think so. I think we can just wait. Just not play a land, not do anything. We just want to unmask before we go off. Culling. Oh, yeah. Culling would also work, yeah. Just sack Grief, yeah. Yeah, I forgot about those rituals. So, yeah, we did have, like, we have, like, 12 draws there. Dark Writ, Reanimate, or Culling. Yeah, I think I do. I think I just like passing here. I don't want to, like, play into Wasteland. Yes, pass. We don't want to play into Wasteland. We want to Grief the turn we go off, usually, so they can't cantrip into additional interaction pieces. Again, if we just get Griefed or whatever, we get Griefed. We mold to 5. We gotta take our lumps. We could potentially beat Reanimate if we draw well, too. They probably expected DNT considering their turn 1. I mean, maybe they have Forceful in hand. I don't know. I mean, I didn't reveal Yorion, too. Might have expected Moonstompy. The trouble with playing this deck after being a Moonstompy one trick is that Forceful is good against both those decks. You really want Force in all your openers versus Moonstompy, too. Alright, this is fine. Alright. Land. Or not land. Writ. Pact. Alright, well. My opponent's not killing me. I'll pass again. Hopefully we can draw... We got 12 draw steps that just instantly win the game here. With Pact Grief backup. Obviously, as time goes on, my potential to kill my opponent definitely dwindles. Aim for quad protection. I'll survive with double protection plus kill. I'll make do, I think. What are you casting for 3 mana here, opponent? Maybe they want to, like, surveil before they cast a cantrip. Yeah. Dig a little bit deeper. They probably can assume I'm a combo. Alright, Writ, reanimate. Okay. Not that scary. Worst possible draw. That's fine. We'll just discard it. They're showing 8 pretty easily. They could be 9, so we probably have one more turn to live. We don't want to grief because we could draw. That cuts off our culling ritual. Can we unmask and still grief next turn? No. Alright, yeah, we'll just move to discard here. How fast was your last round? Oh, yeah, we finished in 5 minutes last round. I guess if they reanimate my Thassa's Oracle, then we do just die, but... yeah. We need all the other cards, I think. Although, maybe we don't need black cards. Maybe I'm allowed to pitch Unmask. No, because if we draw well, please. We could win right here. No, we did not draw well. Drew quite the opposite of well, honestly. Draw pack or draw Thoracle, draw Narc. Bricked pretty hard. Like we took 4 draw steps and didn't get there. It happens sometimes on your Mold 5. So versus this deck, I assume we probably play similarly to, yeah, I think the keep is pretty respectable. It also wasn't just Wraiths we were drawing to. If we were just drawing, like, some lands or, like, Petals or Chrome Moxes, we could have potentially got there as well over multiple turns. But anyway, I think we would board this similarly here as we do against, Scam, which is to say we probably want, like, Leyline of Sanctities when we're on the draw, and just try to, like, turn one of them on the play. Just ship it and turn one of them with Grief or Pact backup. They have, if he's probably playing a similar list to yesterday, which is like Nile, Spellbomb, Dothy, Force of Negation as sideboard cards. Is 60 card Oops better than Yorion Oops? I can't tell how big or small brain you're being, Jax. You want to fit in all like the trinket cards and draw them less? I think like 12 black MDFCs is like one of the big gains of this deck, though. So like obviously you don't want to dilute that, unless you're playing enough blue cards to like start playing Force Will in this deck. You play like blue black Oops with like the blue MDFCs. This hand doesn't. This hand is a turn 1 unprotected, right? Agadeem's, Darkrai, Chrome Mox, Pitch Culling, Spy. Feels like this hand is just never gonna win against Delver, but I mean, probably pitch Narcomoeba, honestly. Actually, the Culling that we could matter to get to more mana at some point. Hey, David Vander Raven, thanks for the follow, appreciated. Like, keep up my Blue Mage Hearts wants Oops not to win. Understandable. I think we just keep this, though. Keep. I don't think you're supposed to mull turn 1 kill on the play to find, like, try to find turn 1 kill plus protection. Awakening, Chrome Mox, pitch. What did I decide? Culling versus Narc? I think I pitched Narc. Narc's never getting cast. Culling might get pitched to a Grief or actually be cast at some point down the line. The only difference is I would have an actual black source in play, but we have another land, so I don't think that matters too much. If this gets forced, we could go to, like, Boggart beatdowns. So, like, Boggart could pair with Culling to get us to 4 mana, too. Just jam what could possibly go wrong. Yeah, we'll just jam and then he'll die. It's fine. Opponent has nothing. Opponent's got like Nile, Spellbomb, Dothy, Voidwalker, Daze in hand. And we tanked on our keep, which means we don't have it. Agadeem's Awakening, Darkrai, Chrome Mox, Pitch Narcomoeba, Balustrade Spy, kill you. Is what we decided. There's no possible way he has it. There's just no way, chat. If we just keep saying that there's no way he has it, then he doesn't have it. Blue players aren't allowed to have Force of Will in their openers. That's not how it works. You have to cantrip into it. Come on. Sylvia, put me out of my misery. Just keep a hand with Force of Will and kill me. Come on. Force of Will is on the top of our deck. On top of our deck? I hope not. I guess it doesn't matter if it's on the top of our deck. It'd be kind of nice if it was on the top of our deck if we're on the draw. Force pitch this Narcomoeba. Roll to 6. Alright. That's fine. Now he keeps turn 1 Nile Spellbomb Daze. Yes, we are on the play. Otherwise, this hand looks a lot more loose, right? We suddenly are losing to Daze, we're losing to Grief. Jax, would you keep this hand on the draw? If I had, like, boarded out 3 Entombs for 3 ley lines, I feel like there's no way you keep this hand on the draw, right? It doesn't matter the order that we do this all, but... You got it? He does have it. Alright, fair enough. We have the potential to, like, find another land, play Trawler to enable Culling the Weak to retry, or just draw, like, Reanimate. Hopefully Sylvia doesn't have Reanimate. That would be pretty bad for us. Shouldn't we have kept Agadim over the Goblin? I think we're never getting to 7 mana. We're more likely to cast Boggart Trawler and cull it. Now we have Entomb for Narc and cull it, potentially. And then we have 5 mana. We would have been close to Agadimzing. But we would need to enable the culling, which is extremely hard. Trawler is a 6-turn clock as they fetch. I don't think I win this game by entombing Narc, culling it, and casting Trawler. I'm pretty sure I win this game. What's Goblin doing? Goblin is being sacked to the Culling the Weak to make 4 mana. They have no land. Yeah, I mean, they kept Force of Will versus the turn 1 combo deck. It makes sense. Chad, do we... I don't think we get there 6 turns of Boggart Trawler beatdowns. Narcomoeba's 19 turn clock. I guess we could entomb Narc and not do any of the other parts. Just attack with the Narcomoeba. We don't want to draw the Narcomoebas anyway, and then they're fine in play. We thin, yeah. Do we thin the, yeah, I think we do just entomb Narc on their turn, I guess. I think I'm just gonna say go, though. We're like, if we draw the other Narcomoeba, we're kind of a little bit fucked. I guess not super, but... turn Narcomoeba clock. Alright, Narcomoeba beatdowns have been acquired. Okay, fine. Gotta get my 1 point of damage first. You have second force, you have second force. You got me. Shit. Now we can play out this land, though. And then we have potential to win. We actually couldn't have Cabal Therapy. We would have lost to this Force of Negation if he let me go off, because we would only have 2 Narcs left, so we would have had to sack Spy, Narc to Dread Return. But he doesn't know that. He doesn't know that there's not, Bridge from Blow in my deck. No! My Balustrade Spy! I needed that. Alright, let's just try Reanimate. Four draws in the deck to just win. 4 more draws that are just good. I'm going to play out this Petal. Just in case we get, like, griefed again. Alright, so we have 10 draws that just win the game. Everything else is basically a blank. Petal hard casts Thoracle. I mean, I guess that is accurate. I probably would cast it if I drew it. Although, no, then we just never get it off the board and then we just lose. I don't think I'm going to unmask. Losing my Petal. First Reanimate wins for either player. Very true. I want to keep track if Bogart Trawler Beatdown would have won this game. True. I mean, he might have forced a negation to the Culling Ritual, in fairness. Fuck. Damn it, chat. Why'd you even say it? I can't cast this, right? No, I can, because then I could sack it to the Therapy and then Dread Return it after, if I, like, Thoracle for the Reanimate, right? I could then Therapy it away and then Dread Return, right? This all checks out. We can Thoracle to dig for. Oh yeah, also Culling the Weak but we have to draw Culling the Weak. This is like, if I literally Thoracle into Reanimate, I can just still win that turn. Also, we can just beat him down in 18 turns after he never draws a land. I have to put one of them on the top, I believe. These cards are pretty awful. I mean, maybe I just draw the... So I could draw Petal, so I have 4 mana online again? Wait, no, I can say no? Is this a May? Put up to one of them on the top. Okay, I can just say no. Alright, I just don't want these fucking cards. Let's prove Thoracle is worth a ban. Alright, I hope this Thoracle just attacks my opponent 18 times. What a fucking game this is if we win, huh? It would be very funny. I needed 45 more devotion. Oh shit, you're right. I should have played around that. Alright, just they miss on land again. Everything's fine. Ah, fuck. Chat, it's over. So just draw Reanimate. Oh, no, never mind, we're dead. Fine, opponent. You got it. Are we drawing the Reanimate anytime soon? No, we're really not. Yeah, we're not getting there. Oh, almost assuredly had Reanimate in the opener, yeah. I'm not surprised there. I guess you guys know for sure. The hand was just like Reanimate, force, blue card, whatever. And you just always keep that. As soon as you draw a black card, you win the game. Or a black source, you win the game. Yeah, we had the fail rate. I think that's fine. Especially in that game 1. He topped the Fawn on turn 1? Wow, what a jerk. We could have killed him on turn 3. We got 2 tries at it and lost to double force. Much more interesting than the game 1, at least, where we just, like, bricked for 4 turns. Watching both sides. It is fun. I would like the, like, streamers showdown stuff like that. It's always fun being able to see both sides. Even if it, like, I guess that game 2 had, like, a lot of, like, tense moments. Game 1 was probably not very interesting to watch on either side, where I drew 4 cards, went to discard once, and lost. after mulling to like 5. But like we got fucking Boggart Trawler beatdowns. Possibilities. We had like Entomb for Narc to attack, but then we immediately drew the second payoff before it got fawned. Knowing that any land wins for 7 turns is pretty well. Yeah, that's probably terrifying on my end. I guess it's less terrifying. It's just I don't technically know about it, but I have to imagine it's probably there. But yeah, notable that we have lost to both of the scam decks, right? That Sylvia's deck is not scam. It's like blue-black Delver with scam elements, but like I do think this deck's scam matchup is probably not free. Like Medvedev beat it 5 times or whatever, but I can't imagine it. That's a matchup that you actively want to play. Oh, if we Boggarted our... There's no chance in the world that the game plan is cast Boggart, target self to play around Reanimate, and beat them to death with a 3-1. We just never win that game, right? Didn't he grief me? Like, we're still just dead to him reanimating the grief and blocking, right? Maybe we can still top 8 on Breakers. There's a chance. It's only a 76 player challenge. We'll definitely play our last match. That was my line and I won that game in my Legacy Mind Palace. Dang. Skill issue, I guess. Not good enough at Oops. I did not have faith that 3-1 with no text was going to get there. My opponent was going to brick on lands for 6 straight turns and we were going to attack them with a 3-1. Absolutely did not have faith. If I had drawn, like, Dark Ritual, I would have fired it off, just because the Dark Ritual can, like, the Barra can then be fed to the Culling later if we draw an Enabler. But the fact that it, like, left me completely hellbent, it burnt the Entomb and the Culling and the Creature and, the land. Should play 1 Progenitus for the Mirror. Or, like, fucking against all these, Reanimate decks, they keep... I mean, they target you once, and then they never target you again, right? Have you actually beaten Sylvia before? I think I'm probably beaten him in, like, a league or something, but I'm pretty sure I played against him. The only 2 times were this one where he beat me, also when he was streaming. He just, like, had the actual nuts with Delver versus D&T. I remember, like, very distinctly remember, like, we're in a very tight game 3, and I, like, chat's all watching Sylvia's, like my group chat's watching all of Sylvia's side, and I'm, like, playing against him by, like alone. And I go into chat, and I'm like, we're gonna fucking get him, unless his last 2 cards are Force Blue card. And then I just got murdered by Force Blue card. I had, like, Violon 3 plus Solitude, and I was going, like, Wrath is bored, and then he Forces the Solitude, and I just die. That was my most memorable match against Sylvia. He's just a really good player, though. Very consistently does well in these sorts of things. If you want to get better Delver, watch Sylvia. He's nutty. Yeah, definitely. How's Random Deck doing? Random Deck's up a game, so like if our losses are 6-0, if Random Deck wins, and then 5-1, there's a chance we can sneak in on Breakers if we win our last round. But we'll definitely play it out, see how it goes. What do you think, chat? Can we play another Moonstomping match? And I always forget, I get sidetracked, but we can probably get one. We're 25 minutes in. Moonstomping matches are pretty quick. If you want to get better at Thoracle decks, watch XJ Cloud. I don't know about that. For those of you that saw my Doomsday League, you remember that one? The one I did for charity? Horrible. I think we like 2-3'd. Every time I put Doomsday on the stack, I was chanting, I was like, please force this, please force this, please force this. Because I just didn't want to make any piles. I was also just horrible making piles, but I'm just not, like, Doomsday brained. It's just not my cup of tea when it comes to Magic. Not something that I'm interested in refining as a skill. Oh, we're against Tony, so we're just gonna fucking... Oh, we won the die roll. Alright, alright. Trinisphere? We have the turn 1, but nothing to pair with it. We have turn 1 Blood Moon. That's probably not good enough. You can't ask Jake Cloud to search for 5 cards because he only has 4 other cards. I'm not dead. We can mulligan to Trinisphere or Chalice. Alright, I'll keep this. Bottom. This seems fine. We have like Chalice on 0 Blood Moon. How many swamps is his Necro deck on? 0, but on 4 Petal, 4 Chrome Mox. So I think we're just gonna go Chalice on 0, hope we don't die on turn 1, and then Blood Moon. Hope we don't die to like land Dark-Rat Necro. And then Blood Moon. Obviously we could like, I guess also there's the world where you can like double Spirit Guide. You need like double Spirit Guide, triple Spirit Guide plus Manamorphose is what gets you there. But again, we could just die here, right? Yeah. Land Dark-Rat Necros. Like, again, we could put this on 1, but then we die to like the enchantments, and like the combination of Chalice on 0 into Blood Moon specifically is what I was interested in. More lands than Petals and Moxes. It is like 7 Black Source lands, so it's actually like pretty close in terms of black sources from lands versus trinkets. Are you just thinking about keeping the turn 1 Blood Moon hand? Please just put the spell in this deck that kills me. Please, Tony. I'm begging you, just kill me. Thank you. Disruptor Flutes, Pyroblasts, Brotherhood's Ends. Would have thought more. I guess it's 50-50 on Blood Moon versus Chalice. Yeah. It's a little close. Trouble here is that, like, we're basically just always gonna die game 3 here because we lost game 1. That's, like, kind of what you have to do. You have to, like, win the die roll and win the lottery. Game 1 versus Necrodex. With this build, at least. That's why I've been playing Mindbreak Traps a lot in my builds, but this deck does not have those cards. I think we just cut a One Ring. Technically, One Ring, like, lets you free roll a turn or whatever, but I think I'd just rather have my Enablers and my Blood Moons in the deck. Or not my Enablers. My things that kill my opponent and then my Blood Moons rather than traps. Not in this list. Yeah, I'm trying a variation of a list that got 2nd place that split with Oops. My Moon Zombie list currently has like 2 or 3 traps specifically to respect this deck a lot. But this iteration is not respecting Necro as much as I maybe think it should. Like, Necro's never being Trinisphere, so sometimes you can just have turn 1 Trinisphere and kill them. Or, like, turn 0 Chalice, turn 1 Blood Moon sometimes works. My prediction is that we will probably either mulligan or die or win game 2, and then we'll just die on turn 1 in game 3. That's generally how this matchup goes. Yeah. We won the die roll, which is nice against game 1, but we lost the, Chalice. We had to mull to 5, didn't find the Trinisphere specifically. We had to, like, roll the Chalice die. We just keep this. It's just turn 1 Trinisphere, turn 2 Rabble. I mean, there's the issue with Orm's Chant is that it costs 1 mana. Orm's Chant in a deck that also has, like, Force of Will is definitely more reasonable. Like, if you're playing Cephalid Breakfast. No, Tony, keep 7. We can beat pretty much any of your hands with this. We cannot. We need you to mold like 4 in game 3. Chromox, Pitch Fable, City, Trinisphere. What the fuck? Serum Powdering now, huh? Okay. I guess I didn't factor in Chancellor of the Annex in my math, huh? We could get Chancellor out of this game, but not mulliganing for that. Okay, no Chancellors. Nice. He's just dead, probably. Hopefully. Boseiju is more likely. I didn't even see any lands that could produce green. I guess Elvish Spirit Guide just helps support Boseiju. You're not like... Yeah. I can see Boseiju in this deck, yeah. Makes some sense. Nothing we can do about that except draw another hate piece. I think we need to cast our clock. Yeah, we need to put down a clock before we get Stone Rain him. I think the odds that there's a chance that we die here, right? But yeah. Also a chance that the Sun Interruption is not good enough. Maybe we just die and I should have Sun Interruption. He has like exactly Dark Grit Necro. Or like Spirit Guide, Manamorphose. One Boseiju in Tony's list, of course. Yeah, looks like we maybe should have Sundering Eruption, huh? I mean, he's down 5 Spirit Guides. Can he kill me here? He only has 3 other Spirit Guides in the deck? Wait, no, yeah, you can, right? You can Manamorphose. He's down 2 Manamorphoses? I'm just gonna let him do his thing. It's whatever. This pact does not find an Elvish Spirit Guide. Yeah. But he could potentially Manamorphose into black mana plus blue mana, Dark Grit into Born Upon a Wind. But yeah, I always just make the Necro players have it, because the deck does have a fail rate here sometimes. I am F6'd. Luckily this deck at least kills reasonably fast, but yeah, here we go. If it's Dark Grit, Born. Fizzle rate certainly higher than 5% when you've exiled like 5 of your Spirit Guides, but I guess not high enough, huh? There we go. How are we doing over here? Only 4 matches left? Maybe we don't fire up another match, huh? It's only like 30 minutes in. These people are on game 2 though. But if like GN wins the game 2, then we could potentially have a pretty short round. Yeah, the fail rate is definitely non-zero, but does not happen often. But I think specifically like that position, I felt like the fail rate was pretty high. He was down like 5 Spirit Guides or something. Yeah, I'm curious. I would be curious to see the odds of that specific win, because you need to draw 2 of the other Spirit Guides and 1 of the other 3 Manamorphoses. Maybe 2 left. I forget. Very low, because basically. But I mean, disregarding the Boseiju, I mean like actually killing from that spot after the Boseiju resolves. Maybe I should have cast my Stone Rain. I don't know. I feel like giving that deck time is not what you want, but he kept 6. Almost certainly has an interaction piece for my Trinisphere. Am I allowed to take a turn off the clock to Stone Rain him and hope that that's good enough? But it's so likely that if I Stone Rain him and he has the Boseiju, he just Boseijus it and then untaps and then goes like land Dark Grit Necro anyway. And I think you just want the clock. Because the more damage you deal, the less time, obviously. Like, every turn matters a lot in terms of being able to Necro more. I think I would cast the Rabble Master again. Tony, thanks for the raid. Just beating the crap out of me and then shipping your chat over. Hello, Tony. Hello, Raiders. Welcome, welcome. We're waiting for the last round of the Legacy Challenge here. We're playing like a Tony adjacent deck. We're playing Oops All Spells. It's not Storm, but it's like turn 1 combo. this is not the deck we're playing. Tony decided to raid you to make up for that league match. It's understandable. No lost love. Scrubbed hard for the challenge, bummer. Certainly happens on occasion. Wheels have fallen off a little bit. We started 3-0. We're 4-2 now. But we're gonna play out our last round here. See where we end up. This deck has felt pretty nasty though. When he cast Chalice on 0 game, when he said neat, I don't care. Yeah, it was a gamble. It's like between you have to like hope that he has a hand that your Chalice on 0 hits better than Chalice on 1 because we had like turn 2 Moon. So generally speaking, it's like Chalice on 0 hope that disrupts the turn 1 then Blood Moon, versus Chalice on 1 to try to like turn off specifically Dark Grip for Necro. Tough calls. Also, I think that deck, the way that deck is constructed is definitely not respecting its Necro matchup. Birthday and Father's Day. Well, happy birthday and happy Father's Day. Enjoy the rest of your Sunday. We will wait patiently for our last round and then call it quits after that, unless we somehow sneak into top 8 on Breakers here. But I'm not about to do that Breakers math. Maybe after we win the last round, we can sit there and figure out how many X1s are getting in. But we got plenty of time to kill before then. Only 3 o'clock. Still have plenty of Sunday after this. We can do other stuff. Thanks for hanging out tonight. Or this afternoon? Tonight? For some people, I guess. I don't know. I don't know where some of you are, but thanks for hanging out today. Been having fun. I don't always like stream these Sundays, but I was kind of feeling it. The vibes weren't the best on the Pauper, the Creator Showdown. I really hated stream with the delay, but obviously Magic Online. This is their first time running it. There were going to be some issues along the way, and they've already talked about how they're going to restructure the event for going forward. This is their first time out. I'm sure that the future ones will be more tuned for viewer and player enjoyment. Well, it's pretty fun regardless, though. Obviously, delay not ideal, but like getting to experiment in like Pauper and stuff, formats that I don't necessarily play often or ever. It's a nice breath of fresh air, nice change of pace. Cool, like once a month events that they're running. Shout out to Daybreak. Are we out of the Wonder Pro bracket finally? Oh, thank God we are. Wonder Pro's 5-1. We'll finally be free of the Wonder Pro bracket where he's gonna kick my ass. Also, Bean's 5-1. My 2 Moto Nemesis. We're not in their bracket. We're safe. We can just play a nice, relaxing match against someone random in the 4-2 bracket instead. In before paired up. Hey, shut up. If we get paired up and play against one of them, I'm banning you. You're dead to me. You're gone forever if that happens. How many griefs have been cast on either side of your games this challenge, you think? We've only played against Grief twice, right? Because those are our 2 losses. We got griefed probably... Grief probably was cast probably like 5 or 6 times across those 2 matches, though, at least. And we've griefed other opponents multiple times. I'd say like 10 if I had to like spitball. Maybe more. Maybe like closer to 12, I'm not sure. Obviously, cast / reanimated. How many grief triggers have been on... How many grief Thoughtseize triggers have been on the stack is probably a little bit more apt, because a decent chunk of those griefs were reanimated. I guess not too many, actually, because I was mostly just dying to getting my guy reanimated. Should have been counting that over the turn plays, yeah. We had too many... We played against fucking, like, Delver Scam too many times. We just had really lengthy matches. The Grixis Delver match where we just went land go for 7 turns, or not land go, just went draw go for 7 turns. The answer is too many? Yeah, fair enough. Look, I'm just doing my part in helping get Grief banned. We just play this deck. It's unpleasant. It is funny how every new combo deck pops up and it's like, wow, this deck seems really broken, and then you just like eat massive shit to the scam players anyway because your deck is bad against Grief Reanimate, Force of Will. It is the way of the world, which is something that again scares me if we just go with the like, hey, we've fixed the format, we're gonna axe Grief, and like what happens after that. I guess this deck falls off a lot if you just axe Grief, so that's probably fine. The Necro deck definitely a lot more threatening though. We're 4-2 right now, but we are awaiting. We probably have like, okay, the long match finished. They won 2-0, thankfully, so we have like 3 matches left. Not enough time for another round of the of Moonstompy. Ban all the 1-mana cyclers plus Grief. That solves just as well as banning just Grief though, doesn't it? Like that's just banning Troll and Lorien Revealed. And then the Necro deck still just exists. IDK what 4-2 means? Are you having fun? We're having some fun. It's fun to play like the stupid broken deck sometimes. Or like the stupid turn 1 combo deck maybe. Broken maybe not the best word. Feels definitely powerful and obnoxious and gross. But it is pretty telling that we've lost to both of the Force of Will Grief Reanimate decks. But, I mean, we had like fairly close matches against both of those decks. It's just not a matchup that I imagine that you're happy to play against. You'd much rather see stuff like Grixis Delver. Or like Cephalid Breakfast. Or Maverick. Poor Harry. Those are very complimentary words. Look, I can only be so nice to a deck that it kills you on turn 1 and plays Thassa's Oracle, right? It's my brand. What was like? Well, I don't even know what words I actually used. What was it? I said powerful first, right? And then I said like gross, obnoxious. That sounds like what I said. Yeah. You said gross and obnoxious. I also said powerful, which is complimentary. The deck does feel very good, just not like broken, not like ban worthy potentially. Obviously, only one challenge is just one glass of water out of the ocean in terms of testing. Not to belabor the point once the next BNR 8 days. Yeah, I think it's on the 24th. Next Monday, week from tomorrow. I would not hold my breath. I would love to see something change. I don't think anything will. But, like, I'm pretty sure Reanimate's won, what? I think they've won 2 challenges already out of, like, the 4 or 5 that have happened. We have the technology to check this ourselves. MTGO deck lists. We have the technology. Event type. Can I search legacy challenges only? Yes. All right. Don't look. So when did we start? Was it the 12th of the 12th was the first? Yes, the 12th was the first challenge that MH3 was legal. So MH3 not legal here. We've had these challenges so far. Very first one. Scam. Scam without even frogs. Just frogless scam. Beating, objectively, very cool. Post using Vexing Baubles, Disrupting Flutes, Sowing Myca Spawns. Cool list. Cool Talon Gates of Madara. Like, MH3 did some good stuff for the format. This is also the list that I was talking about earlier. It's the same person, too. Jumbo got 3rd place, then split the 2nd in one of the other challenges. But we'll get there. Very first challenge, MH3 is legal. Scam wins with no MH3 cards. Second challenge, MH3 is legal. Why does it take so long to load? Hello? There we go. Scam wins 0 new MH3 cards, not even playing Frogs. Beating Frog Scam in the finals. Cool. Yep. Scam vs. Scam finals. And then we have Doomsday Scam with Frogs and, you know, Griefs reanimates. And we have, like, that Pox deck we were talking about. Nadu, Nadu Breakfast. Scam again. Necro, and then Breakfast again. Scams Day, yeah, sure. Third challenge, so we're at, like, I don't even know. I'm not keeping score, but won twice. The second one being a mirror. This is the Eldrazi list that I was talking about earlier that we never went back and looked up, but the green Eldrazi list is actually pretty cool. With, like, Sowing Micah Spawn, It That Heralds the End, Glaring Flesh Raker, stuff like that. Eldrazi list, cool. Ruby Storm, cool. Scam, 3rd place. Only made it to the semifinals this time. Frog Scam. Yoshiwada with D&T, cool. Top forward. Boggart Trawler in his deck. Kind of cool, actually. You can recruit another land drop, too, that, like, has ETB Exile stuff. I guess you already had this effect with, Scarab Swarm, though. It costs 1 less. Huh. Kind of cool, though. You can play it in black-white D&T, maybe. And then we have Moonstompy. We have Scam. Then we have, well, the second, the same list too, I think, something close to it. Recruiting for black mana is relevant, though. I can't imagine that that's super relevant over just recruiting for a land overall. And then we have, yeah, these two players split. But then we have this same player, Jumbo, playing the same Moonstompy list. And then Medvedev playing the same, the mono black Oops deck that we're playing. And then, not Scam, it's just Grixis Delver with Frog. And then Scam, look at that, with Frogs in it. So Scam's got what? First, second, top four. I think that's, out of 4 challenges, it was like 5 out of the 16 if you cut off at, like, top 4, and then if you go down to top 8, it's even more. Like, come on. Like, we don't have to. But Scam has to have been the most registered. Yeah, exactly. We saw the stats on one of them. One of them was, like, 30% Scam, one of these challenges, according to Goldfish. The first challenge was 35 players with 15 Scam. Yeah. We were looking at, I think we were looking at the Medvedev one. That was also, like, 30% Scam. The top 8 conversion rate. I mean, top 8 conversion rate only takes you so far when your deck becomes 30% of the meta. Alright, round 7. We can stop complaining about Scam. Half of them lost the mirror. Yeah, it's hard to say what the conversion rate is if you're, like, just playing a bunch of mirrors in a day. Yeah, I think you will definitely struggle to argue that a deck that is regularly 30 to 40% of the current meta and has consistently top-8'd, won multiple events. It's very unpleasant to be at the top. I do think there is a danger if you ban Grief that the Necro deck becomes much better, and that is concerning. But I think that Scam is just not something you don't want to have at the top either. Ban Land Days. I don't think that's happening. Scam's like a third of the decks in the challenges, give or take. Scam's, you can't just say that Scam's a good meta choice, though, because it's been the best deck in the format for the past 3 months. It's been the same deck since March. And then it goes and wins the very first challenge, and then wins the second challenge with no new cards, and it doesn't. Some lists aren't even playing the Frog. It's good because it's a powerful proactive strategy, which is generally good in new metas because people don't know what they're doing, stuff like that. But like, Scam was the best deck before the format. Before we got all these new cards. Scam continues to be the best deck after we get new cards, and also got a significant upgrade. Like, I think it's hard to argue that Scam is anything but, like, too good for the format. I very much suspect that they would have banned a card from Scam, had MH3 not been on the horizon. I wonder if Bean's on Scam. I played against Bean in the top 8 of the showcase, I think it was. And he was... No, it wasn't it was the challenge I played after the showcase or something like that. And he was actually on Rogue Delver still. We win a die roll, that's nice. This hand is not it. We do not have the mana to get to this Undercity Informer, because we can't enable this Culling the Weak. We can just ship it. I have to like double and triple check these hands to make sure I'm not missing something like very obvious, because I am an idiot. Yes, this is an easy mole. How does this deck differ from Oops? It doesn't really. It's just Oops with like different enablers, right? This hand is also not it. It has a bunch of mana. We can turn one into Boggart Trawler. Get him. Land. I guess we just bottom Culling plus Spy? This seems like a keep, though. It's just really an awkward one. I don't think I'm going to 4 trying to find, like, land, pedal, Darkrit, Spy or something. I think this deck is, like, a lot of mana. And we're fine keeping this. Bottom, ditch both Culling. I'm not sure. What are we sacrificing Culling? We could draw Entomb, specifically. It turns Entomb into a mana source. Or Grief. If we draw, like, black card into Grief, it's also a mana source. Everyone wants to bitch both Culling, but, like, I don't think this hand's ever going off a second time. I guess it's better against, like, a Thoughtseize effect. But yeah, I'm keeping for Entomb, I think I'm just gonna go like this. Thoughtseize effect is usually Grief, and it's followed by Reanimate, and then we die anyway. Yes, exactly. Culling gives us Entomb. Culling could even give us draw Narcomoeba, cast Narcomoeba, then Culling it. I will play this land out, though. Maybe I'm supposed to play the Petals, too, against, like, Chalice of the Void. But I will play this land out because we just draw another land to try to kill him with Spy, obviously. Worse against Wasteland, but we have 11 other lands we can top deck. Play a land to scare him. Put the Fear of God in him that we're just going to turn to him. How many times have you played or scam this event? 1.5 times. Played against like Blue-Black Delver, which is basically like built very similar to Scam, but without the Entomb stuff. It was like Necrogoyf's Nethergoyf? I forget which one it is. Well, if we draw a black source, we'd actually cast Thoracle and then Culling it. Am I supposed to Thoracle for a black source? I think I am, yeah. We Thoracle for a black source to Culling it to cast Spy. I mean, we're probably going to die because this is Delver and we lose, like, Days or Force or whatever, but, yeah. Ban Thoracle. This is the second time we have cast Thassa's Oracle? It did not work out super well the first time. I don't have high hopes for the second time. It would have done it if you didn't play land. That's also true, yeah, but I think playing the land there is pretty defensible. We're much more likely to draw another land than we are to draw this Thassa's Oracle. And also get Wastelanded, notably. Alright. We want this Boggart Trawler. Click. Put a card on top of my library. Okay. Oracle's like scry. Yeah, you can choose to. Yeah, you could. You don't have to choose one. You get to keep only one though. Yeah. You keep up to one. I will simply lose 2 days or Force of Will. It's not getting better for me. Could also draw like Reanimate after this. It's like Vampiric Tutor, but you only look at 2 cards. No, well, because you could just choose none of them, right? You're not allowed to. Are you allowed? You're not allowed to fail to find with Vampiric Tutor because it doesn't have any restrictions on what you have to tutor. You got days. Dang. All right. Well, we got some turns to try to draw more mana. Makes sense the days there because if I have Informant instead of Spy, it's much harder to daze it. Spell Pierce, huh? Pretty good card to flip your Delver off of. Wasteland, pretty good card to have too. Alright. Can we concede, chat? There's like just no actual way we're ever winning the game. If our draw steps are land, Cull the Weak black card, then I guess it's not. It won't take that long for me to die here if I just F6 a bunch of turns trying to draw enough cards to go off a second time. So we'll play it out, but I don't have high hopes of winning this game. We might literally be dead now, huh? We're taking 4 here. There's no single card we could draw that gets us out of this. Are we literally dead now? No, we're at 1 unless this flips. Okay, cool. Sure. Acceptable loss. Ship it. They're probably on just a bunch of, like, forces, maybe a couple of surgicals. What's sideboard LED for? For the Belchers. Which just haven't come up because we haven't played against any Leyline decks. We want Belcher for Delver because they play Cage. I haven't seen Cage in a lot of Delver lists lately, but I think on the play you almost certainly just want to just try to kill them on turn 1. On the draw you can consider stuff like that. This is a turn 1 with double Grief, right? Land, Grief Pitch Entomb, Grief Pitch Fell, Cull, Balustrade Spy. Alright, cool. Turn 1 kill with double Grief. I'm looking at a list of their previous list. I'm looking at least a previous list of theirs. Which was notably like 2 weeks ago or something, but they are playing no cages. This hand is so unreal, Tom. You are not wrong. We're going all. What do you mean you going all in? We have double Thoughtseize turn 1 you. Oh, well, there's a Grafdigger's Cage, huh? Good to know for the next game. Double check. Well, I go all in when you can play a slow value game. True. Oh, that you would have to auto yes to all of them, so it's just never worth it. Dread Return, target Thassa's Oracle. Ding, ding, ding. Dead. Dread Return is like a 2-for-1. Alright. Well, we wasted all our luck having the turn 1 double backup on my opponent having no answers. What if the opponent recalls us in response to Thassa's Oracle? Well, then you die. Then you can hope, and then, yeah, you lose. You packed it. You grief it. We had 3 devotion? No, we died at drawing 3 cards. I assume they're talking about Ancestral Recall. Jax, am I supposed to board in these LEDs and Belchers against Grafdigger's Cage? I feel like the answer is yes. And we can shave down on, like, Entombs. But the feeds, I mean, the feed does not destroy Grafdigger's Cage, so I don't really want it. This matchup is not really about killing their creatures. I think you maybe want to cut down on... I think, yes, they're not expecting it. Yeah, it could be nice. I mean, obviously, still, like, eats shit to all, like, the forces and stuff, but... I have no idea what I'm supposed to cut. Do I just trim down on, like, some of the actual, like, pieces of the combo? Like, Entombs, Undercity Informers, that sort of stuff? Reanimates, maybe? Just randomly cut things in 2s. Could cut this Unmasked. This Unmasked is, like, kind of mopey. You kind of want Culling plus... like, Culling helps a little bit. You don't need Culling plus Entomb because you have Culling plus Grief. So maybe something like this? Stuff that doesn't make mana. That's kind of what we're planning. And Entomb kind of makes mana, but you definitely, like, if you're boarding in Belch as an alternate win con, you can also shave down on other win cons. Like, maybe we do this? Grief Reanimate could still be a thing. How are we feeling about this one, chat? Maybe you want to cut the Unmask over, or, like, keep the Unmask over, like, another Reanimate? Just because Unmask helps you try to go off with Belcher, like, through Force of Will. If they keep a Cage Hand. Just open a Broken Hand. Yeah, then none of it matters, I suppose. This looks okay to me, huh? Looks not the worst. Yeah, we'll hit submit again. Plus, we got a board in Belcher. We haven't boarded in Belcher all fucking day. We gotta belch him. This is not a broken hand, huh? Far from it. We turn 1 Boggart Trawler. How do we lose? Turn 1 Boggart Trawler, turn 2 Boggart Trawler? Just beat him down? It's, like, kind of almost worth it, honestly. Thinking about how much my opponent will mulligan. Oh no, they kept 7. Never mind. Alright. Ship it. Yikes. We have... Land, Darkrit, LED... Nothing... Bottom this. If this... Wait, I thought... Hey, if this Unmask were a Grief, I'd probably keep this, honestly, and just, like, Grief scam them. But we drew the Unmask instead of the Griefs. Are we ever beating a 7? This hand, notably, has a decent chunk of mana to try to beat a Cage, if that's what they snap kept. I think I'm gonna go to 5, though. We haven't even found a payoff. Jeez, maybe I'm just really bad at this deck, huh? Do we just keep this on 5 for the beatdown plan? That's a bunch of mana. We can Boggart, potentially keep Cole the Weak. and we could, like, get to Belcher if we draw it. I think this is almost certainly a keep. Just whatever we bottom. Bottom the Petal and the Chromox, maybe? We turn 1 Boggart Trawler. Probably pretty horrible. But I don't think I'm winning on 4. All mana, draw Belchers, but yeah, exactly. I mean, on 5. Definitely bottom this Chromox. I think we just bottom Petal, keep permanent mana sources. And the Culling the Weak. We could, like, bottom the Culling the Weak, maybe. We have 1, 2, 3. But then we only have, like, 3 mana. I mean, I don't love the Boggart Beats. The Boggart Beats love me. Let's be real here. Okay, no Cage. I was kind of hoping for Cage. I don't think I even Boggart Beats with this hand versus, like, land go. Big bogs. We might even end up going land go into just keep the Dark Writ. Like, just tap Agadeems and then, like, Chromox pitch Cull land Boggart. What else are you gonna do? Cast it next turn? Without burning my Dark Ritual specifically? That's fine. If we're playing the waiting game, we can fight that. Alright, maybe it's Boggart beatdown time now, huh? Question is, do I want to play around Daze and just Chrome pitch the Culling, and then we could potentially cast another Boggart next turn? No, I don't think so. The Culling is kind of important as an enabler. Double Bogs unstoppable, yeah. Get him. Yeah, I was supposed to do this, huh? I hope they force it. That would be really funny. But yeah, if they just, like, daze this... I guess the Chromox always could pitch the Culling later for more mana, and we still have 3 mana left over here. Which isn't the worst. How would you rate Hardcast Boggart versus Hardcast Shipment Spirit Guide? Hardcast Boggart, much, 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 much worse in this deck than Hardcast Shipment Spirit Guide is in Moonstompy. Because usually Hardcast Spirit Guide, when you're, like, behind some lock pieces, you just need to close out the game. This is just like, I have no plan. I just need to hope this 3-1 limps across the finish line. Opponent is on the floor laughing so hard, screenshotting this, sending it to all their friends. Hardcast Spirit Guide and Necro Dominance? Oh, Hardcast Boggart in Oops is probably better than Hardcast Spirit Guide and Necro. Alright. We got the brainstorm. Opponent deep in the tank about whether or not they need to force a will this Boggart. Oh, we resolved. Let's go. Get him. Opponent is doing Breaker Math to find out if they made top 8. Yeah, that sounds more accurate. And Tony almost stole a game with Elfish Simian Spirit beats down. So yeah, it definitely happens. You're supposed to go for it in these positions. It just doesn't happen, like, the most often. He targeted me. Interesting choice. I don't think my cards really matter at all. Now we can Cull the Weak to cast another Boggart. Oh, shit. Hang on. I mean, it's just gonna get countered, right? Like, it's just gonna get countered. We're also not even at the 3 mana to activate it after. I think we're just supposed to wait. We're not going for it. It doesn't go for anything. Yeah, exactly. We could, like, draw into Grief or Unmask or something. Potentially try to do it after. I'm definitely waiting. I'm absolutely not all-inning with this hand. Chat's insane that they want it all in when our opponent hasn't cast a single relevant spell. We need to, if we draw Grief, it's like nuts. Because we get to Grief them and then Cull it and then Belcher. Although then we're like several mana away from it. Maybe nuts is a strong word. Second Bog probably wins. I mean, if this was like a black card, I might have just cast Second Bog. I guess no, wouldn't have been black card. It would have had to have been like Petal or land. Yeah, opponent's sitting there with like a bunch of Fawns in hand. Oh, well, there goes our land. We still have enough mana to cast the Belcher if we want to. Do they block? We can't Pact to protect this now. But now we could draw LED and kill them, right? With Pact backup? Because we could, like, Chromox, Cull this. So I think I'm not supposed to attack. I think I lose if... I'm gonna lose a lot more games if he blocks here. If they block here. So I think I just wait. Try to draw LED. Or, like, a couple of mana sources in a row afterwards. Also not playing the Trawler yet. If I draw more lands, then I'll play Trawler. That's the land, whatever the other side of Trawler is. LED on the top? Can you still win? Yeah, we can draw LED and go for it with Pact backup. Murktide Regent? Yep. No attacks. Come on, opponents. So we have 1, 2, 5 mana. We need 2 more mana, so now Dark Ritual gets us there. We definitely don't have a lot of turns left, but... I mean, we just have to still wait. Should we have jammed or no? I guess maybe... Is there a point where we can kill the following turn? Not yet. One more mana because we'd Belcher in response to Pact. So if we play Belcher, we need 3 mana total. Well, we could pitch this to the Chromox, notably. So now we have 1, pitch the Thoracle. 2, play the Trawler. 3 with the Petal. And we don't have to use the Petal to play the Belcher, right? So we just... I think we do this then now, right? Versus 5 cards in hand, it's not going to get better. We could wait another turn to try to find some piece of interaction. There's almost nothing we could find, though. And my opponent could easily find, like, Brainstorms and Ponder. They almost certainly have a Fawn or something, but we don't have to go to discard. We're at 7. Faulted Form said jam, so we jam. Alright, cool. I'm in. So what is it? It's Boggart, Chromox, pitch Thoracle, Culling Boggart. They have Daze? We can beat Daze. Stop drawing Thoracle. True. We're so dead. Not necessarily. We're only probably dead. We're also dead to, like, Brazen Borrower. We're dead to Spell Pierce, not Daze. I guess I would Pact that, just because I have to. How do I win? I'm going to Belcher them in my upkeep. Also, we're dead to Wasteland, yeah. I guess we're not just dead to Wasteland, we're dead to Interaction plus Wasteland. I really want to win like this. It would be super funny. No, they have double force. It's tragic. Well, we tried our best. GG's, chat. Yeah, triple force? Oh, they pitched force to force? Yeah, bummer. Flip force negation? Alright, alright, alright. We have no outs. We're gonna die to a pack trigger in our upkeep. We'll go out. Go out in style. What? It asked me to pay for packs twice? I didn't even realize that. What are we drawing if we wait a turn? Yeah, nothing. Well, unfortunate end result, but we definitely felt like we hit a little bit of low variance there with our mulligans, huh? Unfortunate, but we had a lot of fun. It's fine. Our opponent went 7-0 too, and Sylvia went 6-1. If we had won that, I think we could have gotten on breakers. But I'm happy with that result, given my inability to pilot a noob stack. Let's go host someone, huh? Maybe we'll host Sylvia. Sylvia's in top 8, and people said Sylvia was streaming. So we'll go raid Sylvia. Was I lied to? Oh, no. Nope. Not lied to. Sylvia's right there. Alright. Thanks, everybody, for watching. Hope you had a good time hanging out, playing some atypical XJ Cloud decks. But I'll be back on Tuesday, streaming at about 8 p.m. Central Time. Probably going back to playing some, like, Moonstompy, D&D, that sort of stuff in some leagues. As always, if you want to support the channel, you can follow on Twitch, you can follow on Twitter, you can subscribe to my YouTube, where all these VODs go afterwards. You can also support the channel by subscribing, get access to my great emotes, and get access to my sideboard guides. I will probably be cooking up a Moonstompy sideboard guide soon as the meta starts to settle a little bit and I get locked in on a more reasonable list. But nothing quite yet. We're still just ending this first week of MH3, so still a lot to figure out. Hey, actually, can you answer a quick question for me? No, I can't. Unless you ask in the next 5 seconds, and it's not a dumb question. But it is Mr. Fish Duggery, so it's probably a dumb question. Oh, you redeemed timeout. It's too late. Goodbye!